Yo, yo. What up, fools? Today is 5/17/2023. It is 11 p.m. Eastern Time. Crap, my headphones just came out. There we go. I've been asking Torsha for the slide eye dog meme, and she can't crop a face. Oh, speaking of cropping a face, dude. Speaking of cropping a face, y'all want to see some bullcrap, dude? Check this out. I am so lost as to what the hell happened here, dude. What is that, bro? What is that? This is Playing with Fire's channel from last night. What is that? What happened here? I don't know what that is, dude. What video is that from? My best guess, I want to say the vegan debate. I want to say the vegan debate. This one. Okay, so Charlie. Yep. Yep. That's the one. Yeah, that's the one. Damn. He had to dig deep for that one, dude. Like, damn. How so many freaking videos, and this is the one that they pull. The betrayal is real. Yes, they had to go hunting. They had to go hunting for a bad angle and a bad picture. And then not only that, but they but also, yeah, 2 years ago, like, oh, this is when I...
Oh, hello?
The better...
And the Greek origin of morality, where you say, these are my morals, right? And this relates to like the moral of the story or desirable end. But I would say that the individual
feeling that is wrong.
Yes.
And
he's got the same chat as me. Tom, you should DM Alex about it. Nah. Look. They put my face right next to this dude's face. So the one, it's not only a bad angle, but I don't have ears. They cut off the headphones. So I just look like a freaking like monster with no ears. He's an AI Chad.
Guys, we are live. So we had a little change of plans today.
Whoa! Why does he look so different? That was unexpected. Be proud that you are real. That guy was real. That guy was real.
Guys, we are live.
That's him. That's him right there. They've met him before.
Okay, let me grab your number and we can like maybe do something. Okay, yes, sir.
You should make that picture from the thumbnail an emote. Hell no, dude. Hell nah. Yeah, that's the Chad. That's him. So they did like dating test stuff where, so I mean, if you didn't watch it, yeah, they pulled it up. We watched him and another guy hit on two girls and like kind of like graded them and talked about who did better and like what aspects they did better and what they could have improved on and crap like that. And that's him. That's that was him.
Okay.
Oh, right now I remember. So the all right. So pretty decent social skills.
Well,
Honestly.
hold on. You need to play it all the way through. Now
There's
that you've
more.
started.
Girl,
Because we need to show mine and then
the
his.
girl in the
Yeah.
green, but he got the number of the other girl, and then
So yeah. Is he blurred out? Yeah, all of their faces are blurred out. And I don't have him on Discord or anything, so I don't even have a way to DM him. I told him to join my Discord yesterday, and he didn't. And then he had somebody else send me the link. So yeah. So we watched some of the whatever podcasts yesterday, and even like as soon as we started it, I had mentioned that Erin wasn't really answering questions. I think it's a little extreme to kick somebody off of the show just because they're not answering questions. Like, why not just stop asking them questions? That would make a lot more sense to me. It seems weird to kick them off. Tom can't catch a break. Yeah. Yep. It's hard in the yard, homie. How's it going, Sydney? Damn it. I got a new fidget toy. It's called a fidget cube, but I can't get this freaking thing open. How are you supposed to open it? How am I supposed to fidget with this thing? It's just the freaking packaging. The packaging is the fidget, because you're just supposed to like play forever trying to get it open. Oh my goodness, dude, this thing is strong. What the hell? I thought I could just break it, but that didn't work. Ask a man to help you open it. Well, how about you, Tuesday? There we go. Erudite would have been so much better and productive to have on. Wait. Are you talking about I should have had Erudite on, or he should have had Erudite on instead of me? I'm lost on this one. Oh, you're talking about on the whatever podcast. Okay, sorry. Yeah, let me pull that up. I don't think I have it. I thought I still had it up. So Never the Robot. She was the girl sitting like 2 over from Pxie. She dressed like a crazy person the other day on whatever podcast. Where's her? She has like a, yeah, there she is. She was on with Farha. Dressed like who was it? She was super annoying. Nah, she was funny, dude. She was hilarious. So yeah, I think we invited her on to come on tomorrow, so we'll have some fun with that. She was a funny chick. Everybody thought she was funny. Everybody here was enjoying her trolling. Straighterade went on and apparently requested to go on, knowing what kind of podcast it was, and then didn't answer questions they were obviously going to ask. Yeah, so I asked Erin to come on tonight to kind of ask her what was going on. She is unable to make it, so she said maybe Saturday. So we'll maybe talk to her Saturday. So yeah, this is actually kind of cool. So it's got a bunch of different stuff. So like this just goes in circles, kind of helps you with women, really build that muscle. Yeah. You gotta be able to stay there and go really fast without falling off. Then this thing also. Then there's like a ball here. And there's a switch. There's nothing here. Huh. And then there's a bunch of buttons here. Cool. I like it. I like it. Okay. Whoa.
Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast.
That you're intellectualizing it too much. I think if we took 100 people and just had them identify every person at this panel, are you a man or are you a woman, they would, with 100% accuracy, be able to discern the biological sex, even without seeing the chromosomes or the genitalia, they would know.
That's definitely not true.
That's absolutely true.
Totally
true. You could find like femboys and stuff on Twitter that are more feminine than the most feminine women.
You're right. And so here's sort of the problem. I don't like the way that the conservatives, and in particular some of the Daily Wire crowd, handle this. I understand why they do it. They're trying to attack the problem head on. But you're right when you say it's not sufficient to define a woman by her biology. You know, if
Stop nodding your freaking head. You don't even know what they're talking about.
you say like this sort of crude, you know, people make a lot of money now selling t-shirts like real women don't have dicks, and it's like, okay, yeah, well, real women also shouldn't speak that way, frankly. It's sort of like your definition earlier, for example. Like, I couldn't ask you what an ant is, and you couldn't reply like an ant is a creature that acts like an ant. Like, there has to be some way that that creature is behaving naturally, and I think that women in their natural state tend to, not always, but tend to behave a certain way and tend to look at
Erin the contrarian. I think so. She does argue just to argue sometimes. That is a thing. Okay, but she also like, you know, she's very playful in the way that she talks to people. Like, she likes to be very sarcastic and screw around. So I think that, like, I think that when people are asking her questions and she's responding with a question, I think that she is like trying to be playful, and it's just not I think that that's just like her default mode, and she doesn't realize that she's doing it when she's on a podcast like this.
look a certain way. And conservatives, I think, are afraid to acknowledge that because we have so much internalized feminism and liberalism in the sense that we don't want to pretend that that exists, like the women act a certain way and men act a certain way. And so we do want to keep it in a comfortable area, of like, oh, well, my biology textbook says this, and, you know, you look like this. But in the next 10, 15 years, Chase and I were talking about this earlier, as the surgeries continue, as the hormones continue, the makeup, you won't be able to tell. And it won't be sufficient to just look at somebody and be able to say, oh, you're a man or you're a woman. And so it can't purely be cosmetic. It can't purely be biological. It's almost this like metaphysical discussion that I don't think anyone's ready to have. So in a way, the woke people are actually more correct because they're trying to have a conversation about the essence of gender. And the right is just like, oh, well, men and women, there's only two of them. And that's just a losing point of view. So I actually agree in a way.
True. That's so true. Did we watch this part last night? I feel like I heard him say that. Who's worse, girl with rose hair or Casper the Pygmy Ghost? I like the girl with the rose hair.
Way with what you're saying, I just don't agree with the conclusion.
Part of the reason why I asked the question, you mentioned that you're a feminist and you believe in fighting for women's rights.
Okay, but
We live in a crazy world, son. There's a lot of crazy
always
people.
live in a crazy world, okay?
It's getting crazier.
I think America's at all-time high craziness.
Yeah,
right
we're
now.
at like peak
If you think
crazy.
that we're at an all-time high, it just goes to show how good the country is. That the biggest problem you have are who's going into whose bathroom. Okay, like there are countries that are at war right now. There are multiple countries committing genocides right now, and there are tons of horrible problems around the world.
Yeah, but
if your
that's
biggest issue is who's
It's
going
not-
to the bathroom,
it's-
that has a dick or not,
it's
I
not
think you're
the-
doing okay.
That's not the biggest issue.
Wait,
It's an issue that came up.
what's the biggest issue?
No, let's take an
What's the
extreme
biggest issue in
example.
America? That's totally beyond the
I
scope
think
of this
homelessness
podcast.
on the West
curious.
Coast is an extreme issue. That would be something that I would consider to be an extreme issue.
It's a
Okay,
big
but this
issue.
is an
It's
issue
a big issue.
regardless. This is
It's a
an issue
problem.
regardless, and you're out here saying, "Oh, there's wars being fought." Well, that's not what's going on here.
Sure. Well, there are kind of
Well,
wars.
yeah, there
not
are
yet.
wars
When
being
I'm-
fought here,
sure.
but in
No, he's not dismissing the question because there's wars being fought, though. He's not saying, like, what's up, Michael? He's not saying, you know, we watched this? Did we? Seen this too?
But this is Brian. Let me take it from here. This is kind of he's leading to my point. Okay, you and I both agree that men running through women is detrimental to our society. Correct?
yes,
Okay, I think this is around where we ended off. Okay.
The argument that I would make is in years past, when there were stronger patriarchal structures over society, there were decreased rates of men running through women because we had greater amounts of tradition in society. This whole sexual liberation thing that is intimately tied into feminism, I would say that feminism is largely to blame for so many women in our society getting run through. Because earlier in the conversation, Destiny was making the point that nowadays we live in a society where a lot of women, both liberal and conservative alike, they want to go and build their careers and they want to go and enjoy.
At the end, Rose Girl apologized, though, to Pxie.
Their lives, and a big part of that enjoyment of their lives involves being sexually free in their 20s. That thing that you dislike that is a fruit of feminism.
Yeah.
And it's one of the things historically that patriarchy protected against, because traditionally speaking, it was a father's job to protect his daughter's virginity and her purity and all that kind of stuff. That's a good thing for society. This sexual liberation stuff that's burning women is a fruit of feminism.
That's a very, sorry, let me just respond to that quickly.
Right.
That's a very interesting point. However, when I look at historically examples of like what has happened between men and women's relationships, you still have structures of the patriarchy that still incentivize like men to like either sleep around or not face negative repercussions necessarily for sleeping around, until the advent of feminism also tried to help fight against that. So
that was
let
at
me
the
just
absolute
finish.
top of society though, and a very small amount of men. It was nowhere near like it is today.
Okay, but the idea that like, oh, if a man cheats on you, it's the woman's fault. She was not a good enough wife. She was not like good enough, whatever, existed for decades, right? This idea that like, sorry, I kind of lost my train of thought.
Well, I think Christian patriarchy, infidelity in marriage was frowned upon for everyone.
Yes.
Yeah, it was frowned upon for everyone, but women before the advent of feminism weren't able to break away from those from that. Basically.
I just wanted to say
they were stuck.
Let her finish her point, please, Nev.
They were stuck in these cycles where it was like, okay, my husband cheats on me, or my husband leaves me. He's an alcoholic. He's doing all this. Well, because there's no fault divorce, I'm stuck with him. I have to take this abuse. He could be physically abusive.
But those were situations with fault for divorce. That was grounds for divorce, abuse, alcoholism.
Yeah, but even
cheating.
then, the idea that you have to
sees cheating as grounds for divorce.
Even
so
then, the idea that you have to go through this whole court process to prove that your husband actually did this stuff to you and that you didn't deserve it, right? Because those were the thoughts back in the day, that if your husband does anything to
your chat is Spurty on screen. Yeah, I don't know what to do. So we got rid of the last chat because it was posting like 10 at a time all day. Like every time there were people here, it would just post 10, wait like 3 or 4 seconds, post 10, wait 3 or 4 seconds, post 10. And it was really frustrating, especially when we had like, 300 people in chat. It's just like you're missing half the chats. So we changed it over to this one. But this one lags a lot and then does one at a time, lags for a little bit, one at a time. So yeah, it's kind of hard.
To you, well, it's your fault because you weren't a good enough wife, you weren't a good enough mother, whatever, did stop women from being able to be liberated or be able to get the rights that they deserved.
Kind of like what men have to go through nowadays with false rape accusations and all that.
Yep.
Oh, brother.
Yeah, nowadays the reasons for divorce aren't the things you've listed. It's literally just
Grape
being
accusations.
Like, I feel vaguely
Grape.
unfulfilled
Sorry,
in this
sorry,
relationship.
grape.
Can I just say, I think that you are actively
It's a great point,
perpetuating the patriarchy that you're cursing and blaming everything on by endorsing like OnlyFans and stuff, by saying,
When did I ever endorse
well, just by
OnlyFans?
like promoting the stuff like
When did I promote it?
Did that happen?
Earlier.
When did I promote it earlier?
You started bringing OnlyFans into things as if like people
No,
don't judge you
I
for
said,
it.
well, I said like, yeah, women are judged for having OnlyFans.
That was the most niche example ever.
Should
Like,
women not be judged for
I think
I think there are false rape accusations. A very niche example.
I think you're
fair play,
perpetuating.
fair play.
No.
But, I mean, come on, Destiny,
Also,
come on.
you're
Hey,
strong
hey,
women.
hey, everybody,
job interview.
everybody, for the sake of Brian's channel, if we're going to talk about SA, let's use the word grape. Okay?
So
Okay.
for SA though, Destiny, come on, pulling up like, oh, we see you may have had an OnlyFans account.
No, but you're
That's a
straw
pretty-
manning me. I used OnlyFans as an example, but what I was trying to elaborate, or what
It's
I
so
was trying
bad
to
Destiny doesn't
illustrate,
defend
is
you.
that even without OnlyFans, if you find out, or a rumor or whatever, that a woman has slept around with 30 men, they're going to look down on that woman. Forget
See,
OnlyFans, forget
naturally,
Rightfully
it's
so.
more
Rightfully
feminist
so.
to hold women accountable for their actions and believe that they have full agency over their sexuality and hold them accountable when they've done things unwise with their sexuality.
And as a
that's a more
feminist-
feminist option
Hit the
than
bell
considering
button.
them to be just tiny, like
audio
angel
error.
babies who
and
deserve
as-
to be defended no matter what they do.
And as a feminist, I agree, but I also think we should hold men accountable for these
Well,
actions
who
as
do you,
well.
who do you
But
think? You seem
Come
to
in,
think
Billy,
that women
Billy,
shouldn't
come
be
in.
judged for
Hold on,
having an
let's let Billy
I,
go.
what? Sorry, can you repeat that?
You seem to think that women should not be judged for choosing to do porn.
I think it depends on the circumstance.
There is
Absolutely.
no circumstance
Okay,
where it's acceptable.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
sorry,
hold
but
on,
there are
hold
so
on,
many
hold on,
women
hold
who
on.
get into sex trafficking who start
Okay, that is
OnlyFans
not
because they get the,
That is not the
abusive.
example that you gave us. You gave
Well,
us the
I was
example of a
okay.
woman with OnlyFans.
No, I was giving a general example of like, oh, the idea of when women are judged more harshly.
Women-
But if you want, I'm gonna elaborate now, or I'm gonna clarify now. That's just an example, right? There are you asked, oh, you think women should never be judged for OnlyFans? I never said that. I do think that there are certain scenarios.
Tom, did you ever debate John Doyle? No. No. He's a confusing one because he doesn't just take like right-wing positions and then just be like just cuz. He's actually a lot smarter than most of these other people. He has a much better, much more thought through positions than most of the right-wingers that we engage with and that we talk to and that we talk about. And it's like, there's a bunch of videos of Vosh reviewing, there's a bunch of videos from Vosh when he would review John Doyle, and he would just miss so hard on the things that John was saying, because John was like 10 steps ahead of Vosh all the time. Like, he understood topics a lot better than Vosh did. And it was, it's always really surprising for somebody as far right as he is to have the positions and the knowledge that he does on a lot of topics.
Scenarios where they shouldn't be
all
judged as
scenarios?
Mormons.
Okay, all right, hold on.
So
For the
you-
sake of conversation,
Let's
with
bring
all,
Billy
with all
into
due
it.
respect,
AIDS.
we could go around and around and around with this, but you have like kind of like every single answer you give, it's kind of qualified. Like in some cases, this.
Dude, they are trying so hard to get that Billy chick in.
But in other cases,
They're very unsuccessful so far.
It's almost like it's a nuanced discussion that's not going
yeah,
to
I mean, you
trend
could
towards
you
yes,
can
no answers.
you can make every single thing nuanced is the point, but it's not fruitful for the overall
I think
discussion.
something
I want to hear.
that's
I want to hear.
Wait. Let's let Billy come in.
I just have a question. As feminists, who do you think is more at a disadvantage or more discriminated against in today's society, men or women?
Never answer that question. Never answer that question. Everybody, if anybody ever asks you that question, it is a trap question. It doesn't matter which side you answer for, you're wrong. Like, you can't answer a question like that. It's impossible to even to start to like, it's impossible to even start to. I'm blanking on words. I'm freaking tired. Shut up. Shut up. Give me a break here. I can't think. It's impossible to start adding up all of the different things that you could possibly take into consideration when you're talking about who is more oppressed or who has it worse or any of this crap. Yes, quantify. Thank you. You can't quantify. It is impossible to quantify. You're not able to even, like, where would you even begin? Like, yeah, it is Oppression Olympics. It's just dumb. Just, yeah, don't, and never answer this question. It is an unwinnable question, and whatever answer you give, you're probably wrong. You're wrong regardless of which answer you give. So,
hey Nev, move your mic.
You're gonna hate me for responding this, but what metric are you using? Like, what are you saying? Like, no, you guys are acting like I'm crazy.
No, I'm
and
not.
I understand the frustration.
We're not acting. You are crazy.
You are thinking with emotions right now. Just
Wait,
say
did you
your
even
mind.
answer her question?
I'm not trying to disrespect
did
you.
she answer
Like
the question?
you're crazy. It's just whenever you answer a question, it's like every single thing has a million shades of gray, and I don't look at the world that way. And I think it overcomplicates literally everything.
So you're saying you look at the world in like simplistic black and
complicated.
white paradigms. You don't ever try to look at the shades of
I mean,
gray that
I'm the
exist
kind of
between?
person I believe in like objective truth, and like when it comes to the gender discussion, for example, I asked what is a woman, and it's like somebody who's born with an XX or XY chromosome. Like to me, a lot of things like that are very black and white, and I know that in some small instances there's shades of gray, but it's like when questions are directed.
I mean, when we were
towards this
talking
corner-
earlier about
when
like
questions are
essay and
directed-
bathrooms, we were
No,
like
Erin,
very
finish.
interested.
Let him finish.
When questions are directed to this side of the panel, with all due respect, it devolves into this like million shades of gray for literally everything in the conversation. I feel like it's not fruitful for conversation. is my
So
point.
where during the
So the way that they're answering the questions, they are almost getting a little bit too deep into their answers, where, like, lots of times when you want to have a nuanced discussion and you have to, like, you have a lot of building blocks that you need to start with, it's really hard to not just respond to what it is they're saying. Whereas instead, lots of times you should probably zoom out for a second and be like, well, here's some things. And I would start like with concessions. Like, you know, I don't believe this. I don't think that. Obviously, you know, I don't think females can turn into males or males can turn into females. But I do think it's probably better to be inclusive than non-inclusive. And just kind of start there, right? And allow them to respond. And then each time they ask a question, they're going to sound dumb when you zoom out a little bit and you're like, well, and you give like a more thought out answer. Whereas if instead you are kind of doing what they're doing, where you're giving like too much detail to where you're not really answering their question, it's going to make it really hard for them to engage with it, and really hard for there to actually be a conversation there. I guarantee like most of the people in chat are not even like comprehending what's being said by that corner of the table.
The job interview process, did they ask you to bring up your OnlyFans history?
I say that corner of the table. I'm really just talking about Pxie, and Pxie's a very smart girl, so it has nothing to do with the fact that she's wrong or anything like that. It's just like a skill that you have to pick up over time talking to people.
He's like the hiring manager, is it the HR?
Is this the level of discourse that we're on?
Where at what point during the client interaction
I think
does
there are
that
background
happen?
checks that include your internet history, and if you choose to
Yeah, I have to admit, Erin was being too much of a contrarian. So her issue has nothing to do with being a contrarian. It's the way that she's answering things, right? So when instead of like answering questions, she'll answer with a question, or she always says things like, oh, well, when did that happen? Oh, did she say that? Is that what you think? Do you think she said that? Oh, really? Is that you really think that happened? Is that what you think happened? Like, it's stuff like that. Whereas instead she should be answering, no, that didn't happen. This is what actually happened. Or she doesn't believe that. This is what she believes. Or I don't think that. This is what I think. Like, it comes off very catty and snotty to instead answer everything with a question over and over, and you're obviously not actually answering the question, right? You could just clarify, but instead of clarifying, you're giving other bullcrap. So yeah, it makes it hard to engage with.
do OnlyFans, that's in your internet footprint forever. That is a choice that you made. That's the example that you brought up. And in your belief as a feminist, women have full agency over their sexuality since they've been liberated. It's only fair then to hold them accountable for making a decision.
Can
like,
I say,
like that.
OnlyFans aside, I would not advocate for employers to go looking to see how qualified the candidates are by the first thing that they're searching up after they see the name on the resume. Let's see if they have an OnlyFans account.
It comes up pretty quickly
And
when you look at
it
somebody's
wouldn't just be
background on
that
the
as part of their history any more than I think it's relevant for an employer to be like, let's look through their Facebook, let's look through their Twitter, through their
Those
YouTube.
things are relevant.
Every employer, every employer is allowed to freely associate with who they want, but I would criticize any business person who thinks that it's prudent to spend their time scanning through candidates like Instagram and social media.
Internet history? Well, yeah.
I always check when I hire employees. I check their social media first, 100%. I do, and I would recommend it. I think everybody should. There are tons of people that I've skipped on where like we drug test, and there's been people who like in their Facebook profile picture, it's like a big marijuana leaf and them smoking a joint, right? I'm looking at that, right? Now, whether or not they're posting like, you know, bikini pics or they have an OnlyFans or stuff like that, that's very different. But you should be checking their social media stuff. You should be checking, like, there was somebody else, I forget exactly what it was, but that we didn't hire them because they no, there was somebody who whose profile picture was them naked, but them like just covering up, and we didn't hire that person because we had like 100% guys working there, and we thought, yeah, this could probably be an issue. So to just have the one girl who works here is also a girl who's posting like pictures of herself naked on the internet. So yeah, we did not call that one back either.
Yeah,
So wait.
Yeah,
So
I think
then-
what's
you
more
don't
relevant
think
is
it's
their
prudent for
credentials and their
employers-
resume.
you don't think it's-
Yeah, I want to see what happens when Tom applies for a job. I don't link all my stuff here, although somehow all my employees found me anyways. They told me today that they found my channel. I don't know if you guys are in chat, say what's up, but they told me today. They were like, yo, I was watching a bunch of your stuff. I was like, oh no, dude. Oh no.
It's prudent for employers to care about whether or not one of their employees has OnlyFans.
Yeah, I think you're
that's
just-
not prudent.
Wait, hold on.
Like
If
if I'm
it-
hired,
It
if
can be
I'm a
prudent depending on what the job
CEO, if I'm a
is, but generally
CEO,
speaking, I don't think it's prudent or like a
Wait,
fruitful
Chase,
use
Chase,
of
if
an
I'm-
employer's
let me
time
make
to
this
like
point real quick.
specifically comb through their prospective like applicants' internet history.
Okay,
in that way.
internet history and OnlyFans are two different things. Okay?
OnlyFans can be part of your internet.
So,
history.
so if I'm a CEO
they
and I'm
do.
hiring somebody, let's say I'm hiring a salesperson to close high-ticket deals and they're talking with important people on a daily basis, and I'm
Right.
sending that salesperson to go speak with.
Tom, what if you find nothing? Does that count against people? What do you mean find nothing?
With these people, and if any of those people that they speak to look up that person's name and they find pornography of them all over the internet, obviously they're going to take me and my company far less seriously if I have somebody working like that for me. How can you say that that's not important?
Like, oh well, they shouldn't.
Yeah,
they
that's-
shouldn't.
No,
think
I
that
said
that
every employer
is
and
bad.
business
Yeah,
owner
that's-
is allowed to
and it's
freely
like-
associate and hire whoever they think so. If they really think that that's at odds with their company's profits, then
And
don't
that's-
hire that
okay, and that's
candidate.
how you
But I
end
would
up-
be very suspect as to whether or not that's actually
So
the
then
case.
wait a
I
minute,
don't
wait,
know
wait,
whether
wait.
or
If
not-
this-
it may
if it-
very well be the case that the
if
scenario that you're
this-
describing does happen, and if that's the case, then I wouldn't expect an employer to act any other way.
So okay, cool, great. So if this is not a relevant point, then why did she bring this up as a relevant point?
I like how almost every other person in the panel understood what I was saying and maybe disagreed with what I was saying, but at least understood it versus you, who keep saying like, oh no, you think a person like should like hire OnlyFans when it's like, hey, no, like what I'm trying to say is that there are different standards for men and women when it comes to like sex. That's all I was trying to say. And yet you
Should
keep
there
trying
not
to
be
strong-
different standards for people who are different?
No,
But do you
that's
understand
a
Men and
good
women are
question.
different, so they are held to different standards because of the objective differences between.
Wait, but you would actually have to make the argument that there should be those differences. You're saying that yes, they're different, so there are different standards. Sure. But does that mean that there should be different standards? Those are two very different things.
Male and female sexuality.
Bingo.
Yeah, and we
What
can
would you say to
have
that?
we can
Bingo.
have this conversation right now. I just want to point out that I appreciate you guys actually bringing that to conversation than trying to strawman me over and over again.
Okay,
What
so
about
what would your
straw man?
response be to that?
Would do different. So just
Women
to make
and men
sure.
are treated differently because of the objective differences between men and women, especially in regards to their sexuality.
How is the patriarchy holding women down? I'm still waiting.
Oh yeah, let's come back to that.
Yeah, why are
let
we
me
using
hold
the
on?
word
Let me
patriarchy
redirect.
like it's a
Let me
bad
redirect the
How is it
conversation.
holding
Base
down?
word.
Yeah,
If
okay,
it
wait.
hasn't been
So,
like
hold on,
holding
let-
society
I got a
together.
Men
couple
invented
questions.
OnlyFans.
I did want to hear Pxie's
Hold on,
response to that.
hold on. I got a couple questions here. Let me try to get through them, and we'll have a little back and forth. Okay, so under the patriarchy, are women oppressed?
Yes.
Are men the oppressors?
They're not only.
Jesus fuck.
Don't use the words
Okay.
incriminating.
$300. Those two feminists are so far gone. Life has consequences. It's called reality. And you two need a clear dose of it. Employers want morally sound employees. News flash doing of /sex isn't moral. Also, can you two form a valid argument instead of rambling?
Thank you, Bads EXE. I think that's
Wait, can I
Victor.
respond to the donor real quick?
See, I told you, like they're not that the chat is a good representation of whether or not those two are forming coherent arguments. It's just that getting into a back and forth is going to make things a lot harder. So like, I'm sure at some point Destiny will start talking. And when Destiny starts talking, he will start off with this like zoomed out version of things where he's able to give them like a complete picture to engage with. Whereas these two are consistently saying, but I'm not saying this, but I wasn't saying that. Well, I didn't say that. Why do you think I said that? Well, do you really think that that's what I'm trying to say? Like, maybe just clarify and just try to reframe everything. And I guess it's not that Pxie hasn't tried to clarify and reframe things. It's that it's not coherent enough. It's not cogent enough, I would say.
Yeah.
Something that's interesting to me is that, like, I think that there is a valid conversation to be had about doing employment background checks. However,
see, he's starting off with some sort of concession, like some sort of middle ground. It's going to make like the next thing you say sound much better, because there are extremes to to feminists and to the left, and you might not think that you're one of those people, but as soon as you start saying things like patriarchy, everyone on this side of the table, they all associate you with them. Anytime I say something about gender, I'm immediately associated with a bunch of crazy trans activists, right? I'm immediately associated with a bunch of people who are running around saying trans women are women just 'cause. That anything that your identity is, or sorry, a woman is one who identifies as a woman. Like, I'm immediately associated with those people. So anytime I start to talk about these things, I have to make concessions in the beginning to say, I'm not this, I'm not this, I'm not that. I don't associate me with any of these people. Now here's what I have to say. And that way we can actually like engage on what I'm trying to say. Just as these people over here, they'll have to make concessions a lot of times to say like, well, I'm not a Nazi. I don't hate the Jews. I don't hate black people. I'm not, you know, stuff like that. Like I'm not a race realist. Like they have to make a bunch of concessions in the beginning as well. Because as soon as they say some things, we're going to associate them with some pretty bad ideas as well. So it's just good rhetoric to start off making a concession and then saying something. Making a concession, saying something, so that they don't box you in. They don't stereotype you too quickly.
Not hiring somebody because they do OnlyFans. You could argue that, hey, I think the corporation should take a stand and say, we don't police our individual employees' backgrounds. Now, you can say that's unreasonable. However, when corporations turn that same lens and they get very woke about employees, you conservative people get really upset about that. For instance, if 10 years ago you tweeted shit about being a Nazi or whatever, or you tweeted edgy jokes, you guys would stand up and you go, hold on, corporations shouldn't be holding employees accountable for stuff they said on their Twitter 10 years ago. But it sounds like if somebody found an OnlyFans you did 10 years ago, you'd be saying, well, it's totally fair game to make it so that that person can't work at that company.
Yeah, doing OnlyFans is worse than
wait, that's not a fair argument.
One at a time, let's go.
Okay, let me just say mine real quick.
People are
it's
getting
easy.
fired from their jobs for saying something is gay on Twitter 10 years ago, or
Sure.
like
Yeah.
making a mildly
but hold
homophobic
on,
joke.
but we said
That's
earlier,
a totally different thing than like espousing National Socialism.
No,
or
it's
something.
actually totally not. Because what if it is the case that your salesman is doing business with another company, and let's say that the person that they're interfacing with is gay, they find out that your salesperson tweeted homophobic stuff 10 years ago, and now you've got like a blue chip company that doesn't want to do business with you because you hire people that have been homophobic. They could use the exact same argument that you use about not hiring the OnlyFans people. Now hold on, to be clear, I'm not saying that we should fire all those people. I'm just saying that back in my day, okay, we didn't fucking peruse all the online history of everybody to decide who gets hired or who's not. I think that if you're not on the clock, then the fucking employer shouldn't have anything to do with your shit.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I think I hate it when he says that. It's such a ridiculous thing. And I've had this debate with Chud Logic maybe 2 or 3 times now. Your face still goes with you. Your body, your personhood, your identity, it still follows you into work. So if you're Nick Fuentes and you're standing at the front counter of McDonald's as the cashier and they realize you're Nick Fuentes, they're probably going to want to get rid of you. It's not fair that just because you're off the clock when you're doing all of that crazy Nazi crap, that they should have to take a loss on it, right? So let's say I'm the lady who's walking my dog and then a black guy comes up. He starts harassing me. He starts calling my dog over, feeding my dog treats. I keep yelling for my dog to come back. He won't let my dog come back. And then I call the cops and he records me and then posts it on the internet and says that I'm being racist. Okay. You're no lady. Well, if I identify as a lady, I'm a lady. And currently right now I am identifying as a lady. So if I call the cops on this black guy, I was not in the wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. This guy was harassing me. This guy was trying to feed my dog against my will and was causing a bunch of problems for me. So obviously I'm going to call the cops. But when this gets posted on the internet and everybody thinks now that I'm racist, even though I didn't do anything. I wasn't racist. I didn't do anything wrong. This guy was actually harassing me. I should have called the cops. I was doing the right thing. Everybody thinks I'm racist anyways. Why should my employer have to take a loss because I was wrongly accused of being racist? Why is that my employer's fault? Why is that their responsibility? There's no way. There's no way that we should tell an employer, you have to take a loss because one of your employees got into a sucky situation. That's for this. Because risk includes whether or not you take a loss. So you can say, hey, you know what? This employee, it's not that big of a deal. They're getting canceled on Twitter. Maybe we'll lose like $10,000 over this whole thing because we didn't fire them. We pay them about $100,000 a year, and they're probably bringing in $1 million a year. It's still a net benefit for us. We're good. Who cares? No big deal. Or you don't bring in $1 million a year. They're paying you $100,000 a year, and you're losing them $100,000 a year, and you only bring in $200,000 a year. You are now a net loss. No, there's no way. There's no way that they should have to take that loss. And it's not a risk because now they know that they're going to lose money. That's not a risk. That's them choosing to lose money to protect you. Why? Why should they have any responsibility to make up for your mistakes? Why should it be their responsibility to hold on to your baggage? It shouldn't be. There's no way. Fire Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes is standing at your front counter trying to sell burgers. Fire him. Get rid of him. That's his problem. It's not your problem. Get rid of him.
But it is interesting that we were very selective about what we want police in a person's history.
And that's how you
This goes back to the original point that I was making earlier in the conversation about homosexuality contributes to the degeneracy of society. I want to live in a society where you can joke about something being gay online.
Sure, but it could be come on, I'm saying gay, but it could be like a racist joke. It could be a bigoted joke. It could be a whatever edgy joke. It could be any type of thing, right?
Is that TOS? Is it TOS?
What?
To say that homosexuality, is that TOS?
I don't know, but your podcast is going
We're
down
in California,
tonight,
don't worry.
Just tell us when the stream goes down and move the rumble.
Sure. Okay,
I think that broadly speaking, I think we should probably say corporations, we need to stop this culture of corporations digging into employment history just because like people on Twitter get really mad that like this guy did this thing 5 or 10 years ago, whether it's like making a sexist joke or doing OnlyFans.
Okay,
that would be my personal
Fair enough. We got to move away from that. I want to bring it back to you guys. Okay, so feminists posit that women are oppressed. You said yes. Do you think women are oppressed?
I do believe women are oppressed, yes.
Here in the U.S.?
Erin's answered the past like 2 or 3 questions. Like she's given an answer to the last 2 or 3 questions so far. At the beginning, when we watched this yesterday, she was not answering questions. But since we've been watching today, she seems like she's doing a pretty good job answering questions.
Yes. Although
Say
I
it.
think
Please.
I had
First straight answer we got all night.
Different definitions of patriarchy, because I would say that patriarchy broadly refers to the state of the world. I'm really not interested in saying like blaming specific actors or genders or sexes and this is no, I think that's completely counterproductive. I think you can analyze the world through a by analyzing the patriarchy, seeing the detrimental effects of that, and if you see an issue, you can address it.
Okay,
I don't think we need to get into this blame game.
Okay,
where are the positive aspects of patriarchy weigh into this conversation?
I know John Doyle's ready to sound off.
Monumental.
Please stay here for a moment.
Didn't men create OnlyFans for these women to be angry about?
Exactly.
Hey guys, everybody, pause.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Let's maintain this.
Losing control.
Please. I have just like a little back and forth. I want to have a little back and forth on this. Please allow me to just get through it. Okay. Are men the oppressors?
Men and women are the oppressors.
Oh, great.
Why are you laughing? It's true. You don't think women pay?
Are men the oppressors? Because if women are the oppressed, certainly then men must be the oppressors. Is that true?
No, I don't. I think it's too complicated to
Fair
say
enough.
one gender
Okay.
or the other.
But so you both agreed that women are oppressed.
Yes.
So I would have given like I know that they want like short yes or no answers right now, but I would have given like a little bit more information to say women reinforce the patriarchy. I would try not to use the word patriarchy in the first place, but I would say like they asked them a pointed question, do you believe in the patriarchy? So they're kind of stuck with that label now. Everybody take a second, hit the thumbs up button. I forgot to mention all this stuff earlier. Hit the thumbs up button. Follow me on Twitter. Join the Discord. Links are in the description. If you want to donate, there's a donation button in the chat. And then also there's another link in the description as well. So you can click that link and then both of them will send TTS. But the one in the description does not give a percentage to YouTube. And it goes straight into my account. It is much faster and much easier. So... but yeah, so anyways, yeah, they're obviously correct. Women are going to contribute to the patriarchy just as much as men these days. Like especially these women, like the ones who kind of play the traditional wife sort of thing. But that's if it's prescribed and it's pushed, if you're saying you have to do this, then that's when it's going to be contributing to the patriarchy. You don't have to be a man in order to contribute to the patriarchy. So obviously they're correct on this, but I don't know. I probably would have worded it in a way to say, yeah, women perpetuate the, patriarchal standards and therefore are going to contribute just as much as men.
By themselves. You're women. Are you oppressed?
Yes, in certain aspects.
Into the mic, please.
Yes.
How are you as a straight white woman oppressed in America?
Before you answer that, are you oppressed as a woman?
Yes, I would say belonging to identifying, being a woman, yes, that puts you at a disadvantage socially because of the social biases we've been discussing earlier on the panel.
Do you think that's why no one has asked you out?
Mary,
hey
shut
guys,
the fuck up.
Hey guys, everybody, Brian's trying to get some.
You're interfering with this clip farming. Come on.
Okay.
See that was that was a little salty. I don't know. That wasn't. All right.
Are you oppressed?
There's been countless and countless times, whether it be in academia, podcast, whatever, where
I don't know why you would ask to go onto a show that you know is going to clip farm and then get onto them for clip farming. Like, that's their gig. That's what they do.
I say something and people say like she's a dumb bitch, or in academia it's more like
That's not an example of your oppression.
Well, if people are literally saying that, but then when it comes to a man saying the exact same thing I said, being like, oh, that was actually a very intelligent point, well then they are degenerating me, or then
Are you talking about double standards? Because there's plenty of...
That's a form of oppression. You don't think double standards is a
There's
form of
some that
oppression?
benefit men.
Using the word
How are you
oppression
defining
denotes
oppression?
themes of slavery and genocide, and some guy calling you a dumb bitch for accurately.
Oh my God.
So if I was her, I would just be like, yeah, of course, men, there's also double standards for men. But she said, how are you defining oppression? Which I'm a little confused by. It is what they do, but when this podcast gets called out on it, they play extremely dumb. Sure, but it doesn't, why? So what? Like, that's what they do. We know that's what they do. They know that's what they do. I don't know if they have to like say it out loud. Just if you're gonna go on there, you're kind of agreeing to get clip farmed. Like, it is what it is.
A form of oppression.
Have you ever hung out in like a Call of Duty,
Holy
like
shit.
Call of
If
Duty
you don't
2?
wanna
This is the problem.
Not being able to get a job
You have
because
conversations like this, and you participate in conversations like this, and then feminists will literally think to themselves, why has every major religion in society imposed like borderline draconian rules on our behavior? And it's like, maybe this lends some credibility to that thing. I mean, women don't aspire to agency. This is the problem with women are oppressed. Can women be oppressed if they're not like tied down somewhere? You guys don't aspire to agency the way that men do. You are not fundamentally trying to lead, trying to do things like that. You think you are because you respond to the media and to society, putting that idea in your head. But if that were not the case, you go back
I think
to
Brian wants you to end your little soy rant.
No, I was enjoying
literally
that.
everything.
That rant was
you
soy
have
free.
said.
He called it a soy rant because he was making good
That
points.
rant was
No. Everything you have literally said are the same arguments people have used against black people in like the 60s.
Now we're going to the black
Yes. Oh my fucking God.
Oh, black people, no.
No, but
She really is like falling into all the traps. Like, that's not, it's not, that's, you don't even have to farm it. These clips grow by themselves.
Holy shit.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay, if you're gonna tell me to shut the fuck up, actually say something afterwards.
Say
Otherwise,
something
you look
afterwards.
empty.
You've been yelling this entire time, so I haven't been able to say anything afterwards. You're not gonna sit here and fucking say that you being a whore is anywhere near the oppression that other groups, like black people or whatever, have faced.
You are complete the point.
No.
by
You're saying
over
they're
your
calling me a dumb bitch. I'm so
No.
oppressed.
I'm
If you
saying
wanna get
he's
called a
saying.
dumb bitch, then don't act like a dumb bitch. And
Okay.
don't fucking
John made
say that.
salient points.
No, but I'm saying,
Right.
first of all, You guys took my point, completely fucking twisted it.
Yeah, I don't think we're doing like oppression Olympics here.
Oh, no.
The point that I was trying to make
What about
is
black
that
people?
No,
What about
okay.
the
The
black
point that I was
people?
trying to make is that people look at my gender and have limited my opportunities when it comes to, like, let's say, careers.
Look
or
at
when
your
it comes to-
retardation.
Billy, go ahead.
No, they don't.
Into the mic.
They
Into
don't
the
have
mic.
You have a
retardation.
greater advantage being a woman today. Do you? I think.
Into the mic.
Sorry. I think we should list. I think if we asked men and women at this table to list off how they're oppressed in today's society, the men could come up with a much bigger list.
I got
Yeah.
one.
I guarantee not a single woman has done any landscaping in the
So
hot
Brian,
sun
you
to
think that
survive
you're like
on
men
this
are
panel.
oppressed? And you would say you're oppressed
Absolutely.
That's oppression.
I
Absolutely.
think. Well, I
By
think
women.
if we're gonna play the oppression game, men.
I don't want to play
US
that game.
today-
If you want to play that game,
well, I'm
we can
prepared
get
to play
into
it.
Let's play
Yeah.
Men are more oppressed than women.
For sure.
Absolutely.
Can you
And in fact, and not only today, but historically too.
In some ways, sure. Like if you want to
Can
talk
you
about like
Men
male
are scared to even
disability-
speak to women.
If you want to talk about male
Women are scared to
disability,
speak to
men
men.
having
No, that have to do with
climbing rates of
anything.
like suicide, I'm gonna be with you.
What percentage
I'm
of
not gonna disagree with you.
what percentage of people that are homeless are men?
Probably.
Pixie just said women are afraid to speak to men, like in some ways, but not in the same ways that men are afraid to speak to women. There's going to be two different. They're going to be very different scenarios. Like in dating scenarios, women are going to have a lot more confidence to go up and talk to men, whereas in like business scenarios or things like that, women are probably going to have a little bit less confidence, and men are going to have more confidence. So there's. What up, Blizza?
The majority, no?
3 and 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Where does the
negative
matriarchy fit into
outcomes.
that oppression? Is that like?
Well, that's a really simple one. How long do you think a homeless woman would make it?
I think
She's
that
more
women.
likely to
I
get
agree
into,
with you, but I think a lot of women will rather
trafficking?
go end up on their back than end up on the streets.
That would rather what?
End
Women
up on
are
their
more,
back than end up on the streets.
Sure, but
But do you
I mean,
think
like
it's, like,
even
in a more
ignoring
vulnerable
hold on,
place?
even ignoring that, I'm just saying that like there's a lot of questions that we ask in terms of like, and the oppression Olympics thing is weird. To be clear, because I'm drawing my own, so patriarchy arguably oppresses and raises up both men and women in different ways, right? But when we ask questions like, well, who's more homeless? Men can survive being homeless because we have a lot of biological advantages and because we're not subject to violence from other men in the same types of ways that women are, right? When, for instance, when women talk about, or when red pillars say, you need a man to protect you from who? From other men, right? Because that's typically the people that are abusing or violating other women. So when you ask that question, who's more likely to be homeless? It's probably going to be men, of course, like 98%.
So
but women are going to make a homeless.
Fair point, but I want to add on to that because
Sure.
she's saying that the patriarchy, like disproportionately affects women in a negative way, and it doesn't affect men in a negative way. But then where does homelessness come into play?
So the reason why I don't like to use negative is because patriarchy is just like
I don't go based off her example.
Sure,
That's what I'm
I
saying.
understand. Patriarchy is like a way that society is structured. It's enforced by everybody because in some ways men and women benefit from it. In some ways men and women hurt from it. But there are the way that we suffer under it, arguably, is subjective in whether or not it's good or bad. So, for instance, like I imagine on this side of the table, people would say that women being relegated to relatively narrow roles and how they can participate in the house and society, they consider that a good thing. Feminists traditionally would say, well, women being relegated to narrow roles in the house would be a bad thing. Right? So it's hard to say that like is patriarchy good or bad. It's just like a form of organizing society, the same way that a matriarchy would be, the same way egalitarian would be. There's going to be pros and cons to every type of organization. Right? Even patriarchy in some ways is incredibly beneficial to how society is arranged. It makes like figuring out gender roles and households and everything incredibly fucking simple. It gives really clear guidelines for how men are supposed to act and how women are supposed to.
Half of everything he said right there were some type of concessions, right? Saying patriarchy can be good or it can be bad. Men are going to be oppressed. Women are also going to be oppressed. Patriarchy has benefits and downsides. Every other thing out of his mouth is some sort of concession to their side to say, hey, I'm not freaking crazy. I get you. We're what you're saying is making sense, but I would like you to add in the things that I'm saying as well to make a little bit more sense. I wonder if Tom would say Erin should have worked on her charitability earlier. I don't think Erin's uncharitable. I don't think that's the issue at all. What's up with the girl in the back? Don't get me started. Don't get me started.
That's like a benefit. But in some ways it's a negative.
Destiny
and
arguing for patriarchy right
But in
now?
some ways
Let's
it's a
go.
negative because you might have an incredibly talented pool of women that could be contributing to society in really positive ways that are now basically relegated to being barefoot and pregnant in their homes all the time because we don't really want their contributions, right? The reason why I think that our society has succeeded more in the West than it did in any other place in the world is to some extent because we opened the floodgates to allow any type of person to have a conversation. And that's why podcasts like this or Fresh and Fit, you're getting people from fucking that have traveled to Saudi Arabia and Dubai coming back and arguing with black women and Hispanic women and men of all sorts of different backgrounds and religions are all coming together and having these conversations. They're not doing that in fucking Saudi Arabia. They're not doing that in fucking Iran. They're not even doing that in a lot of places in Europe. That's happening in the United States of America. And I think it's largely because we've tried to break down a lot of those barriers.
Are you contributing the success of the West to the principle of free speech?
I think
Largely.
that for freedom of
Because-
speech and
because
for
the reason-
unlocking the talent pool that you have of people by not hardcore relegating them to certain roles.
The reason why I ask is because the West was successful relative to other civilizations long before we had free speech and equal rights for everybody.
I mean, the United States was kind of founded on pretty radical principles of free speech and
Yes.
democracy and
Yes, it
representation,
was,
right?
but the West existed.
Yes, I know. You're talking about the Asian girl. I understand. I focus on her all the time. She's always just sitting back there making weird faces. Yeah.
Prior to the United States, and
I'm talking about the real West, okay? The U.S. Fuck Europe, okay?
I mean, if we're talking
But
about
I'm
the,
saying,
if we're
you
talking
would
about the
agree-
real
you
West,
would
it's
agree
the
that,
West
even
Coast, bro.
for even the people who all love to love and hate, like people like Elon Musk. This guy came from like South Africa, right? Like there's so much cool shit that happens in the U.S. that only happens in the
Yeah,
U.S.
I
because
agree.
people come here.
I
And I know
agree.
you guys have argued people come here for the opportunity and stuff. We have a really unique environment here, and I think largely it's because we've tried to push people outside of like the hardcore relegated roles that we feel like they need to be in, which I think benefits all of us. Yeah.
I do have to interrupt because we do need to get a couple of these donations read. So let me redirect this here. We have Doc Vinabili. To Chase's point, the only demographic in the West that is kind of realized, well, not really, is having births above replacement level is religious household.
Let's go.
Also, even in polygamous households, marriages for the benefit of children. When there is chaos, the children end up in rehab. Doc, thank you for the donation. I appreciate it, man. DJ Takavar. Oh, hold on, that's another one. Brought to
Proverbs 5
Chase, Proverbs
something.
5. Okay, thank you,
Was
man.
that a cookie?
It's a. I didn't mean
A
to
heart?
trigger that one.
Handshake?
Handshake.
Oh,
Thank
and
you.
a
Hey,
salute.
thank you, Brock. Appreciate
I'm
it,
waiting
bro.
for this other one. That came in. That just came in right now. So.
Rock, you gave $200. Put the fucking verse next time, okay?
All right, DJ, thank you, Brian. Crazy to see different dynamics of dating today in the 805 from San Luis Obispo. Moved to the U.S. for the Second Amendment rights, though. Chase, Mary, put these maps. What the fuck? Libtard clowns in their place. Also, Madison is so perfect. Her farts definitely smell like cinnamon. Okay, dude.
You guys support maps?
Madison?
No.
Bro.
Where does this come from then?
Yeah, we're not talking
Because
about
it's
that.
the stereotype.
Yeah.
Shut it down.
Shut up, bro. Oh my
Well,
God.
Okay.
Pull that one back up.
He's doing
Hold on.
right now.
Oh, yeah.
When he's done, you can.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yo, Davon Jackson, thank you for the 100. The patriarchy is a society built by men for women and children. It's more convenient for women to raise children to the point that they think they don't need men to do it or opt not to at all. Hey, Davon Jackson, good to see you in the chat, man. Thank you very much. Appreciate the donation. We have this one here from L. Chase, Proverbs 5. I challenge you to read it out loud. Let it shine, my brother in Christ. Billy, you a Proverbs 31 woman. What's your take on blue-haired embodiment of socialist ideology? That's for Billy. Go ahead.
Wait, what's.
You take on blue-haired embodiment of
Proverbs
socialist-
31 woman. I would encourage everybody in the audience to read Proverbs 31. It describes the ideal wife, a woman of noble character and virtue who takes care of her home, takes care of her husband, takes care of her kids, makes sure that the family's name is
Facts.
respected, multiplies the family's investments. Her husband will essentially need nothing because of how much she does for him and the family.
Her value is worth more than rubies.
Yes, she is a wife. It says a wife of noble character who can find her value is worth far more than rubies, and it's true. It's true.
Madison, any thoughts on the cinnamon
He's
comment?
saying that you are worth far more than rubies, a wife of noble character. What do you think about that?
I think it's actually very true because that's exactly what I want to be. A wife.
Praise the Lord,
and a
PTL. Okay, we have nobody here. Thank you for the donation, man. Appreciate it. I sent you.
I'll knock that bitch up. She wants to get knocked up. I'll do it. I'll take one for the team. Help her out. She'll become closer to God. Very insightful analysis, Tom. You're welcome.
You an instant message on your Brian profile. Destiny wanted to see, or keep it center, by the way, for the Destiny wanted to see me do push-ups in response to my message. I expect him to also do push-ups on live stream. 10 drunk push-ups with no push downs.
Does that mean no push downs?
I think it's a gay comment.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. You guys know way more gay lingo than I do. I'm not sure.
Couldn't tell you, man.
Oh man. And then we had the bad ZXE. That one came through. Let me do a couple from YouTube. We're pretty.
Did you read
behind.
the EXE one?
It was a TTS that I'm pretty sure came through already. It's called Reality. Yeah, that one came through as a TTS. All right, we have.
I want to read Proverbs 5.
Do we just do
What it
Stifler
says.
really quick? Okay. Ask everyone to rate their.
Wait, what the hell? My body count is over 9,000, and Tom is probably 5 abused oysters near the equator because he's a colonist. I don't understand what any of that was supposed to mean. Tom, you left religion. You don't get to inject the body of Christ into chicks anymore. Yeah. I've been reborn. I've seen the light.
It looks on a scale of 1 to 10 really quick. Destiny, you
10,
first.
obviously.
10.
10, of course. 10.
Oh
I don't
God.
want to answer.
Why not?
Patriarchy.
No.
The
Into the
Patriarchy.
mic, please.
Tom JD is quoting Lewis Carroll. Yeah, I don't get it.
We'll give you patriarchy 2 buffer. So whatever you say plus 2.
Hold on, let her answer.
I don't know. I feel like to me it's weird when I try to like judge my own looks. I feel like I don't know. I feel like the question.
Are you a 10?
Fine, I'm a 10. Whatever.
Don't let me put words in your
No,
mouth.
I think like whenever people ask questions like that, it kind of annoys me because I feel like there's so much more to a person.
There
like how
is,
they
there
look.
is, of course.
I know. But
There is more to a person, but they're only talking about your looks. That's it. Like people who keep doing this, when they're like, well, you can't encapsulate an entire person into one number. Nobody's doing that. They're just talking about your looks. That's it. They're not talking about your entire person. Nobody cares about your entire person. They only care about your looks. Forget all that gay crap, dude. We're just talking about your looks, bro.
if I explain
answer the question.
Yeah, so I'll say
I can
10.
answer it for you. I'd say maybe a 4 or 6.
I mean, personally, I
not
think
that
how
hard.
someone looks is like the least interesting thing about them, but that's just me.
But
I
that
realize
wasn't
you
the
do this little
question.
exercise
I know,
in
I'm
every
being
single
soy, that's why I
episode,
was
and the whole
trying
point is that everybody gives themselves like
What do you
some
rate
ridiculous
yourself?
thing.
I haven't heard
right?
that.
We haven't gotten to that side of the table.
Yeah, I'll answer
But
it.
you guys usually rate yourself as well.
Of course.
Sometimes,
You
yeah.
say the same number every time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't feel like you have a good day or bad day?
I incorporate
We'll
that into my
We'll get
answer.
to it. So do you
I'll say 10. Let's continue.
I'm gonna stick with my answer. It's a 6.7.
Nev?
I'm gonna say a 6 for me as well.
John?
I'll give myself a 7 today because this suit is really good.
I say 7.
I would say a 9. A 10's not real. That's like an abstraction, right?
Yeah, girls have to. They have to say something below an 8. Like they have to, or else they're big headed. So they're they're playing to the crowd.
Like assuming a normal distribution.
Is Jesus a 10?
There's an idea
Yeah, that's us.
of a rating system.
Okay.
Right. Well, people, I think they misunderstand that. They tend to think that like a 7 is average because they think 7 to 70%, that's like a C. Assuming a normal distribution, this is very important rating women, rating people in general. 5 would be like a perfect
Yes, this is what I keep saying. Is that people actually like way overestimate the rating system, and that they actually start at 5. 5 is like the bottom. 5 is like a huge fat chick who's like, got grease all over her and hasn't showered in years. Like that's a 5 to most people, a 4 or a 5. Whereas that should be a 1, right? That should be a 1, but somehow everybody starts at like 5 and then they move up from there. So yeah, somebody whose average is going to be about probably about like a 5 or a 6. I would say like, I don't know. I don't think it's like an actual, I don't think it's an even distribution like he's making it sound like, but I do think, yeah, we would start at a 1. I think we would start at a 1, and I think most people don't start at 1. So when we went over, somebody sent me a bunch of girls, and we did this a couple months ago. Somebody sent me a tier list of a bunch of girls that I'd never heard of most of them. Almost all of the pictures were really bad pictures, and I didn't know. They were supposed to be all celebrities, but I didn't know who any of them were. So I went and I filled out the tier list and ranked all of the women, and yeah, they were all like getting really mad, and I was like, you guys have to remember, there's a lot more. There's a lot of other people here. If somebody says under 5, it just signals low self-esteem. But some people are actually under 5. Tom, look in general. This is... Tom wants to knock her up. Look at their offspring. Wait, that's the wrong chick. You're talking about the... You're talking about the albino.
average, and then you would see like a bell curve sort of slope from there. So if you're talking about a 7, I mean, that's already like what, top 15%, probably even greater than that. It's very important stuff.
Hey, we over here, we're perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chase, what about you?
7.5,
I
8
think
on a
you're a
good
10.
day. Thank you.
I was talking about her, but
Not to be weird or anything.
No, I didn't
Too
think
late
it
for
was
that.
Sorry. I mean,
I
You have a
appreciate that.
boyfriend,
Thank
don't
you.
you?
Thank you for the
well,
compliment.
no, I'm just saying. I see a beautiful man, and I'll call him a beautiful man.
Oh, all right.
Thank you.
Chase.
I think
Appreciate
you-
By the way,
Hmm. Yeah, I am.
She has a boyfriend.
okay. all
Okay.
right. I give myself a 6.9 on a good day.
How about with the wig on though?
10.
10. I'm like the mirror opposite of Destiny with the wig.
True.
10.
Disagree.
Of course. Yeah, the 10 thing though.
I'm sorry, I kind of fucked on that by answering initially. My bad.
It's all good. It's all good. So you object to the whole 10 thing. You said people really shouldn't care much about physical appearance.
It's not. I'm not going to pretend like people aren't influenced by physical appearance. I just feel like so much of society focuses on that, and it's like, dude, there's
Well, it's
so
extremely
much more.
it's extremely important. You have to have attraction to have a relationship last.
yeah, I don't think she says so much of society as though it's a societal thing. I think it's just a human thing. Like we like aesthetically pleasing people. That's a huge part of what we're attracted to. I don't think it's like what we're attracted to can change based on society, but I don't think that we're focused on attraction or on physical attraction because of society. I think that one way or the other, we're likely going to be focused on physical attraction either way.
Just a question about how would you rate your physical looks. That's all it is.
Yeah, that's
It's not like what's
I'm
your
not
worth
saying
as a
it's-
human being.
It's not important. Obviously, it's important to some. I'm just saying, to me personally, I tend to think how people look is usually the least interesting thing about them. I think there's a lot more to people than just their superficial look.
Something tells me you're lying based on the fact that you've never been on a date before.
I
and
think
have
something tells
probably
me you're
rejected.
projecting,
No.
right?
I think you've rejected every dude that's asked you out because none of them have been interesting or good looking enough to go out with them.
No.
No?
If I've rejected people, it's literally just been on the basis that I don't think we're compatible. We can still be
You
friends.
haven't even gone on a date with them, though. How do you know you're not compatible?
Took the words right out of my mouth.
Time on going on a date with them if I don't feel that initial compatibility or like chemistry there.
I think that's where you're failing. You're not going on dates with people, yet you're saying, "Oh, I'm judging them on compatibility," but you're not actually like.
I mean, when you
spending
say
time with them.
judgment is not just like occurring out of nowhere.
You're
If
not
they ask
spend-
me if I would like to go on a date with them, if they just are going to tell me like, come on a date with me, I mean that's different. But like when you ask somebody on a date, you're accepting that they may or may not reject
You are
you.
everything wrong with modern dating.
Hold on.
I think
hold on.
I'm so lost. What the hell?
How do you know you're not
Every
compatible?
dude that's asked you out because probably never been on a date before.
I
and
think
have
something more to people than just their
Something,
superficial look.
something tells me you're lying based on the fact that you've never been on a date before.
I
and
think
have
something tells
probably
me you're
rejected.
projecting,
No.
right?
I think you've rejected every dude that's asked you out probably because none of them have been interesting or good looking enough to go out with them.
No.
Wait, Erin's never been on a date before? Did she say that? Erin said she's never been on a date before? What?
No.
If I've rejected people, it's literally just been on the basis that I don't think we're compatible. We can still be
You
friends.
haven't even gone on a date with them, though. How do you know you're not compatible?
Took the words right out of my mouth.
Time on going on a date with them if I don't feel that initial compatibility or like chemistry there.
I think that's where you're failing. You're not.
No, guys, they're saying that she said that earlier in the show, not right now. The guy's saying that now because she said it earlier.
Not going on dates with people, yet you're saying, "Oh, I'm judging them on compatibility," but you're not actually like.
I mean,
spending
when
time
you say
with them.
judgment is not just like occurring out of nowhere.
you're
If
not
they ask
spend-
me if I would like to go on a date with them, if they just are going to tell me like, come on a date with me, I mean that's different. But like when you ask somebody on a date, you're accepting that they may or may not reject you.
You are everything wrong with modern.
I'm so lost in what is she saying right there? If they're gonna say come on a date with me instead of asking, I'm so confused. Like, do guys so she turns down guys who ask, but if they say we're going on a date, then she just doesn't have an option because they told her instead of asking? Is that what's happening? She's just trying to weasel out. I don't think she actually has a path in her head for where she's going. You're confused too. I don't know what any of them are saying. Okay. Makes 0 sense. All right, so we're all lost here. All right, cool. I'm going to rewind it again just to try to piece this together.
Out of nowhere.
You're not. I'm judging them on compatibility, but you're not actually like.
I mean, when you
spending
say
time with them.
judgment is not just like occurring out of nowhere.
you're
If
not
they ask
spend-
me if I would like to go on a date with them, if they just are going to tell me like, come on a date with me, I mean that's different. But like when you ask somebody on a date, you're accepting that they may or may not reject you.
You are everything wrong with modern dating.
Hold on.
I think you are everything. I mean, we already established that I'm not dating. So,
Are you wrong with it.
Yeah, so Erin just said we already established that I'm not dating.
Billy Ray, are you insinuating that if a guy told you come on a date with me, you'd be like, okay?
No.
You said it would be different if a guy said.
Yeah, that's what.
No, because she said that you're judging people on the basis of this, and I'm saying if you ask somebody on a date, you're putting yourself out there and you are opening yourself up to rejection.
Would you go on a date with Fresh from the Fresh and Fit podcast?
Would I go on a date with Fresh?
Yes, he's a good-looking, attractive man.
Who wouldn't go on a date with Fresh? Who wouldn't go on a date with Myron? Who wouldn't go on a date with the entire crew at Fresh and Fit? You know?
No, I'm just asking you about Fresh. Is that a yes? Say it to the camera.
To Fresh?
Yeah.
That camera right there.
Wait, are you advocating for...
You're so fucking difficult. I think that's your problem.
Yes.
Oh, you just cut me off. Okay.
I'm sorry that I cut you off, but it's...
I think in this case, I think she actually is confused. I think she's wondering, is he asking on behalf of Fresh, or is he advocating that we go on a date? Like, I think she's actually confused on this one. So, who is Fresh? The darker skinned, like, I don't know, African guy? Is he African or like Jamaican or something like that? I'm not. The one with the accent.
Just like, I've been holding it in.
Then maybe not, because if I'm so like difficult and disagreeable, then it doesn't sound like Fresh and I would get along, right? So
Okay, here's a clarifying question. When was the last time you met or discovered or...
Yeah, the dumber one. Yeah.
Or anything. Maybe you didn't meet him.
When was the last time?
Hold on. When was the last time you came across a guy who you were like, he's attractive? I would go out with him if he asked me. Can you ever remember an instance where you found a guy attractive and would want to go out with him?
I mean, when you say that, I guess it would have to, like, if you're asking me like the last time that I could remember, I can't think off the top of my head. No.
Can't remember the last guy you were attracted to?
What? No.
I got a question.
It's not because they don't exist.
Did you have
There's
crushes on guys in high school or
I'm
college
trying to
or
answer
anything?
your question.
Yeah.
It's not because attractive men don't exist. Attractive men are all around me. But I'm saying that there's more to like what I'm going to consider when I'm deciding like who do I want to date more than just physical attractiveness. There's a plethora of
I know,
physically
but that's
attractive
not
men.
my question. My question is, can you remember the last guy you were attracted to?
Like their face or like when
Just
it
in
happened?
general,
or...
energy, face, everything.
Can you ask to be a troll, dude? This is such a
troll
troll.
question, but I don't know exactly what you mean, or like I'm asking.
Do you want kids?
Can you stop asking her questions?
Like, do you want kids?
Can you remember the last? Wait, can you remember the last time?
I don't know if I can have kids. But
Can you remember the last time a guy liked you, like engaged in conversation and like?
She's thinking of Darius right now. She's like, there's this guy named Darius. Clark
W super chatted $2. Tom, you should go on one of these shows.
I would go on one of these shows. I wouldn't mind going on one of these. These people are gross. Why are they gross?
Wanted to go on a date with you?
Yeah.
When was that?
Today?
I wanted to go on a date with you today.
No, like was I asked on a date today?
Yeah,
no,
that's
but
what
I'm
I'm
in contact and friends with men who have asked me on dates before that I didn't go on.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Is your neck okay?
Huh? Oh, I
Unless you have like a cooling pad or something. You doing okay?
yeah, I've got chronic neck pain issues. I've got a neck injury, so.
Damn.
Does this podcast help or hurt that?
Definitely hurts.
I was gonna say doing the podcast is gonna make it a lot worse because you got to look down at the laptop all day.
Stress does not help with pain.
Definitely
issues,
hurts.
So.
I don't know. With Chase next to you, I think that should also be like helping, right?
Bro, you're weird. You're fucking goofy. This fucking chick. Okay. Are you a virgin?
No. That's the question, right?
I'm just because like
she must be. Dude.
After
No,
that conversation,
she
I think so.
intellectualizes it and says like, "What is a virgin, though?
Yeah.
There's no such thing as virginity, and here's why." Because
There's
all
an
my
idea
feminist
of a
theory that I
virgin,
read in
some
school,
kind of
is virginity even
abstraction.
real?
Nothing's
Like,
black and white.
Nothing is
But
black
there is
and
no
white.
real virgin.
Well, because you
Only
say
an
you've like
entity.
never been on a date, so I'm just trying to figure it out.
You don't have to ever worry about like the patriarchy boogeyman of like
Hey,
men
can I,
kidnapping you or whatever because they just return you after you talk so much.
Brian, are you a virgin?
No, I was gonna say if you've never been on a
Wait,
date.
but Brian,
I'd like
are
to
you
be
a
the
virgin?
first. No.
No.
T-Quest Graham super
he answered
chatted
nice.
$10. Him with the
Wait, I
cringe
wanna hear about your
lords.
first
She
time.
sounds
Yeah.
a bit
My
difficult.
first time?
Yeah, I really
She
wanna
has
imagine
to be a
it. And, like,
career
how-
woman
I wanna
with
hear
no
a trauma
time,
dump on
but
this
she
one.
doesn't seem open to a relationship at all.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't think I have nearly enough information to know if that's actually true. But I invited her on tonight. She said she couldn't make it tonight. She said maybe Saturday. So maybe we'll have her on Saturday. The lovely lady with the rose in her hair right here, I believe, is coming on tomorrow, hopefully. So we'll you guys can take notes and send your donos to ask her all the weird questions you want to ask her tomorrow.
It's actually I'll tell you after the show because it's kind of funny, but I don't want
No, I want to hear right now. The audience wants to
I'll
hear
just
about
say, look, I was 17 and it was good. It was good. Nothing too crazy.
W Tom, yes. Yep. I put it in the Discord earlier. So yeah, if you guys, you know, maybe you all would have missed it, and if I hadn't mentioned it, said she's coming on tomorrow, maybe. We haven't actually like confirmed times and everything right now, so we're working on it.
Sounds too
That's
freaky.
it. I don't want the details of your first time. I'm just simply asking if you're a virgin or not.
You're just simply asking that.
The answer is
Yeah.
clearly
It's
no.
a very simple
Clearly
question.
no. Clearly
very
no.
simple answer.
Is it so clear?
So-
I mean,
okay.
if it's so clear, why do you ask?
Here,
I would ask
some-
that.
Oh my goodness, dude. She is freaking. Jeez. This is okay. So this right here, just the last 2-3 minutes is her like nonstop avoiding questions. And this is what yesterday I didn't know she got kicked off. Yesterday I didn't know that she got kicked off. And yesterday when we started the show, I was like, oh my goodness, she won't freaking answer a question, dude. What is happening? Tom, they are being gross. She asked to go on the freaking show. If somebody asked to come on to my show and then they were like, Tom, why are you being all like heterosexual and everything? I'd be like, what? Do you know who I am? Like, what the? You asked to come on my show. What are you talking about?
Some guy made her like this, so like it's clearly.
Have you had sex?
Which
That's a better
chromosome
question.
are you missing?
Here's a better question. Who hurt you?
I don't know.
Have you had sex? Bro, this chick's like,
What
actually,
is
I want to
sex,
drop the
though?
R.
She could just say, I don't want to answer the question if she doesn't want to answer the question. If you think they're being gross and she thinks they're being gross, then she could just be like, I don't know. I don't like the question. I think you're being gross. She could say something like that, but she's not doing that. She is playing a bunch of games right now. So it's not, you can't just say, well, they're being gross as though that somehow makes sense of all of this. It's just right now, it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't, yeah, it doesn't make sense to me, but that's why I invited her on, because I wanted to know what was like going through her head. I wanted to know like what was happening here.
R word's so fucking bad.
Do it. I think
This is why you need to judge people more thoroughly on how they look, because the moment she sat down, you could just tell by her appearance that this was pretty much more or less how the conversation was going to go. She sort of has the like librarian physiognomy.
But I don't.
The librarian
See, here's the
physiognomy.
thing. I don't understand your objection to not wanting to answer the question, because if you have had sex, like I think anyone here who's had sex, it's not like a shameful thing to admit you've had sex. And it's also not a shame.
I can tell you. I can tell you what the shame is.
It's not a
Brian.
shameful thing if you're a virgin either. So I don't understand.
Here's what it is. She's already revealed that she's never been on a date. So if she has in fact had sex, that means that she had sex without going on a date, and there is an element of shame involved with that. And if she did have sex, she doesn't want to reveal it because she takes herself very seriously
because of patriarchy that would shame her.
Yes.
I mean, but a lot of people in today's day and age, they're not like going on dates. It's like come over, and that can, you know what, that sort of very casual scenario could actually lead to a long-term relationship. So I mean,
Well, what's your definition of a date?
Definition of a date?
Yes.
We're actually.
Well, intersectionality says this about dates.
I think so. We don't give Brian an answer, so we're just gonna skip that question.
Bro, just like answer the question.
Everybody in the chat, everybody in the.
She said, just skip the question. Like, yeah, you're there to answer questions. You're there for them to ask these like weird personal questions about you, your life, your dating life, especially. It's a dating show, so like it's going to be all about you and your sex life and your dating life and all of this crap. This is what it's about. This is what you're there for. All of you are coping and seething so hard. Sass, that is that's a lot of projection right there right now, dude. That is a lot of projection right there. That is a little insane that you would say this, that they are coping and seething. Like, it's That's what the show is. No, you guys refuse to see it from her side. No, we don't. No, we don't. I said she asked to go on the show. That is me seeing it from her side. She reached out to them and said, hey, I know that you have a show where you ask a bunch of girls really intimate and personal questions, and I want to be subjected to that. Bring me on. That is me seeing it from her side. And like I said, I'm happy to have her on and like understand better what it was. And maybe this was the entire plan, was like, yeah, I'm going to go on and I'm going to refuse to answer their questions because I know that they're gross and I know that they say really dumb stuff and they subject people to really uncomfortable situations. And maybe that's the whole plan. And then it all of a sudden, you know, it makes sense. Oh man, if you are fighting with multiple people, you can fuck with me or respond however. What? She did answer questions. Okay. You realize that when somebody asks you like 20 questions and you answered 2 of them, and then later I'm like, man, she refused to answer questions. And you say, but she did answer questions. It's not, you're being insanely bad faith. Like, you are the one who is coping and seething here. And it is very apparent.
The chat is saying that you're a plant.
Do you have a degree?
Chat, do you guys think that she's a plant, or do you guys think that she's just like this all the time?
No, she's definitely Destiny's friend.
Is a walk in the park a date?
But it's like it's
symptoms
so
of being
weird.
your friend. Yeah, I can tell.
It's like so weird. Like you're on a dating podcast.
Like every time she responds, Destiny and Melina are laughing as well. Like I don't know if they're laughing because they're like, why is she refusing to answer these questions? This is weird. Or are they laughing because they're like, yeah, she said she was gonna troll the hell out of these guys, so there it is.
It's like you're 24. You're feminist.
24. What the fuck?
Like if we were to have a discussion about something sex related, like you would also choose to omit answering like a sex related question, or
You're right. This has been an impediment.
You know what I want to know?
So fucking answer the question, dude. It's not like
it's cringe. Just move on. She's
Here's
holding up
what
the show.
I'm like
here's what I want to know,
so
Erin.
worked up.
Erin, here's what I want to know.
You guys.
Erin, here's what I want to know. Why did you come on tonight? What was your
It's
intention?
like bad faith. That's what I'm upset about. It's not necessarily that I don't get to know the answer. It's just really bad faith that you're playing this fucking game when you requested to be on the show.
Do you think you're being a good representative? Hold on. Do you think you're being a good representative of feminism right now?
Do we kick her off?
I think they're
we
a
just
perfect representative. We
representative.
could. Before we do. No, hold on. You can. Hold on. What was your intention in coming on tonight?
Being
I've had a lovely discussion with you fine people about dating talk in the 21st
clearly
century.
that's a lie. Are you going to continue in bad faith?
I don't know. Am I?
Dude,
probably just kick her off.
oh my god.
She definitely, like, yes, it definitely seems like she said, like, yeah, I'm not going to answer any questions. Like, it's just not, I'm not going to answer any questions. So, I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
Oh my god.
At this point,
we probably
I
just kick her off
I
because
would
honestly, like,
kick,
we just keep getting lost in these
Look,
loops
here's
over
the
and over and
difference.
over again.
Had you just said...
Wait. Audience.
Yeah.
You have paying audience members, okay? We're giving a show to them. We should leave it to them. Okay, well, they're already saying kick her off.
At this point, would you believe?
I mean,
what
we've
you
got
said?
a bunch of
That's the problem,
democracy
okay.
respecters in here.
Wait.
If you know we want to respect democracy,
Wait.
I say we just kick her off, man.
At this point,
how can we
would
kick
you
her off?
believe whatever she said? Because like now I'm thinking.
I think she's
no,
full of
because
shit.
now you're not trustworthy.
She's full of shit on everything.
Well, so he's in a really uncomfortable position, the guy who runs the show. He's in a really uncomfortable position because these 4 people all came together, and these 4 people are the content, right? They are the content. If he kicks one of them, maybe all 4 of them go. And that's what I would be thinking if I'm him. I'm like, damn, dude, what do I do here? Like, I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to do because I'm about to like cock block everybody now. That I'm about to give this audience blue balls and we're not even halfway through the freaking show. but this is getting out of hand. This is getting a little ridiculous.
So how do we kick her off and not blame the patriarchy at the same time?
I think we should just own the patriarchy
Dude,
and say it's based and
Dude,
just kick her
I
off.
literally have autism, and you're 10 times more retarded than I am. Like, I literally have diagnosed fucking autism. I was in the classroom with the speds and shit, going on the bus and shit, and
You're
literally
saying words that are not allowed on YouTube.
Listen, here's what it ultimately could have come down to. You could have just said, hey, listen, I'd rather not share that publicly. I don't want to answer that. But you wanted to make it into some game, like some semantic game, and I just don't understand. Like, it's really bad faith. If you just said, look, hey, I don't want to share that.
And so right now, this is him over and over. All of these questions here, all of these questions are them trying to make amends somehow. These are them trying to get her to explain. These are them trying to get her to just like give some sort of explanation that would make sense, or her to be like, okay, fine, I'll answer the question, or her to be like, you know, look, I just don't like the questions. I don't feel like they're very respectful or something. Like, this is them over and over trying to extend an olive branch over and over and over and over. That's what the last 5 minutes have been, is them just trying to extend an olive branch, and it's not being accepted so far.
Fine. But like, when you kind of, the first time I asked, you're like, we'll get into it later. And then you refused.
Brian,
and then
I'll tell you what it is. Earlier in the conversation, she made a comment about how you enjoy clip farming. Erin doesn't hold on, just listen to my point.
When you kick her off,
Erin,
it is.
hold on.
Which is why
Everybody, please silence your mouths. She doesn't like you or your show. She came on the show to obstruct constructive
I do like the
conversation.
show.
No, you
I'm
don't.
having a good time.
No, if you liked the show, you would actually be good faith.
Yeah.
She came on the show to throw a wrench in the.
See, even Destiny and Melina are laughing when she says, I'm having a good time. It seems like they know that she's trolling. It seems like they know there was a plan for her to go in and troll.
In the gears and to obstruct constructive conversation, and she's acting like she's not doing it and like we're being crazy and stuff. You should just kick her off the show, man.
Chat.
They are, dude. You had 1,000 people say kick her off right now. You should kick her off right now,
support
Brian.
to like get me off.
Otherwise, we're gonna continue wasting
Destiny,
our
you
time
sticking
with all
around?
this bullshit.
What?
You
I'm
sticking
here
around?
until the end, yeah.
He's a professional.
I drove all the way to this fucking city, so I'm here for as long as you guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You drove to this city?
What?
Please.
I have a question for you.
I drove from LA.
Look at your
Destiny.
look at your chat right
Wait, I
now.
have a
Steven
question.
flew from Miami.
Answer your
Is
question
there
before I
anything Erin
fucking-
can do to show good faith right now?
Yeah, be quiet.
Honestly, you had the opportunity.
just don't
You
talk
had the
to us.
opportunity. So kindly, I'm asking you to leave.
Yeah.
You're.
Question for
Just play the
Steven.
sound effect. There's no.
You gotta go.
Hold on.
Steven, would you
Erin,
let
you
her
should
in your
go.
polycule?
Erin, you should go.
I'm not answering your question.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
you
should
just
go.
leave.
Please leave.
Can
Thank
you
you.
leave? I don't know if your friend wants to come with you, but
I will leave you guys to ask the very important questions about Steven and Melina's relationship and diving more
Thank
into
you.
that.
That's lovely.
Thank you so much. See you next week. Bye bye. We love you.
Peace out.
Quickly.
Peace out. You too.
Quickly.
Hello.
Oh, you're such a troll. I love it.
Anyways,
Can we like scoot over now? 'Cause we
I
have
hope
more-
so, because I'm fucking
Yay, more
cramped.
room.
Brian's capping some content.
Oh yeah.
Anyways,
Hi, Chase.
Stop the cap.
Hey.
Stop the cap.
Yeah, it looks like Brian got up to go walk her out or something, maybe talk to her, be like, I don't know what the hell that was. Like, it maybe try again to extend an olive branch. Like, hey, like, is there something going on? Like, is this a game? Like, what was going on here? Like, it seems, yeah, I would like to get her on and understand.
Film her, Brian.
Now we've got a little
Establish
bit
your
more
alpha male
space
energy.
to take.
Total
Establish
patriarchy
it, Brian.
victory.
Total patriarchy victory. Now let's
Patriarchy
go. We're
wins
back.
once again.
We're back.
That's
dude.
right.
All right.
Well,
Did you guys know?
He is filming, I think, a kick out clip. What, did they post it somewhere? Is there a kick out clip somewhere? Oh, it's for their members. They don't ever post anything on their Twitter. Nice.
She was gonna be like that.
That's kind of how she always acts. Yeah.
It's
fun to go back and forth.
She have like a YouTube channel or something?
She kind of streams sometimes, but I don't know. Maybe she'll get into it. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Should have asked her that.
She is kind of redeemed. That was pretty like based and submissive. How she just immediately was like, "Oh, men are telling me." What to do.
I would just not try to rationalize her shitty behavior whatsoever. That was just shitty.
Chat, please let us know. Are we back or what? If we're back, say we're back in all caps.
Bro,
I'm thinking we're back, dude.
I think
Let's
we're
go.
back. Yeah.
Were you guys not back? Was
where did we go?
It was momentarily. It was so over. Yeah.
Where did we go?
Like, was it so over like in previous episodes or just in this one, or what do you mean? Has it been like a lull in content?
It's been over for about the past 30 minutes, but
okay,
currently we're back. Right.
Yeah. That was a little
I
cringe.
have fucking AIDS now. I'm just like most of the whores that go on this show. I have fucking AIDS.
We were
You
back.
should probably
and
write
now it's
everything you
over.
say like on a fucking
Okay, I'm sorry.
like a piece of work paper or something
I'm
before
sorry.
you say it.
I'm sorry.
I just if she didn't want to answer it,
look how back
then,
we are, dude.
Bro.
If she had just admitted that she felt ashamed or felt uncomfortable or some actual reason for not giving an answer, that would have been one thing. But
I'm
the
just-
constant the questioning back and forth.
Yeah, it's
you're
like
right,
it's
that
not
was
Every
cool. You're not
question
edgy.
we
You're
asked
like
was responded to with a question.
It's-
Every
it's-
single one.
it's
and
not
acting
cool.
like virginity isn't real is stupid.
She's probably laughing out there like, I can't believe it.
She didn't actually act like virginity isn't real. She didn't do that. She didn't do that. You guys were doing that to make fun of her. She never actually said virginity isn't real. That didn't happen.
It's not edgy. It's not cool when you're like, especially like people.
There's like a 50% chance.
Yeah, no, exactly. You know, when you have like a whole.
Virginity isn't real is stupid.
She's probably laughing out there like, I can't believe it took them that
It's
long.
not edgy. It's not cool when you're like, especially like people.
There's like a 50% chance.
Yeah, no, exactly. You know.
Yeah, see, they're nodding and laughing. See, okay, so yeah, so they know she's freaking trolling. They are all well aware she's trolling. More Lav content or more Lav drama. We're gonna get into the video essay in a little bit.
You know, when you have like a whole show of like people who are like professional streamers, like obviously Destiny, Melina, Brian, myself, you know, like when you're like just being a dickhead, like fuck everything up and make bad TV, like it's just like a social faux pas in streamer land. Like, you should, like, what are you doing? And like for
She asked to be on the show too.
No, exactly. And then like, how does that make feminists look? For like the diehard feminists at home who are like throwing their pillow against the wall right now. Like,
Bro, I'll tell you,
know?
what it is. She has seen clips from the show. She knows that Brian's pretty good at roasting feminists or like the hookup movement, all that kind of stuff. And she's like, hey, I want to come on this show and throw a wrench in Brian's gears.
And now she's gonna go get banged by Fresh.
Pretty bad faith.
Pretty bad faith. Which one of you was it that messaged first? Was it you or was it her?
I don't remember.
It was like a group message or something, and then you insisted Destiny also be on the show.
Yeah, I don't remember what message first. I remember there were back and forth messages between us
Here,
three.
tell you what, throw your friend under the bus. You're friends with her, right? Is she a virgin or is she not a virgin?
I don't ask her sexual
You can
questions.
listen,
You can't be a virgin and that insufferable.
I don't
like some.
Yeah, she's been gone for like what, 4 or 5 minutes now, like, and they're all still sitting there talking about it. Yeah, over 5 minutes. So if it was me, I would feel like this is weird. Like I hate it when like something happens and then we all sit there forever afterwards talking about it happening. Like, if it was such an impediment to the show, why are you sitting there talking about it for so long afterwards? If you really want to move on with the show, if the whole reason in kicking her out was so that you could move forward, why would you sit there and talk about it for 5 minutes afterwards? If you're in such a big hurry to really move on, then why aren't you moving on? Tom, as a content farmer, you know they are just milking the drama she gave them. Maybe. I don't know. I would feel super cringe doing this. I would feel really weird doing this, is just sitting there talking about it forever afterwards. That would feel so weird.
Some guy made her like this. Some guy traumatized her and made her join the feminist movement. Like, that girl is
probably
clearly not a virgin.
You're probably
like,
right.
virgin women don't have that fucking level of insufferability, calculated insufferability in them at all.
Oh, if you want to know the conversation we had before coming on this podcast.
Let's fucking
Yeah.
Do you want to
be a dickhead? Yes, me too. Okay.
No, because when we've gone on podcasts like this before, and they were always like, "Oh, like, what's your body count? What have you done?"
I didn't ask body count. Have you died? I asked a very basic question.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just trying to explain what might have been going on, like, behind like the mentality, right? It's always followed up either by like, you're a liar, or you're like a whore, or like, you know, you're
not here.
Not here. Like,
yeah.
if a girl says I'm this, I unless it's
This
like
is a safe space.
Tom, you never talk about your guests when they leave? Not with other people. No. So, like, even the other night after Boots left, Big Tech and Lav wanted to sit there talking about Boots, and I kept trying to move on forever because it, like, yeah, it just seems super cringe to sit there with all of them talking about it. I will sit here by myself and just give my thoughts. But, like, as, like, a dog pile, all of us sitting there talking crap about a person who's not there to defend themselves, no, it just feels weird. It feels super cringe. I think it's a completely human reaction to discuss and joke about something dramatic that just occurred. But it was dramatic because they made it dramatic, right? They could have just stopped asking her questions, or they could have moved on from it. But they were the ones who made. She wasn't being dramatic. Like, she was being closed off. She wasn't answering questions, but she wasn't being dramatic, right? Like, they were the ones who made it dramatic, and now they're making it more dramatic by continuing to talk about it forever after she left. Like, they're the ones who are being dramatic here.
I don't know, because when I said I was a virgin, a lot of people did say I was lying. To be fair.
Same with me. I said I was a virgin.
Who? People in the chat?
A lot of comments, yeah.
And the bombardment of hate
That's YouTube.
afterwards, no matter like
I don't
what you
care
say.
because I know that it's true.
That's
but
the chat.
Yeah.
We're here. We're here. And I very rarely make it a point to try to call cap on chicks. Occasionally I do, where I'm like the chick who was
Bro, are you socially inept? There are 15 people there. It would be autistic for them not to discuss what literally just happened. No, that's retarded. They're like children. I think it's insanely childish for them to. I'm an adult. If you call an adult being socially inept, then yes, I am socially inept because I'm a freaking adult and I don't want to sit there afterwards talking about somebody who I just kicked out. Like, if they wanted to talk about it, keep her there and keep talking to her about it. If you don't want her there, then don't freaking talk about it. You act like you kicked her out so that you could move on, but then you don't move on. Why would you kick her out if you're not going to move on? That was the whole point. That's what you guys were saying, is we want to kick her out so that we can move on. That was the whole thing. We want to kick her out so that we can move on, and then now let's sit here and talk about it forever afterwards instead of moving on.
On drugs, like, bro, I called
I'm
cap on
curious
that.
in that case. If you if someone was like, I can answer, but I want them to be muted, would you do that?
What do you mean?
Would you mute the stream?
Like, oh, I'll answer, but I don't want stream to
I don't want
find
stream to hear it. Yeah.
That might
Why
be
would that'd be
reasonable.
so dumb to do that?
T-Quez Graham super chatted $2. She got the big W on this 1 7/10 troll.
7 out of 10 troll. True.
No.
I mean,
if like 9 people at a table
You
in the
came
stream
on the
will know
show.
something, everybody's going to know.
You
it,
came
right?
on the show to answer questions like that.
Well, if I do want to say one
she's seen
thing.
the show too, so it's like
I do want to say one thing. You three have been very good faith the whole conversation. I appreciate that.
She managed to achieve through her behavior a unique combination of having like the panel and the audience dislike her. Like, if she had just been honest, maybe the chat would have roasted her, but we would be like, fair enough. She like managed to do both.
I would have hit until she opened her mouth. Honest to God, I'm not gay.
So, Darius was not happy. When she got kicked off. He was not happy. Who the fuck do you retard NPC looking losers think you are, kicking my fucking wife off at whatever? I swear to God, I'll get revenge on you fucking losers. Glad you turned your prank channel into an actual joke. Effing Spurgs, don't come anywhere near TwitchCon Vegas. She needs to bring more to the table. She bombed on No Jumper, and it's carried over to other shows. Was she on No Jumper? At whatever. Who is he? At whatever. Who is he? At whatever. Who is he? Does anyone know who this effing loser is? What is his at? I want to send his autistic ass back to Lazy Town. Sovereign Bra. He found him. He found him. Yes, please seek the absolute truth. God is watching for you at the end to get all the answers. I can bring you closer to him if you want. Fight me at the DGG boxing match this year. I will lead you towards the true path of God. So yeah, somebody asked if he wanted to get banned. Hello, Darius. Twitch is committed to keeping our community safe for everyone, and as a part of that, we require all users to ensure that anything shared on their account abides by Twitch terms of service and community guidelines. Based on a review of your activity or content, we have issued a community guideline strike on your account. Due to the severe nature of this violation, or the fact you've incurred multiple violations, your access to Twitch service is indefinitely restricted. Invasion of privacy. He's probably sharing too many DMs and private information from other people. WTF is this ban reason? If it was anything else, I'd understand. LOL, yo, train wrecks, part me on kick.
Or anything. She had nice bazinkies, but
I think we should keep
talking
talking about Erin. I really like this topic. It's great.
She's still
She's still here with us. Like mentality, the spirits are still here. Yeah.
I think you two were.
Yeah, see, Melina's even making fun of them for continuing to talk about it afterwards. It's great.
We're in on this.
No, to be clear,
They're friends with you.
No, we are all friends. We all drove here together. We were gonna do a show, I think like a month ago. We were going to do a show when I was here I did like 5 shows with no jumper. And then we were going to do a show and it didn't end up working out because I couldn't drive up. Something happened or you guys didn't
It was
do the show.
last minute.
Yeah. And then they talked about doing a show and then they messaged me.
And then you guys reached out to me.
And then you guys reached out to Melina, like independently of anything, because I didn't know until afterwards. She's like, oh, I'm going on the same show you're on. I'm like, oh, okay. And we were like, okay. But to be clear, just because.
Tom, did you think Erin matched energy with the hosts or earned the right with the viewers to be so dismissive of the questions? I mean, I don't even know what kind of question that is. I don't know how you earn the right of anything with the viewers, but I do think she was like overly dismissive of the questions. I don't think it has anything to do with like earning the right of the viewers that you're either dismissive or you're not. And regardless of like what you've done ahead of time or how, I don't know, how like much she matched their energy or whatever, I would think like I would still expect some sort of explanation, some sort of reasoning behind not answering the questions, or like I said, they kept reaching out, they kept offering her an olive branch, kind of saying like, hey, why are you doing this? Like, this just seems weird. Are you trolling? What's the problem? Like, they kept on and on and on and on, trying to be nice, trying to help, trying to, make amends somehow, and it just wasn't happening. So, yeah, I don't think anything else matters except for the fact that she just wasn't willing to play ball.
Because I want to be clear, I would never make plans to like fuck with a show because it hurts my reputation. I would never do that. Right?
I just want to say DM dating.
That's my
Super
boyfriend.
chat.
That's my boyfriend.
Yo, your boyfriend's killing it right now with the
Chad.
super chat. He said she absolutely embodied what feminism turns women into. Every toxically feminine trait, gaslighting, projection, emotional manipulation, delivered through overtly combative masculine
Brian,
energy. This
can
is
we please have him on the
extremely
show?
common.
What's up?
Can we please have him on the show?
Oh yeah, let's talk. We'll talk after the show. But,
Yeah, DM dating nailed it, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's talk after the show. Normally, I don't want boyfriends of you guys on here. You honestly shouldn't talk about the fact that you have a boyfriend when you're here. Why can't I become a paid member of Tom's YouTube still? Do you have a card on file on YouTube? Like, go look up a movie. Go look up any movie on YouTube. Toy Story. Go look up Toy Story. Click on it and see if it'll let you buy it. Yes, I have premium. Whoa. Wow. Tom Foolery Show. So, I mean, optically speaking, you are given more leeway to be a dick if you make the viewers like you. That's what I mean. Oh, okay. Yeah. So, like, all right. So, I don't know about making the viewers like you, but if you're entertaining, and you give them content, right? So, like, you're either being a dick or you're being crazy. So,
worse or equal compared to woke leftist and feminist values. Would be interesting to hear you debate Farha Khalidi.
I've never heard of that person, but
so nobody liked this girl.
Percent of what you guys say, so I
Nobody
apologize.
liked her, but she was entertaining as hell, dude. She could do whatever she wanted on that show, and everybody would eat it up.
Someone for me if I needed you to. Not that I'm just going to ask on a regular day, but you know, if I needed you to be my Clyde.
Okay, so I mean, despite the fact that you consider yourself fairly dominant, you need someone who supersedes you in their dominance. You
Absolutely.
wouldn't, even though you consider yourself perhaps leaning a bit more dominant or masculine, you don't want a feminine guy.
I can't date a female, and no, I don't want a more feminine guy.
Okay.
It's like, okay, that's cute, but like if you start crying in front of me, I'm just gonna like laugh. I really will. Like that's like really weird for me.
Yes, Tom, you and I both liked her. Sure, his audience did not like her. Their audience hated this chick. You and I, we have good taste, but their audience does not have good taste.
Okay, so you need have you thought about dating an MMA fighter maybe? Or
No, listen, because I'd fucking
cry.
wrestle them all the time.
you wrestle them?
I would fucking grapple all day long. Like I would wear them out. Like again,
Talking like
I'm
jujitsu
competitive.
or?
Oh, anything. Like jujitsu's not on the ground really most of the time, I don't feel like, or more like karate, but like anything. Like even in bed, I would literally fuck you until you were doubting your sexuality.
This is what Erin should have done. Erin, that outfit next time, that hair, talk like this, do the ooh woo and like go cross-eyed and the tongue out and everything and all of that. Oh, yes. Yeah.
Like, I feel like my ex literally went gay because of it.
I think she just needs somebody to match her energy. Like, you're just looking for
Yeah, but then when they match my energy...
No, I don't. I think you need someone calm and mellow.
See, exactly. I feel like I've learned this
She needs me. She needs me.
about myself, and until I find someone that I respect enough to be in my life, it's like, yeah, I'm just gonna be me.
But
Okay.
will they be...
Yep. She needs a Giga Chad stoic male like your boy. This is the Whatever podcast.
I've also experienced like girls will get burned by a guy in a relationship, and then like that will turn them into like extremely intense rabid feminists.
I
Have
mean,
you guys
to be
noticed
fair,
that?
guys get burned by girls and they create the Red Pill movement.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah,
We're being honest,
100%.
right? That's where they came
100%.
from, right? Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
There's a lot of hurt people.
I think that a lot of politics is literally defined by who hurt you. There's a lot of communists out there that came from like traditional religious families, and there's a lot of like super tradcon people that came from like parents that they weren't happy with, who were too progressive, whatever. Like I think
That's a
life is
good point.
Yeah, if you look at like culturally, like where we're at today, like you kind of see like this resurgence in like religiosity a little bit. A lot of people pushing towards like Islam, even more traditional than like Christian stuff. And I think a lot of that has been in response to the past like 10 or 15 years of like fuck religion. Like when I was on the internet, how old are you?
28.
Okay, I'm 34. Like 10 years ago, 13 years ago on the internet, the really popular thing was being an atheist and like shitting on religious people. But that was.
I do. Yes, you're right. I need Palm B. Palm Beezy.
Samsonov super chatted $5.22.
Thank you, Samsonov. That works.
chat. What do I do? No chat.
Yes. Yes. Let's get those simp emotes in chat. Let's go, dude. Hooah! Yeah.
Choo! 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 Hooah! For Arthas! For the Lich King. No, I still have Frostmourne.
Yes, sir. Those eyes, dude. Normally I go for the blonde hair, blue eyes, but this works. All the women just left chat. Why haven't you had her on, Tom? Because she's literally like a top 1% Twitch streamer. Like 15,000 views. Oh, I guess she's not a top 1%. You guys get me up to 15,000 views. We're going for Palm B. Palm B is next on the hit list, okay? Get me up to 15,000 views and let's go. I'm just going to start streaming and just show hot guys that is feminism based. And she looks like a completely different person, like in different clothes. Different hairstyles, like she looks very different all the time.
Señor Mayor.
Damn it, I'll get copyrighted for showing commercials. She is live, but it's just a chair right there, so.
Check. Yeah.
Yep, she just turned all the gay guys in chat straight.
Siri, can I put my camera in the freezer?
She's all blurred out. I bet she knows Hassan. Damn it. Hell no. Nope. Oh, yeah, that's where I found her. That's right. That's how I found out who she was. She was on Cutebot's show.
T-Quez Graham super chatted $2. I'm trying to not be a Coomer Tom Plaza stop lol.
Well, you came to the wrong show then, dude. What are you doing? This is what we do here. Yeah, no. Nothing. Yeah, she goes on Cutebot's dating show. That's how I can meet her. Is I'll go on Cutebot's show. Yeah. Damn it, dude. They're playing copyrighted music again. Yeah, Hassan already took Valkyrie from us.
You start at the bottom, right? I start at bottom, yeah. Okay.
I was muted the whole time. I was muted the whole time. That didn't. I tried. My brother.
What were we doing?
The accounts of rape, wife beating, forced child.
All right. We're going to go over Lav's stuff. I got to go to the bathroom. Everybody send me all your money while I go to the bathroom. All of it. Like literally everything you got in the bank account. All in one donation. I'll be back. You got like 2 minutes to do it. Okay. Did you guys send me all your money? Alright, that's fine. You guys didn't send me all your money. Hit the thumbs up button instead. We'll call it even. Close enough. Same thing, anyways, I guess. But do hit the thumbs up button, please. It will get us that much closer to getting more views, which means more people watching, which means more likely to talk to Palm B. So, let's go.
The accounts of rape, wife beating, forced childbearing, medical butchering, sex motivated murder, forced prostitution, physical mutilation, sadistic psychological abuse, and other commonplaces of female experience that are excavated from the past or given by contemporary survivors should leave the heart seared, the mind in anguish, the conscience in upheaval. They do not. No matter how often these stories are told with whatever clarity or eloquence, bitterness or sorrow, they might as well have been whispered in the wind or written in sand. They disappear as if they were nothing. The tellers and the stories are ignored or ridiculed, threatened back into silence or destroyed, and the experience of female suffering is buried in cultural invisibility and contempt.
It's kind of annoying how feminists take this and they're like, look how everybody ignores our problems. Look how nobody takes us seriously, even when we're talking about rape and sexual assault and all of these other things. That's no different than literally everybody else's problems everywhere in the world. There's children starving in Africa. You don't care. I don't care. We're not going to pretend like we care. Really, if anything, they need to pull themselves up by their bootstraps and get to work, but they refuse to do it because they're freaking lazy, okay? We all know it. And you don't care, Chase. First, they probably need to get bootstraps. They need to get boots, then maybe some bootstraps, and then pull themselves up by them so that they can really make some real money like Andrew Tate. This is how everybody thinks. This is how we always deal with other people's problems, because other people's problems are so far away that there's no reason for it to feel like it affects us. This is all problems, all issues, all oppressions. Everybody else's crap is everybody else's crap. It's not our crap. It's not mine. It's not yours. We don't really care. We talk as though we care. We look as though we care. Oh my goodness, that happened. But we don't really care. We don't care. This isn't special. This isn't different. Women's issues aren't any different than anybody else's issues. It is what it is.
The very reality of abuse sustained by women, despite its overwhelming pervasiveness and constancy, is negated. It is negated in the transactions of everyday life, it is negated in the history books left out, and it is negated by those who claim to care about suffering but are blind to suffering.
Is any of this stuff copyrighted? I'm not watching this if this crap's copyrighted. Whoa. Listing off a bunch of books she hasn't read, eh? Listing off a bunch of books she read the Wikipedia of.
In Latin America, rape and domestic violence are widespread. From Argentina to Colombia to Central America, women marked Women's Day to say enough. Mothers.
Yeah, let's go back to watching Palm B. That's enough of that. Damn
it. And daughters march together.
We got it. She popped up quick. She popped up quick. Can't pretend you're not sitting there watching.
I belong to a generation of women educated to be servants of men, and I see my young female students suffering sexual abuse from as early as kindergarten. This.
But Lav. Did you see Palm B? Did you see him Paul B though, Lav? How long you been here for? You been here more than like 4 minutes. Did you see her?
Has to end.
Lastesi Sr. Their choreographed chant, "A rapist in your path," has become a feminist mantra. Women of all ages, occupations, and economic standing filled Santiago's largest avenue, vowing to fight gender inequality, stereotypes, and much more.
Later, Benjamin.
Women in Iran set their headscarves on fire in fury. Their protest is sparked by the death of this woman. Her name is Mahsa Amini, and she was just 22. She was arrested by the morality police in Tehran. They said she wasn't wearing the mandatory hijab or headscarf properly. The security forces have released the CCTV footage of Mahsa in detention. It's heavily edited. Women cry, "Death to the dictator," and wave their headscarves at her funeral. The inscription on her gravestone reads that she's not dead. Her name will become a symbol and live forever. As Mahsa's family predicted, her name has already become a symbol of resistance.
The problem, simply stated, is that one must believe in the existence of the person in order to recognize the authenticity of her suffering. Neither men nor women believe in the existence of women as significant beings.
Wait. Hold on. I read your whole essay, your bad essay. You're talking about my document. I need to rewrite some of it, but it's not bad. You agreed with it. I can pull up the clip if you would like. You agreed with my document. You conceded.
Beings. It is impossible to remember as real the suffering of someone who, by definition, has no legitimate claim to dignity or freedom. Someone who is in fact viewed as something, an object or an absence. And if a woman, an individual woman multiplied by billions, does not believe in her own discrete existence and therefore cannot credit the authenticity of her own suffering, she is erased, cancelled out, and the meaning of her life, whatever it is, whatever it might have been, is lost. This loss cannot be calculated or comprehended. It is vast and awful, and nothing will ever make up for it. Andrea Dworkin, Right-Wing Women. My name is Leah Little. You might have seen me as Beret Girl recently on the Whatever podcast. You might know me from Twitch Politics. You might know me from having an OnlyFans for many years and then becoming very staunchly anti-sex work, anti-sex industry. You might have known me from my funny tweets. You might have known me from my funny TikToks. I have been in the recesses of the internet for a very long time, like a cockroach. You can't kill me. I've been canceled a multitude of times, and I won't stay dead. And love it or hate it, here I am. But something that has been very pervasive in the past couple years, and something that has motivated my personal journey into, call it whatever you want, being sympathetic to radical feminism, being a radical feminist, or being a materialist feminist, one thing that made me question everything as a liberal, as a leftist, as a Democrat, is the gender thing.
Wait, Phemoid, everybody keeps telling me I'm next. What the hell?
With immediacy, as soon as I was brought into the whole fold of the gender idea, I could not stop watching whatever I could about it. I've been obsessed with this gender, this transgender idea for a very long time. I think this stems from being a gender nonconforming queer person growing up, identifying as a lesbian and then identifying as bisexual. Yeah, I'm one of those. Gender imagery has baffled me. I've always thought that the politics surrounding gender identity were insane, incoherent, and I just never understood it. But I think there's a big problem with most of the anti-gender or gender atheism legislation or ideology. There's a big problem in our movement, and the problem is that it is ran by Judeo-Christian males who don't care about women when they speak of gender. They're just homophobic. They're homophobic. They see trans women as gay men, and the stem of that, the root cause, is homophobia. That's why they don't like these people, because they're disgusted by it. I think that's a big problem. The Steven Crowders, the Ben Shapiros, the Matt Walshes of the world don't care about women. There's no real leftist or liberal representation of being anti-gender or gender atheism on the left. And I hope to be that. Call it whatever you want, wishful thinking, maybe I'm a narcissistic martyr, call it whatever you want. I think that women's voices need to be heard, and I'd like mine to be heard. So I put together this essay to hopefully change the tides a little bit. I'm trying to show that not everyone who is anti-gender identity, ideology, craziness is this conservative piece of shit man who just is homophobic. I want to give a new face to this movement, a younger face, an intellectual face, and an empathetic face. So, without further ado, this is my essay. The Nature of Gender, the Concept of Gender Identity, and the Social and Political Implications of Genderism. What is a woman? Screw you, Matt Walsh. So I'm awaiting my impending 30th cancellation. This topic might be the one that does me in. I can't imagine a debate I've been privy to that has been more hostile. A lot of people in this debate have silenced others, mostly women, by discrediting them as inherently bigoted, oppressive, and the perpetrator/contributor.
Oh, before I go tomfoolery show, what broadcast software do you use? OBS. This is my setup. Honestly, 1 out of 3 ain't bad. Good meme. Damn. I watched back a stream the other day, and you asked a question, and it was a good question, and I missed it while I was live. And I saw it back, and I wanted to answer it, and now I can't remember what it was. Crap. Tom, my name is Good Meme in a YouTube chat. My memory isn't that good. Fair enough.
Contributor to trans genocide. So any and all dissent of this gender movement is seen as oppressive or even violent. So if you don't want to contribute to suffering, pain, and further marginalization of trans people, you have to accept the doctrine, the gender doctrine in its entirety. So while
that's obviously not true, because I obviously do not accept the gender doctrine in its entirety. I think most people who would say trans women are women do not accept it in its entirety. She's talking about like trans activists, and I think most people agree trans activists are just the freaking worst. She's right. They are so extreme. They take all sorts of oppression to the most extreme. Like they'll say, like, you know, oh, if you call somebody by the wrong pronouns, they're going to commit suicide. Or you have like you know, like one gender or one bathroom bill gets through and you're genociding us. Like, it's just the most extreme stuff all of the freaking time, and it's not real. It's not serious. They've done a lot. They've gotten a lot done. Being extreme has really helped them. Online trans activists, sure, but I don't think there's much of a distinction. Kuro, I don't think there's much of a distinction between online trans activists and trans activists these days. Trans activists are online now. Like, they are trans activism now. And it's sad, but that is the case. Even when you go watch people who are talking in front of Congress, they are saying all the same things as the online trans activists. So it's it is what it is.
While I go over these points today, I've been told in itself.
But yeah, I like that is not trans activism. That is not. It's like people saying like black activists, and then they start bringing up critical race theory and abolishing the police and crap like that. Like it's just that's not the real. That's not. Most people can still be in favor of, you know, black equality and helping black people in some ways and not be on board with all that other bullcrap. It's the same with, you know, trans ideology. It's there's the extremists and then there's the rest of us.
Even holding up this topic for scrutiny will cause damage and will have been me inciting violence against a stigmatized and marginalized group. I refuse to accept this premise. Quote, if you don't respect my gender identity, you don't respect me. This is a piece of dogma constantly peddled in this movement. We are required to believe the stories that people tell us about their identity. The sad part is that...
Do you remember what stream it was, mate? Might spark my memory. I don't see you very often, so I don't remember, but I want to say it was the last time I had Lav on, because I think generally that's when you pop up.
A lot of these people have been successful in selling this. And yet, most people I've spoken to about gender agree with a lot of the things I'm going to say here. On most things I've said. But they tell me they are scared to speak about it publicly. This minority has somehow infiltrated the zeitgeist.
What was it like dealing with the racial tensions and self-segregation in prison? It's not that bad in Georgia because in Georgia, I think black people are only like 13% of the population, which means that they're about 70% of the prison population. So a lot less than most other prisons. But for the most part, there wasn't a whole lot of segregation as far as like gangs and stuff in Georgia. It was more like everybody segregated based on like cliques and crap like that, which was still divided by race, but there wasn't a whole lot of fights back and forth. Like there was one or two times that I got into it with the black guys, but other black guys had my back each time. And so, yeah, it's not as segregated as other prisons are generally. Georgia prisons aren't all that bad.
And made it impossible to scrutinize something that is very easily scrutinizable. Well, I'm obviously not scared to speak about it, and I don't accept the dogma. I don't believe I'm being inherently bigoted by scrutinizing genderism, and I do not believe that to respect you as a person, I have to respect every aspect of your identity, or believe without question every anecdote you describe about your identity or your reality. For one, this statement about respecting someone without respecting their identity does not hold up in any other comparison. Religion, for example. I can respect the Mormons I live amongst in Utah as people, as fellow humans. I will be kind and accommodating, and none of that is because I believe what is in the Book of Mormon. I can respect the incarcerated, people who have committed violent crimes, even killed people. I can advocate for better living conditions against capital punishment and for their humanness. I will respect them on a basic level. I do not have to respect the belief that their crime was justified. I do not subscribe to the rules of the streets. I don't have to respect your belief that you are very smart and beautiful or handsome and always right in order to respect you as a human being. If you believe your race is something that makes you superior to other people, and boy is that a deeply held belief for some, I'm sorry, I won't and don't have to respect this. I can respect your rights, your human rights, affirm your personhood without believing and affirming your gender identity. It is my...
Well, you could say this actually is brave, but this is the opinion of like by far most people. So I don't know what's brave about it when by far most people believe this, by far most people say this. This is just everybody else's opinions repeated over and over. This is, I don't like, I personally know maybe like 2 or 3 people who would have an issue with this, and these are people that nobody else really respects and that they don't garner any sort of following or power or anything. So I don't know where I don't know how this is brave. It's like me coming out and being like, you know what, guys? Rape is bad. And I think we should respect women. And you know what? I'm even going to take it a step further and say that we should not chop off all men's penises. I've had it. I'm going to say it.
My belief that the gender identity doctrine is damaging at worst and at best completely incoherent. So let's give some background.
You are wrong. As a right-wing progressive, maybe you don't run into it. LOL. Okay, sure. Again, it's not that I don't run into it. I know these people. I know Demon Mama. I know Doe. I know... what's the one on Twitch that doesn't close their legs? Polly, yes, Polly. So there's like 3 people I know, and they don't like, yeah, they don't garner a whole lot of respect or a massive following. So he knows how to make a face. Yes, I do. Yeah. Tom, wrong as usual. My feminist studies have shown me that the penis is equal to misogyny, and boners uphold the patriarchy. They must be cut off to not oppress women. True. That is actually... you actually have to tell me who you're quoting when you say that, Glitchin. You can't just quote feminist theory. You have to actually quote the person that you're quoting. You have to say, whoa, I actually really found it compelling when J.J. Briggs said, and I quote, Tom, it is written by these nuts. Nice.
Men have attributed to themselves the prototype of what it is to be human, positioning women throughout history as their inferior other. Religion, evolutionary biology, and medicine have all attributed women's inferior status to her defective body or biology, rather than the political organization of women as a sex class. Because of this, women for decades have argued and fought to be recognized as equal. Arguing against this misogynist definition of women's body, arguing gender identity is culture and not nature, separating biological sex from gender, what is imposed on them.
Free our sisters! Free ourselves! Free our sisters! Free ourselves! Free our sisters! Free ourselves! What do we want? Equal pay!
Why would you show British people? Ugh.
Equal pay! What do we want? Liberation! When do we want it? Now!
So, sex and gender, what is the distinction? In the mid-20th century, a terminological distinction in modern English known as the sex and gender distinction between biological sex and gender began to develop in the academic areas of psychology, sexology, and feminism. Before the mid-20th century, it was uncommon to use the word gender to refer to anything but grammatical categories. In the 1970s, feminist theory embraced the concept of a distinction between biological sex and the social construct of gender. Most contemporary social scientists, behavioral scientists, and biologists, many legal systems and government bodies and intergovernment agencies such as the WHO, make a distinction between gender and sex. Before the terminological distinction between biological sex and gender as a role developed, it was uncommon to use the word gender to refer to anything but grammatical categories. For example, in a bibliography of 12,000 references on marriage and family from 1900 to 1964, the term gender does not even emerge once. Analysis.
Be honest. Is that a screenshot from Wikipedia? Shut up. Shut up.
Analysis of more than 30 million academic article titles from 1945 to 2001 showed that the uses of the term gender were much rarer than the uses of sex, and were often used as a grammatical category early in this period. By the end of this period, uses of gender outnumbered uses of sex in the social sciences, arts, and humanities. It was in the 1970s that feminist scholars adopted the term gender as a way of distinguishing socially constructed aspects of male-female differences, gender, from biologically determined aspects of sex. In 1945, Madison Bentley defined gender as the socialized averse of sex. Simone de Beauvoir's 1949 book, The Second Sex, has been interpreted as the beginning of the distinction between sex and gender in feminist theory, although this interpretation is contested. Sexologist John Money coined the term gender role and was the first to use it in print in a scientific trade journal. In a seminal 1955 paper, he role and was the first to use it in print and assignment is contested.
Crap.
That's the beginning of the distinction between.
So, Sassafras, I would just like to point this out to you real quick, okay? So, it is B-E-A-U. In French, how do you say it in French? Or how do you say it in American?
Between sex and gender in feminist theory, although this interpretation is contested. Sexologist John Money coined the term gender role and was the first to use it in print in a scientific trade journal. In a seminal 1955 paper, he defined it as, quote, all those things that a person says or does to disclose themselves as having the status of a boy or man, girl or woman, end quote. The modern academic sense of the word in the context of social roles of men and women dates back to at least 1945 and was popularized and developed by the feminist movement from the 1970s onward. They theorized that human nature is essentially epicene and social distinctions based on sex are arbitrarily constructed. In this context, matters pertaining to this theoretical process of social construction were labeled matters of gender. So, in the 1980s to the 1990s, post-structuralism, theorists, and postmodernism, and queer theory developed the theory of social constructionism, beyond the social construction of the human body, and began to dispense any strict definition or attention to the body really whatsoever. Social constructionism is a theory of knowledge that holds that characteristics typically thought to be immutable and solely biological, such as gender, race, class, ability, and sexuality, are products of human definition and interpretation shaped by cultural and historical context. So basically...
I mean, that's just true, though. Like, it's just true that these things are just like the way that we choose to define them. We cut lines where we choose to cut lines. We section things off the way that we choose to section it off. We categorize things the way that we choose to categorize it. Most of the time it's going to be based on some sort of utility. It's going to be based on like what we think matters the most in that scenario. We'll cut it, we'll section it off in that way. But there isn't some like objective thing that says this is where it has to start and begin and end and stuff like that, right? So like your heart doesn't necessarily have to be just the heart with like a couple of tubes hanging off of it. We can say your heart is like your entire cardiovascular system instead. It's not objectively one thing, but we section it off as one thing. It could be, your heart could be just like a section of the heart, and we can say, oh well, that part's the heart, and actually like these other parts, like it's just, yes, we are choosing to categorize things in different places and section them off in different places so that we can communicate them better. That is all we're doing. They are not objectively different things, but we put different words to them so that we can communicate them separately.
Art is a lie, nothing is real. Basically, nothing matters.
That's not, this is just not, that is not at all. Like, this is the straw man of it. It's not that nothing matters. It's not that nothing is real. It's nothing like that. It's that we are recognizing how we come to these definitions or how we came to understand these things. That's it. It's like we're reverse engineering our own understanding of language. That's all.
Material reality doesn't matter. A lot of these philosophers have definite points, but I think it personally becomes very black and white and becomes very incoherent when you say that material reality does not exist. This is what happens when you're overeducated, your parents have too much money, you have too much college education, and you don't have enough real life experience, in my personal, humble opinion. So transgender ideology becomes born of that goo.
So if you start off like this, it just makes it sound like you just don't understand it. Like, that's what anybody who understands it is going to take from this. Oh, she just doesn't get it. Like, if instead you were like, and that all makes perfect sense, but we don't actually engage in the world in that way, and so I'm just going to discount all of that, that would be fine. That would be a totally different thing. If you were just like, you know what, that's fine. It makes sense if you want to over intellectualize this, but we do not engage in the world in this way. We still engage with social constructs. We still engage with these things as the real world. They still affect us. And until these have been broken down and thrown away, we still, they are still very real to us. That would be a totally different answer. And then you can move past it in the same exact manner, just without sounding like you have no clue what you're talking about. Because doing this instead says, now everything from here forward, just go ahead and believe that I don't understand what it is that I'm talking about. That if there are other possibilities out there, I obviously don't get them. Tom, I don't want to talk about the format of the article. Shut the hell up. You know who he did not say that to? We actually were going, I'm working with another podcast, and we were going to clip every moment that he said, I'm not going to answer that, no comment, like all of those things. We were going to clip it all together. There was one show, there was one interview where that just didn't happen. Where that just, there wasn't a moment where he's like, yeah, I'm not going to answer that. Anybody want to take a guess on the I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Sorry. I'm so sorry. No, it was not President Sunday. No, that was not the show. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Actually, I'm so sorry. No, it was not BPF. No, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Just listen. I'm really sorry, but it was not Wick either. No, it was the Tom Foolery show. I'm just gonna give you a hint. It was the Tom Foolery show.
Ironically, transgender ideology does not get rid of biological essentialism, but really, really doubles down on it. So Judith Butler is a post-structuralist, postmodernist, non-binary female who talks about performativity theory, which is...
Tom, it was you, and it wasn't possible you were simping because Max is a male. I believe the correct term is glazing for that. I'm so sorry. I'm so good memes. I'm so sorry. But I don't simp. I've never simped before in my life. I'm a simple. I'm a simpery. A yeah, there's not a good one for this. There's not a good way to fix this meme. It's just broken.
Is that gender is neither essential nor biologically determined, but rather it is created by its own performance, and hence it is performative. I understand better this phenomena through the lens of Simone de Beauvoir's, quote, one is not born, but rather becomes a woman, end quote.
Asymptomatic. Nice. Let's go. Asymptomatic. Yes, Freddie. Well done. Well done. W's in chat for Freddie, everybody. W's in chat. Freddie wins. Freddie definitely wins. Well done.
which is similar to what Butler said, but more compelling to me personally, constantly misrepresented to fit a trans activist agenda. What she's saying is that you're born female, and then immediately from birth, you're put into this direct factory manufacturing system, and when you've emerged, you're a proper woman. You've been built and distorted into womanhood as a female. Not that sex and gender is this immaterial idea, right? Let me be clear. A lot of people misrepresent my side of the movement, and I've been called a sex essentialist many times. This is not true. Could not be further from the truth. So this is the description of a sex essentialist or a gender essentialist. The gender essentialist claim of biology theorizes that gender differences are rooted in nature and biology. Historical views based in gender essentialism claim that there are biological causes for the differences between men and women, such as women giving birth and men going out and hunting. So sex essentialism would mean that you have innate and fixed traits just by nature of your sex.
I am somewhat of a gender essentialist. I will own that. I am somewhat of a gender essentialist. It's not not fully. So I do think that lots of parts of gender is socially constructed, and so I'm also a gender social constructionist. I'm somewhere in between the two, and I would assume most people are like that. And the problem is that these two words exist within some sort of dichotomy to where I'm not able to be placed as like one or the other. I'm on the spectrum, but I do think that there are very few parts of gender that are probably essential. And it could be that there's like it could be that most of gender is essential. We can't know. But I don't think it's all of it. And from what I can tell, from what we know, it just doesn't. I can't even say from what we know. We just don't have enough information to know how much is or isn't essential. So, yeah, like there's a little bit that I obviously in my document I believe is essential, but for the most part, it's socially constructed. Even the category is socially constructed, and it only exists as a social construct, but it exists as a social construct just as much as sex does. And so this is kind of the issue with people when they say, well, gender is a social construct, actually. This is something that Hunter Avalon does every time he starts talking about gender. He starts off by saying, well, gender is a social construct. It's like, do you start off by saying that every time you talk about sex as well? I bet you don't. I bet you don't ever say that. What gender is just as much socially constructed as sex is. It's just the categorization that's socially constructed, but you find it necessary to mention that every freaking time. So it's a little frustrating, but yeah, there's essential parts, there's constructed parts. It's going to depend on like categorizations and crap like that. But also like with gender, a lot of it is pushed socially, and that makes it very confusing.
So basically, a sex essentialist would be like,
what?
Just by nature of your sex. So basically, a sex essentialist would be like, okay, you're a female, and because you're a female, you are naturally submissive.
I understand that she thinks like, hey, it's going to be cute because I'm a girl, and so I burp, and this is me breaking down gendered barriers. The thing is that that's a very girly burp, not a female burp. That is an I identify as a woman type of burp. That is and men aren't walking around burping either. So,
In all cases, that is the normal default. You like to do your hair, you like to paint your nails. Because you're a woman, that's what you like to do, and don't stray from it. which is quite ironic when we get to later parts of this essay. So, with this gender identity shtick, sex becomes a construction, immaterial, and gender identity becomes fixed, innate, and immovable, which has absolutely no scientific basis whatsoever, and enforces sexist ideas such as a pink or blue brain.
But if they did, you probably wouldn't comment on it. I have burped on stream maybe 2 or 3 times, and every time I do, everybody comments on it. So, yeah. People were pinging me. What's going on? I don't know. We're just watching it. We're just watching this.
This idea of inherent...
How's it going, President Sunday? I heard... Did I hear this correctly? Are you and Boots reviewing this together? Is that what I heard? I thought she said that on my stream the other day, but I could be wrong. It is true. Wow. Wow. Okay. That should be interesting. Because Boots claims to be closer to Lav than she is to you. So that I am truly interested. Like, I'm not joking. I think that should be a really good conversation.
Inherent gender identity is what has oppressed and imprisoned women throughout centuries. 100 years after women get the right to vote, we are silenced into even defining our own bodies. And before you say I'm being dramatic,
all TERFs must die. Full offense, all TERFs can die in a fire. Kill your local TERF. Eliminate TERF scum. Another reminder to punch a TERF today. Effing kill all TERFs. Yeah, this is why I stopped calling people Nazis. Big Tech convinced me of this. To stop calling people Nazis because people advocate for violence against Nazis. So it is a bad look when people do this, and you do kind of give them, you give the TERFs ammo. All comments with 1 like. Yeah, it was probably them or their moms. This one has 1 like. The rest of them, 8 retweets and 11 likes. Wow. Whoa. That is quite the ratio.
so my belief is that a woman is a female. Sex is not assigned at birth, it is empirically observed. My body is a material reality. My body is not a religion. It is not an ideology. Being a woman is a material reality and a life lived through cultural constructions. So, I brought up this doctrine earlier. What is the doctrine? Well, when you ask proponents of gender ideology what gender identity means, there's no stable answer. The definitions are circular and entirely question-begging, or completely reliant on socially constructed stereotypes about behaviors and preferences of the sexes. This is from hrcs.org. One's innermost concept of self as male, female, a blend of both or neither, how individuals perceive themselves and what they call themselves. One's gender identity can be the same or different from their sex assigned at birth. Okay, this is from genderequalitylaw.org. Gender identity, noun. One's internal, deeply held sense of one's gender, which may be the same or different from one's sex assigned at birth. One's gender identity may be male, female, neither, or both, i.e. non-binary. Everyone has a gender identity. Gender identity is distinct from sexual orientation.
So this is a frustration with a lot of orgs that talk about gender identity, where they use sexed language instead of gendered language. And it kind of causes problems and confusion. Not that, like, if we're talking about gender dysphoria, I think it makes a little bit more sense to mix the two, because generally gender dysphoria isn't really like it's not really the gender overall that's making them dysphoric, but the sex as well, and so I'm a bit more lenient on people mixing up the verbiage on those, but not when we're just not when we're just defining what gender identity is, and then we say stuff like male, female, crap like that. It makes it a lot more confusing. What up, Katee?
Okay, this is from Cornell University. Gender identity. Gender identity is a person's self-identified gender, which may or may not correspond with their sex assigned at birth. Gender identity is how a person experiences and expresses their gender. And then it goes on to talk about the Yogyakarta Principles. The Yogyakarta Principles, international human rights principles revolving around sexual orientation and gender identity, describe gender identity as each person's presentation of the person's gender through physical appearance, including dress, hairstyles, accessories, cosmetics, and mannerisms, speech, behavioral patterns.
Can someone tell me why Tom is taking her seriously just for the clicks? My views actually dropped since I started talking about this. We dropped a good bit, I believe. Yeah, we were at 140, and then when we started this, we dropped down to 100. So yeah, the clicks don't seem to be all that helpful, but yeah, sure. President Sunday. I think you have rules to just jump in to my VC.
Patterns, names, and personal references. Many different gender identities exist, including male, female, transgender, gender neutral, non-binary, agender, pangender, genderqueer, two-spirit, third gender, and all or none of a combination of these. So, the Yogyakarta Principles are seen as the standard for gender protection laws internationally. In 2006, in response to well-documented patterns of abuse, a distinguished group of international human rights experts met in Yogyakarta, Indonesia, to outline a set of international principles relating to sexual orientation and gender identity. The result was the Yogyakarta Principles, a universal guide to human rights which affirm binding international legal standards in which all states must comply. Of course, these haven't been adopted everywhere, but it's been very helpful in shaping US laws, Argentinian laws, etc. In a lot of the United States, trans people have protections against discrimination as well as acknowledgement of gender identity, employment, education, and housing protection, all under the basis of gender identity. So, what is gender identity? What is the clear political definition? You'd hope that there would be one, considering these laws proposed by trans activists come into contact with or override existing legal protections for other groups, other sex classes, namely females. Unfortunately, there is no clear definition. No legal document or law managed to explain the concept of gender identity in a way that is not circular, nonsensical, or reliant on socially constructed stereotypes. You'll notice about all of these definitions is the word gender on both sides. The thing to be defined and part of the definition itself. Perfectly circular.
How's it going?
I'm doing swell. How are you?
Doing great. We just started this.
Did you get past the Simone de Beauvoir section?
Yes.
Are you familiar at all with Simone de Beauvoir?
Not really. I only stared looking into
That part.
her.
I'll say this. That part made me laugh a little bit.
Why is that?
Well, among other things, is she likes to default, and there's a reason why she doesn't understand the context of this. She likes to default as a counter to Judith Butler, the phrase by Simone de Beauvoir, that one is not born a woman, one becomes a woman.
Oh, I'm
and
sorry.
The reason why,
yes,
yeah.
I know de Beauvoir. Yes, I've read The Second Sex, but I don't know much about her outside of that.
Well, The Second Sex is like an 800-page book, so you would know a lot about Simone de Beauvoir if you read The Second Sex.
Yeah, the other day when I was talking to Lav about y'all's debate, that was like one of the first things I brought up, is I felt like when she talks about de Beauvoir, she talks about it as though a lot of the stuff that, like when you become a woman, there's in the footnotes, it talks about the fact that there's like many different translations and they're not sure which one exactly she was saying. If it's you become a woman, or if you become woman, or if like there's like 3 different types of woman that they use in France and they weren't sure.
I can provide a little bit of clarification, and this is one of the reasons why it's funny.
Okay.
So do you recall by chance where in the book the phrase "one is not born a woman but rather becomes a woman" occurs?
Right at the beginning.
No, actually, it's about close to 300 pages in. It's at the beginning of volume 2.
Well, okay, yeah. In the translated version, they say it at the beginning.
Well, it's French, right? It's all translated.
Yeah.
But this is the actual quote, okay?
Mhm.
One is not born, and you'll see why I find this hilarious. One is not born, but rather becomes woman. That's what Lav quotes on the screen.
Mhm.
This is the next sentence. No biological, psychic, or economic destiny defines the figure that the human female takes on in society. It is civilization as a whole that elaborates this intermediary product between the male and the eunuch that is called feminine. Only the mediation of another can constitute an individual as another, inasmuch as he exists for himself. So you get the idea here. Not only is this not contrary butler, they're actually drinking from the same well. They are both going to be taking on an understanding of gender that is entirely, and by gender is understood womanhood, and by the young female is going to be understood the younger form of the adult woman, which is a socially conditioned category, entirely socially conditioned. She is adamant about this. And they are both going to be deeply embedded in the kind of understanding of gender and social categories that Lacan will be dealing with. And moreover, more to the point, Simone de Beauvoir is in no way, shape, or form less a social constructionist than Judith Butler. Judith Butler has the benefit of being able to read Simone de Beauvoir and to elaborate on her work and be critical of it. She's a little bit ahead of the current with respect. Ahead of the current. She's farther downstream from de Beauvoir. So I found that section absolutely hilarious because she just categorically didn't understand either de Beauvoir or Butler. It was really remarkable. You would think, after having been taken to the woodshed about that in particular multiple times in front of an audience, that she would at the very least take 5 seconds to read the page in which this occurs.
Yeah. So I remember in your debate with her, she said that she agrees that it, like, to everything you're saying, but she doesn't believe that Beauvoir would say that you can that a man could become a woman. Do you agree with that?
Well, that's the reasoning there is circular. So a man can't become a woman because a man is a conditioned category as well that is defined in opposition to woman.
Mm-hmm.
And this is again like one of the reasons why we don't say when we're talking about trans people that a man becomes a woman. We simply refer to them as a woman.
Well,
a woman
if
with a penis,
Beauvoir
say, things like
believes that
Mm-hmm.
one becomes a woman,
Yes.
could you not become a man first and then become a woman? Or I guess you don't become a man because man is just the default in the second sex.
That gets a little bit tricky
Yeah.
because your self-conception is now conditioned by that already.
Mhm.
Like I think I get the point you're getting at, and I think there's a sense in which you could, but it'd be a bit more convoluted because what she's talking about isn't just the possibility of adopting different roles within a
Mhm.
social frame. She's also talking very much about the way in which these roles condition your self-conception and your relation with other people and their relationship with you from the moment you enter this world. And you can't repeat that, of course. That's kind of a one-shot thing. You're only a baby once. You're only a child once. So it's a little bit. I get what you're saying, and I think there's something to it. I think there's something to it. But it's a little bit more. Here's the grand irony of the thing. It's
I wanna
social
be
constructionism
clear.
as a concrete.
Yeah, so
Yes.
I was gonna say I want to be clear. I'm just telling you what Lav's argument is. I
Yes.
think
No,
that
I saw
Simone de
a little bit.
Beauvoir-
I saw a little bit of what you were saying when she had social constructionism on the screen, and she was saying the Bo Burnham line, "Art is a lie, nothing is real," and I was impressed by that. You actually were correct.
Okay, yeah. So I do think that the way that Beauvoir conceptualizes gender, it seems like yes, a man or a male could become that. Like it is something that is forced on females, but if it was forced on a male or a male took on those traits, then it the patriarchy would be just as much oppressive to that male
and indeed it is. The second
Yes.
sex is as much about the raising of men in society as it is about women. They take up a little less space in terms of the text, but it's a massive part of it. Because of course, like, it is the second sex. It is directly corresponding to the thing to which it is the other. So the
Right.
second sex is going to be defined by its relationship to the first sex, right?
Do you actually agree that males are, or a man is the default?
No, I think that's one of the main things that is being challenged by a text like this. So one of the things de Beauvoir will argue, I probably have it actually underlined here somewhere. One of the things that de Beauvoir will argue is that while it is true that even from a very, very young age, it may be the case that if female children seem to exhibit these tendencies or whatever, and they have a common experience, this is entirely conditioned by how they are raised by their society. It's a holistic process of generating a type that it sort of takes, in her language, to be as obvious as the moon and the stars, or the moon and the sun. And she goes down like a weird. It's a fascinating. I don't know how much weight you want to put on it, but from her perspective, she goes down a weird sort of psychoanalytic history in the second volume of how women and men in childhood understand themselves differently by reference to how their wet nurses and their parental figures in society as a whole imposes on them specific relationships with their genitalia and things like that. And what she's careful to point out is that, and that's fascinating to look into. I don't know how much we can go into without breaking TOS or something. But what's really fascinating about it is that, as determinative as these practices are of behavior and of one's self-conception and roles in society later on, she's careful to point out that even in terms of things like the different ways in which males and females are typically understood to urinate in a given society, these differ by social context and things of that sort. So it's and this is one of the reasons, once again, why de Beauvoir is a little bit outdated. She goes with a lot of material that we are generally a lot more critical of today. I'm not a de Beauvoir expert. I haven't read all of the second sex. The thing's a monster. But the notion that there is that de Beauvoir, in her perspective at the very least, stands as asserting the essentiality of a biological female experience is beyond parody. It's completely the opposite of what she's doing, even if she's wrong. I didn't read the Wikipedia. I have the.
Yeah, for some reason, when you first brought it up, when you asked me, for some reason, I was mixing up Beauvoir and the, what's the other
Butler?
chick's name? No, the girl who, the woman she brings up at the beginning that says right-wing feminist.
Andrea Dworkin.
Yes, Dworkin. That's who I was thinking of. I don't know much about Dworkin.
Me neither.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tom.
Yes.
Okay, Katee, you're very quiet. Just a heads up.
You are. You're very far away.
Oh shit. Is this better?
Yes.
That's much better.
Okay. I just wanted to answer about the is a man like the default sex. Obviously not. Well, if
it's not the sex,
we
so
are
we're talking about gender. Like,
yeah,
are
exactly.
They a default
I was
gender?
gonna say. So like we're all acknowledging that there's a distinction between sex and genders. Like sex, obviously, we know that everyone starts like more close to female and then whatever. But like in terms of gender, I do believe that the default is actually a man. And then like socially, not just as like gender, but as like just the way society is constructed, the way civilization is constructed, like and then you branch out from that to like lesser men and women and stuff like that. And I think a really easy way to like see that is the way that basically living under the patriarchy, like women who want to be successful in the workplace, for example, need to aspire to a more like man-like behavior. You know, like a lot of our social institutions as well are all constructed around like the concept of men being successful. So
I don't
why-
disagree
Mhm.
that in some aspects that's obviously going to be the case. Generally, just because men inhabit like the top parts of the hierarchy within society, or at least like the parts that are going to hold the most power. But I think that there are lots of gendered characteristics that are forced on men as well that are going to make them different than whatever a default could possibly be. And so
Oh, yeah.
they're like, so I think just saying they are the default is almost
Well, here's the men aren't the default. Man is the default. This is and it's not even necessarily consistently imagined by everyone else. It's like a totemic principle about it.
I actually agree with that.
So that's kind of what I'm talking about. Is conceptually, I think that.
So I want to make sure I wasn't talking over Katee. Did you say you agree with that or disagree with that?
I said I agree with that.
Okay, good.
I like that distinction. Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to get at. Is I think there are still so many things that differentiate man from what an actual default would be, to where man is put up as the default, but it's still so different from what a default would be that it kind of discounts all of the gendered characteristics that are forced on men as well, and otherizing them from women just the same as women are being otherized from men.
I guess what frustrates me about that argument is like it implies that in a world that is like devoid of society and civilization and everything, if there's like a real truth to it, then sure. But I'm not really talking about like when I'm saying,
I'm not just saying
default.
that. I'm asking you to take that into consideration to understand that men are being otherized from women just as much. Like,
oh yeah, of course, yeah, that's true.
When you say they're otherized from women, do you mean that? I feel like, and I don't know if it was shown in the video, but I do feel like the way we distinguish men from women is less so much, I'm thinking about like cry like a girl and like, so when you say they're otherized, I do agree that there are differences and that we compare, but the initial like separation is always like women are different X way, and now we've rinsed and repeat that for a few like thousands of years, so now you can go the other way around. But I guess the question is like, do you mean generally or do we mean where did it start? Because when I'm thinking about the default, I'm thinking about where like
you're thinking about like ontologically, literally, where did human beings? You're thinking about the default in like a historical sense. Like what was the default?
Oh, okay.
I see. So I think Tom's asking about a social sense. So in this case, like, and we can sort of approach this in almost a timeless way, where you're right. Like initially, men are going to be treated as the actors and the center to which women/females/ whatever word is being used are an appendage, and then they're going to, after the fact, identify themselves as against the female, which was originally differentiated from them, which is simply
exactly.
Yeah, so I think we were all on the
like
same page
Adam
about that.
and
That's
Eve,
why I was
right?
a little bit
yeah.
That's why I was a little bit perplexed about what you were saying, because I was like, you're definitely on board with this. Where are you going? But I see what you're saying. You're talking about sort of like almost an evolutionary default, I guess.
Yeah, and I think that's like an important thing to remember, because when I'm thinking in terms of like deconstruction of gender and like from a patriarchal lens, like it is important to remember where those like core things come from, because like if you want to deconstruct a notion, for me the way I do it is like reaching the core issue is the most effective way of doing it. So just like saying, oh, men should be like erudite sometimes says stuff like we should just encourage men to like accept their feminine side. And from like my perspective, I think because of the like evolutionary way, quote unquote evolutionary way socially that like gender worked, I think it would be a lot harder for society to accept men being feminine than men and women being just like not a thing,
Yeah, well, that's why what is a woman is a much bigger question than, because there's a lot more characteristics that come with being feminine than there are with being masculine. And then when we talk about trans women all the time, we talk about trans women because it's males becoming feminine, which is like a lot harder for people's brains to grapple with.
Well, I don't think it's necessarily that conceptually it's harder for people's brains to wrap their minds around. I think what's happening though There's a
It's a
consequence of-
disgust response.
Well,
That's all there
sometimes, but I think what it also is as a consequence of how these categories are framed. Biological males who transition to socially present as women are viewed as engaging in a different kind of act from biological females who socially present as men. Namely, they are still regarded as men, whereas biological females are not regarded as men. And so
That's
like
fair.
yeah. So even when we're talking about like gender neutral bathrooms and things of that sort, the fear is never of trans men molesting young boys in the washroom. It is always of trans women molesting young girls in the washroom, which is strange because, again, like back to the discuss response, there is sort of an association in like a lot of transphobic discourse, a lot like within like the respected medical writings going back not even a few decades in some cases, where trans women are treated as essentially it's a type of homosexuality. It's a type of
Perversion,
with homosexuality understood in a very circular fashion as being itself an onboarding of female tendencies onto a male.
Well, we've also done a lot of work.
It gets very odd.
Over the
I also
last
think
like,
that, like-
couple decades, feminism has done a lot of work to push women into more masculine roles and take on more masculine characteristics that's become normalized. And we haven't done the inverse for men, where it becomes more and more normalized for men to take on feminine characteristics or do feminine jobs.
That's why I really hate like the whole like becoming more masculine or becoming more feminine, because again, if I look at it from like where the default like conversation that we just had, then like the concept of becoming more masculine or becoming more feminine, it's nonsensical, because we only made these distinctions as like juxtapositions to one another, where we all understand that like we could have all just started from the same place. So I guess I have a very like strong emotional like resentment towards that type of discourse. And I understand that maybe most people need it to like make an easier sense of the world. But like referring to what President Sunday said, like I think that there's a much greater, because there are very few, like as Tom said, like there are more ways to describe and distinguish like a woman from a man. But in terms of being a man, there are very core principles that you should generally follow under like a patriarchal lens. And like becoming a woman is one of the big no-nos, you know, like being feminine, participating in those feminine traits. And I think a lot of the anti-trans discourse comes from this feeling of almost like a gender traitor as a man, that you could ever like give up and like betray the concept of manhood to become like the lesser form of a woman type of thing.
I'm
So
gonna
you'll
disagree with
always
that.
be like a cheap imitation.
I'm going to disagree with that a little bit. I don't think, I mean, maybe you can find people who do think this way, but I don't think it's so much betraying the concept of a man as if man is like a gender faction that is owed loyalty to.
No,
I
it's
think
like defiling it is what I mean.
I wouldn't even necessarily say that. I don't think masculinity or manhood as such is touched by that conceptually in the imaginations of people who hold to that kind of thing. I think what it really is that the inferiority of women is such a baked-in component of this that it is read as men wanting to shirk responsibilities, return to the womb, so to speak, and become kind of coddled by society, and things of that sort. And that's taken to be inherently dishonorable or some other word like that. I think that's more the read on it, and this is why it dovetails with kind of the disgust at gay people, right? Because that's read in a similar way. Yeah.
Yeah, so I actually, from what you said, that's pretty much, I guess, like a specific example of the general vibe I was describing. Because even like, because for me, when I'm saying like a gender traitor, I mean that like you're a man, and if you're trying to dodge your responsibilities as a man and like trying to return to the womb, that's very like unmanly. It's one of those things that you're not supposed to do as a man. Yeah, that's
what is the manly but the opposite of the womanly, which is precisely like, and this is something Beauvoir goes into extensively. Like the girl is allowed to hide behind her mother's skirt, the boy is not past a certain age. Before I go, I need to run because I'm super busy tonight. This is actually Tom is doing a remarkably, surprisingly good job on this. So well done there. You've been highly praised, Katee. Phemoid is in the chat, and then she says you've explained patriarchy wonderfully. So take
I
that
did.
for what
I
you will.
saw that. I saw that. Yeah.
Lav, you needed to read. Lav, if you're still there, you needed to read, literally, just to avoid embarrassing yourself with this. 30 pages. That's all you had to do. Just take an hour or two. It's not hard. It's not hard. Anyways, cheerio. Godspeed.
Later. Wait, was he saying 30 pages of gender trouble?
I think he means like Simone de Beauvoir.
Oh. I was about to say 30 pages of gender trouble is hard, dude. I probably had to do the first 30 pages like 3 or 4 times. It is freaking rough, dude.
Stick, I have no reason to stay, so you can just come in because I don't think Tom needs me here. I just wanted to answer the question.
Okay, appreciate it.
Thank you, Tom. Sorry I barged in.
No problem.
No attempt is made to define gender. We understand through reading these, what it could possibly mean. And that is a deeply felt internal experience. What you feel yourself to be. Even moving off of these not defining gender, it doesn't tell us how this feeling is different from any other felt feeling having.
Mr. Dave.
Hi, I'm Dave.
How's it going, Dave?
Living the dream. How you doing, bud?
Doing well. What can I do for you?
Well, I was in here just to kind of show you a different setup that you can do for your chat.
Oh, yes, please. What is that?
Okay. Let me mute your stream real quick. Here, I'll let you look at how I have it set up. I'll stream real quick.
Because I just changed to this one.
Yeah, and obviously
week.
You don't like it already. So.
Oh, it's like I like it, but the problem isn't the setup. The problem is that they lag. And that's my issue over and over is every chat that I get, it lags. And I'm told that this is just a problem with YouTube, that it's not even a problem with the chats that I'm getting. So I'm not sure.
Try it this way because it's not using any kind of external chat thing.
Okay.
It's just using OBS. Go to twitch.tv/EmpDave, EmpDave. And you can kind of see the setup. I believe
Dave.
Yeah.
Oh.
So if you type in the chat, you'll see it pop up there.
I know what you're doing. I used to do this. The problem is that I normally have like 5 windows on top of each other. And I'll end up every time you have more than 2 windows on top of the chat, it disappears. It becomes a black screen. And I have to do that so consistently that we're gonna lose like a lot of the chat.
Okay. Well, now how do you mean having more pages on top of it? You mean more things in your OBS settings?
No,
Overlays?
So like windows on top of one another. So say I have OBS, then I have Chrome. That will black out the chat. As soon as I put Chrome on top of the chat, it blacks it out in the.
Okay, try it this way though. Okay, go to your, because I think you're talking about a different method that I'm talking about.
Okay.
Go to your YouTube chat and hit pop out on it. Okay. And up in the top, you see how there is actually like a browser, like it has a URL.
Yeah.
Copy the URL.
Oh.
And then go into your OBS.
Hold on.
No problem. Take your time.
I'm not able to pop it out on OBS, so I gotta go to the one on.
Yeah, you'll actually have to like open your YouTube channel.
Yeah, I've got it open already. Okay, so I can put this in as a browser source?
Yes. Ooh. And then you're going to want to resize the browser source.
Yeah.
Because I had to fuck around with that for a little bit. Sorry about, excuse the French, sorry.
Sorry, chat, y'all.
Sorry.
Give me a minute. This is important work.
I'm just stepping in to see if I can help make this better for all of us.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So whatever size I put it at, it'll just be that size. Yeah?
Yes. So right now I have mine set for, what do I have it set up?
Let me see what I have my other one set at. I'll just put it at that same dimension.
I have it set at 400 by 800.
Okay, I got 1200 by 2300.
And then I just drag it down so it's covering the actual, like, I can type into chat area. Because nobody else needs to see that.
Oh, that's way too small. Oh yeah, that's way too small.
Okay. That's just
Okay.
for how I had mine set up, but yeah, go for it.
No, I did mine a little bit differently. What is yours set at?
Width 400, height 800. And then I just have my, it goes farther than like what you see, but I just have the camera thing over it.
Oh, that's perfect. Boom. That works. Thank you very much. That is very
No
helpful.
problem. Hey, anytime, man. Hey, thanks for streaming. Appreciate you.
Thanks, buddy.
All right.
Later.
Have a good one, guys. Bye.
Dave W's in chat, everybody. This is very helpful. I wondered all the time how Irrelevant did it without his blacking out. And now I know. Okay, I'll screw with this.
Nothing to do with gender. So, a deeply felt internal experience. It doesn't extrapolate on where this feeling comes from, its relation to the body and biological sex, nor does it speak on its relation to our environment and nurture. It doesn't describe why this feeling should be taken seriously or as gospels, so it can be protected under legislation, which one would wish for it to do when there are laws being pushed to override existing legislation and protections based on sex that we need, that we fought very hard for. If you're like me, this instead doesn't give you hope, but doesn't make much sense and gives you actually very little hope that laws can be proposed and enacted to protect a characteristic of human identity. And none of the people pushing for it really care to define what they're protecting. So the preamble to these laws often has to do with the utterance that these transgender people will experience violence, marginalization, harassment, exclusion, and prejudice because of their gender identity. And if this exists, surely this gives us a reason to legislate protection, but it's not clear how it can be true based off of their circular definitions. What does it mean for someone to suffer from discrimination or violence based on an internal belief about themselves, rather than on an outward presentation? How do you protect a subjective state? Without telling us what an internal sense of yourself means, how can I know if I have a personal definition of myself if I don't know what any of this means? A deeply felt
We have all sorts of laws that are based on some sort of subjectivity. Like lots of self-defense laws are based on whether or not you have a legitimate threat to your life, right? You can actually take action and like kill somebody if you have a legitimate fear for your life. And then when you look at what a legitimate fear is, those are all based on subjective markers as well. Lots of our laws, lots of things that we put into legislation are subjective. We protect subjectivity all the time. Like whether or not like rape is it has lots of subjective markers to it as well. Like whether or not you've consented to something has lots of subjective markers to it as well, which is why we have a jury of your peers grade these things. It's because we want what it is that we're looking at to be a representation of what most people would agree with. A subjective state of human identity? Well, probably not of human identity, but I don't understand why wouldn't we have a subjective state of human identity in law when we have so much other subjectivity in law as well? Like, that's kind of the point that I'm making, is that, like, why not an identity? Why can so many other things be subjective and not identity?
Strong sense of identification of man or woman, male or female. How can I acquire this deeply felt feeling of my identity? What is its relationship to my sex body? If I'm being told this feeling is so important, it must be legislated to protect, then I'd like to.
Because it's legalizing calling yourself beautiful and being protected in that class. Wait, no, it's not. You can still have separate legal definitions. Even if we're talking about, like, even if we say, yes, woman is this thing, law can say, well, we're not talking about, like, woman, we're talking about females, right? Like, they can say, we're just talking about adult human females or something like that. Like, they're still able to differentiate these things if they wanted to. But I don't see why they couldn't do that, is my point. Like, I don't think they would, but I don't see why they couldn't do it. I'm saying, how do we protect gender identity outside of expression? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, because I'm trying to steelman this. I don't personally want to protect gender identity in and of itself, because I think that you would have to use expression as some sort of litmus test for gender identity, but I'm not sure.
To know where these feelings come from and why they're so important. I believe many things about myself and my identity that nobody cares about protecting. Where are my protections as a beautiful, tortured, and thoughtful artist? My protections as a 5'8" genius with beautiful long legs. So, because the subject of—
Wait, you're not 5'8". Wait, did you say 5'8"? Hold on.
Gender. My protections as a 5'8".
Oh, you identify as 5'8". Okay.
Why they're so important. I believe many things about myself and my identity that nobody cares about protecting. Where are my protections as a beautiful, tortured, and thoughtful artist? My protections as a 5'8" genius with beautiful long legs. So, because the subject of gender and everything I've read about it is so—
Tom, how tall are you? 5'2".
confusing. Gender identity needs to be more than a preference or affinity to attributes and roles associated to a sex. The consensus is that gender identity is as fixed as sexual orientation, meaning we should not try to shape or influence it. Trying to shape or change someone's gender identity, encouraging them to reflect, is seen as wrong and abusive. People often explain that trying to relay a biological sex to a trans person is akin to sexual conversion therapy. People explicitly argue that the only form of psychotherapy should be one that affirms and supports the professed gender identity. Even therapy geared towards young people, the kind that wishes to wait and see how your identity could play out and change while you remain a minor, is considered dangerous and abusive now, i.e. protect trans kids. All of this makes sense if you believe gender identity is fixed at a young age, perhaps even before birth. Being trans is obviously—
Like, I don't understand. So, I'm a bit lost on, like, because saying that you protect gender identity doesn't mean that you would protect people identifying as beautiful. Like, those are not nearly equal. If you wanted to say an employer cannot discriminate based on gender identity, all that matters is that they do identify as something and somebody would discriminate against them based on that identity. That's literally all that matters, is that it doesn't matter how you decide whether or not that identification is actually real, or that identity is real or legitimate. You can jump in, Lav. You have perms. Yep.
Hi. So when we talk about subjective states, especially in the scope of gender, we're talking about a deeply intrinsic feeling. So I'm going off of what the HRC describes gender identity as, which is just a deeply held belief or feeling that is not rooted in necessarily like reality, right? It's identifying after sex. So that, which is a subjective state. How do you even explain what a woman feels like, how it is to feel like a woman, and why would we protect that? It's like describing beauty in the way that like beauty is subjective. Why would we protect a human state, a subjective state, mental state that is completely sort of random and arbitrary over, expression? I believe.
What does arbitrary mean?
Arbitrary means random.
Okay.
Why am I always getting quizzed? This is so stupid. I hate you. This is so fucking annoying. Like,
I'm sorry, I'm just trolling you because
I don't even want to dignify
Boots
this
asked
shit.
you what arbitrary meant the other day. You laughed at it, so I was just gonna ask
because
you again. I know why you laughed at it. I know why you laughed at it. I don't want to get into a whole think about Boots. I'm sorry I asked. I'm sorry I asked.
Anyway.
I don't want to get into a thing about Boots.
But you know what? But you know what I'm saying is that.
Yes.
It's a subjective state. I agree, like anything that we should be able to have, like religious freedoms, like freedom to express our religions, right?
Sure.
Or freedom to express the way that you want to express yourself. That should be protected because that is tangible. That's measurable. That's you can empirically sort of view and observe people's expression of things. You can't do that with gender identity. So it makes no sense to protect under legislation. And
So-
you get job protections in America and in Argentina and in Uruguay and in Sweden and maybe not Sweden anymore.
So
Germany.
you said you read my doc. Did you really?
Yes.
Okay, so you would know that in my doc, I say that your identity can't really have any utility if it's separate from your, if it's separated from your performance. So,
Yes.
like, I obviously agree, but that would just mean that we would measure it based on your performance. That doesn't mean that somebody can't have a different identity, but that identity wouldn't be protected by law.
Yeah, so what I'm doing in this, and which hopefully you'll get throughout the video, is that I make a bunch of arguments. So not only do I make the argument that we shouldn't protect the state, but that the presentation itself is very sexist and arbitrary, like based on arbitrary sex stereotypes. So we shouldn't give any of that merit. So it's sort of like it knocks it down one by one, but also keeps in mind that, like, if you are a man who doesn't fit into your, what you're supposed to like, that doesn't make you less of a man. That just means that you're a man and you want breasts and you want hair, and you should be protected under law to do those things, to express those things. You should have job security. You should have housing security because of those things, but not under the guise of you being a woman, but under the guise of you being someone free to express themselves.
So, okay, I have like a million questions based on like one thing that you said. I don't want to get into a debate about it. I'm just trying to understand what you're saying. So, when we talk about like religious protections, you're saying there's ways that we can measure that in your life, in the way that you live and the things that you do, right? Mm-hmm. Would those not also be based on stereotypes about those religions?
I don't really understand your question.
So are you against the stereotypes because you think that they're sexist?
I'm against I'm not against stereotypes. It's too broad.
No,
I'm against giving merit.
Stereotypes. We're talking about gendered stereotypes right now.
Yeah, I'm
the
not
stereotypes.
against. Yeah, I'm not against stereotypes in general. I'm against whether or not performing those can make you into something that you're not and giving them merit.
So
because then that becomes gender essentialism. That becomes biological essentialism, in which you think that, because you don't like that, you can't hold feminine traits as a man, like you have to be a woman because of that.
can you tell me why you're okay with that with religion and not with gender?
Wait, what do you mean?
So we're going to grade somebody, like if somebody says like, oh, I'm being discriminated based on being Muslim, and then we go look at their life and they don't have any of the stereotypical Muslim.
But they are. But Muslim is not. Muslim is based off of a philosophy and religion, right? Being man or woman is based off of what is a conglomeration of subjective and material reality. So it's based off of mostly sex. So when you say that you're a woman and you can change your ID from male to female, it becomes like it has in basis it is different because you are
okay. So you just
entering a
said
protected class that is not as subjective as a religion.
Hold on. You said that we were going to grade them based on sexist stereotypes, and so I'm saying I agree with you. We would have to look at sexist stereotypes, but with religion, we're also using stereotypes in order to figure out whether or not they are actually that religion. And I'm asking, why is that okay with religion and not with gender?
First of all, there's a religions have a rule book. They have the Quran, they have the Bible, they have
correct. But how do we know whether or not
there is no rule book? There's no rule book for man or womanhood.
That's not what I'm asking. I don't know why you keep bringing that up.
I don't know what you're asking.
Okay, so earlier we talked about the fact that in order to know whether or not somebody is actually religious, we would have to use like religious stereotypes to actually figure out whether or not they really are that religion, if they're being discriminated based on being that religion, right?
Okay.
And so I'm saying that we would still use stereotypes to actually figure out whether or not they are that religion under like for some sort of legal
what stereotypes do you mean?
So like if say somebody said they didn't get hired because they're Muslim, we would look into their life to see if their actual stereotypical Muslim practices or Muslim iconography or like just general Muslim things that we would stereotypically see with a Muslim.
Sure, but that's not as much stereotypes as it is just like what it is to be part of a religion. So that's like pretty essential. What is essential to a religion is performing the religion. What is not essential to womanhood is performing womanhood.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that is my issue, is that it sounds like you're describing the same thing. Like when I talk about womanhood, I'm saying yes, it is somebody who is actually practicing womanhood.
But plenty of people do not practice womanhood, who do not practice womanhood with the stereotypes, and they're still women. If you are a Muslim who does not practice being Muslim, who does not, do the things that Muslims do, then you are not Muslim, because that is a prerequisite to be Muslim. You need to do those things. It is not a prerequisite to womanhood to perform arbitrary femininity rules based on stereotypes.
Well, I'm saying it is.
But it's not. There are plenty of butch women who are still women.
That, but I say it is.
They're still okay. When I'm not wearing makeup, when I have my hair cropped, when I'm wearing, sweats and a t-shirt, and I'm not doing anything and I'm alone in my room, I'm still a woman. I'm not performing it. There are plenty of butch women.
If I take legs off of a chair, there's still legs of a chair.
Oh God, I hate this argument. There's not. When Brittany Griner is a woman, but does not perform femininity in the fucking slightest. In fact, most people think that she's trans. Most people don't believe that she's a female, but she's still a woman, even if she's not presenting that way, which is not true of religion. You literally have to, as a prerequisite, follow the set of rules. There are no rules to womanhood as there are to religion.
Okay. In my document, I go over all of this, where like sex characteristics play into gendered stereotypes as well. They are gendered characteristics as well. And so somebody who's a butch lesbian still has those sex characteristics, which is how they still add to the gendered characteristics that come up with an overall concept of womanhood.
I still don't understand what you're
I have to rewrite it. I realize there's a lot of like screwed up parts in there that I didn't explain very well. So it's mostly written for like right wingers to read, and anybody who actually has like more in-depth knowledge on theory, they're gonna have like a lot of trouble. They're gonna make a lot of assumptions that I don't mean to actually be there. So I gotta rewrite a lot of it.
Yeah, you do.
Shut up.
You're letting me off the hook.
Yeah, I know. I didn't push back hard enough.
Dude, you're so stupid. I saw the little fucking videos that you post with me in them. You are milking this whole. You like me, and you don't want anyone to know that you like me, and it's.
I've said
so
I like
cringe.
you
Have
like a
backbone.
million times. You are
Have
such a
backbone,
freaking liar,
Thomas.
dude.
Oh,
I have
dude.
said I like you a million
Have fun.
times.
And then you post videos that are like, like, that are trying to shit on me when I'm cooking.
What?
You try to like virtue signal that I'm like crazy or stupid. You're so cringe.
Hold on. I have said this a million times. I like Mr. Girl. I like you. I like Destiny. I like all of you for the same reasons. You're all very odd. You're all very strange. You're all very different. I like President Sunday and Demon Mama. Like, I like all of these people who are very different to me. And that, like, these are people that have very different ideas that I can engage with, that I can explore, that actually challenge my ideas and make me better. I like all of these things. You're a freaking character, too. You're funny. I like all of these things. That doesn't mean I don't still disagree with a lot of the dumb stuff that you do and say. That's like a totally different thing. I don't ever pretend like I don't like you. That's not a
You do this thing where I think that you probably do think that I'm smart, and I think that you probably don't think that I'm not
I've said
fucking
that
crazy.
too. I've said I've
but
argued
you-
with my chat a million times saying that
I don't
think
know,
that you're
dude.
smart.
Okay, well, I haven't seen it. All I've seen is for you to fucking virtue
Chat,
signal your fucking
will you
chat.
back me up here? I have had so many fights with them over whether or not you are smart, because they all keep saying like, oh, I don't get what you see here, Tom. You keep saying she's smart. That's not real. This is all the freaking time, dude. This is why they call me a simp, is because even though I have all of these issues with you, I still say things about you that are nice, and that's what gets all of them up in a, their panties up in a wad, is because I say things that I'm not supposed to say. So,
Yeah, whatever, buddy. I'll believe it when I see it. I'll be watching. Anyway, keep going over the video. Bye.
all right, bye. No idea what you're talking about, Tom. You seem pretty fake. Thanks. That's well done.
Difficult. I've had many trans friends, I have been in many trans spaces, and I've heard their grievances. It causes distress and could lead down a path of stigmatization, marginalization, potentially expensive dysphoria-relieving surgery. We are told constantly trans lives are difficult, and that they face a greater number of barriers.
She's so dumb, dude. She is so dumb. I keep telling you guys this. I don't know why you guys argue with me all the time. She is so freaking dumb. This is obvious. Whoa. What? Chill with the bears. My goodness. There's a lot of freaking bears. Wait, does the chat on screen only show... Oh, do I have to change this to get it into... It's in top chat. Well, I can't just click on it. It's not like actually projecting anything. So I'll have to figure out how to get it in the live chat.
Obstacles. If this is true, why would we maintain transgender identity over encouraging an identity that is more in line with their birth sex? I wonder why we help female children become boys. How that is somehow a better clinical goal than helping them feel comfortable being a girl. And the only way that this makes sense is if you value transgender identity.
Speakeasy raid? Nice. Appreciate it, Speakeasy. It didn't pop up on my side for some reason. It didn't. I've got my phone here in front of me. It didn't pop up there. It didn't pop up on my chat here. I don't know why, but I appreciate the raid. Thank you. Here, try posting a bunch of bears again. Let's see if it's in top chat yet.
over cisgender identity. If you're logical and what you're aiming to do is reduce harm, then the evidence we have suggests the best way to do that is to have a child happy with the body they were
Oh, you can't raid. Okay. Appreciate it.
born in. If not only to shield them from medical costs and a long road of body modification. And then if that doesn't work, if all else fails, only then to aid in a transition. But trans rights activists and advocates are not logical, and they are certainly not neutral about identity outcomes. They believe gender is fixed and innate and cannot be changed. They believe any attempt to mold or sway a gender identity in some way will also ultimately fail and also cause damage to the individual. Even people who feel like a woman one day and a man the next were expected to believe even their identity is fixed, innate, and cannot be changed. But we can't all be gender fluid, because if we were all gender fluid, then their whole system of gender identity would dissipate. So the belief gender identity is fixed also.
Is Tom literally not going to comment on any of this? Wait, what in there do you... Yes, gender is fixed. What would I disagree with on there? Gender is fixed. Yes, true. Gender identity is fixed. It is a fixed thing. Lav has borderline personality disorder. She isn't dumb. She has a lack of sense of self. So her opinions and views challenge all the time. Or change all the time, sorry. Trust me, I have an aunt with BPD. I know people with BPD. No, it's not. LMAO what? Yes, it is. Gender identity is fixed. I don't know why you're saying no, it's not. Gender identity is fixed, yeah.
Get strange very, very quickly. Claims Leah Thomas has always been a woman. Claims Caitlyn Jenner has always been a woman. Caitlyn Jenner, who lived more than 60 years.
Your gender presentation is not fixed, but your gender identity, yes, this is something that you don't choose, you can't change, you can't move. What you claim your gender identity is and what it actually is can be different things, but I believe that your gender identity is fixed for sure.
A man, an Olympian. Even for those 60 years Caitlyn was living as Bruce, she really had been a woman. The only way this can make sense is if you evolve gender identity as something essential that lives inside you from birth, waiting to be uncovered, dormant until it isn't, waiting for you to be who you've always been, all along. Quote, I'm not transitioning because I want to become a woman, I'm already a woman, end quote. Well, if you're already a woman...
Well, and especially from like trans activists, like they believe that gender identity is fixed as well. So like when somebody, like she just said, when somebody transitions, they'll say, oh, well, they were always a woman. They just figured it out, right? Like this is the general consensus on gender identity is that, yeah, it is a fixed thing.
Woman, then what are you transitioning to and from? For this to be true, gender needs to be entirely independent from the sex body. Penises become female if the person who has it believes themselves to be or identifies as a woman. And girl parts become man. So, gender identity needs to be universal. Everyone must experience gender identity. So, I don't have a deep internal experience of myself as a woman. I call myself a woman, not because I feel like one, whatever that means, but because I am female. I have breasts, a vagina, ovaries, a uterus. My understanding of woman is adult human female. In my brain, okay, well, I have the parts. I'm a female, so the word that we have for that is woman, and so I'm a woman. But gender identity tells me those things don't make me a woman. My body doesn't make me a woman, my sexed body. Because some people who have these things don't identify as women, they identify as men. So my breasts, my vagina, my uterus can't make me a woman. So if I'm a woman, it must be because I identify as one. Because I have the gender identity of woman. I must identify as a cisgender woman. Biology and physiology of womanhood hold no weight, and I'm to accept that. I'm to accept all that makes me a woman is to simply identify as one.
Like, this is all dumb. Like, but she's right. Like, this is what the trans activists say. It is stupid stuff. This is their line of logic. It is circular and stupid, and it doesn't make sense. But like, she's right. This is what they say. So I don't know. There's not much to get upset with, except for that, like, leftists are freaking crazy. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Have the gender identity of woman regardless of whether I recognize it, and
But your own doc kind of agrees? No, it does not. My own doc completely throws gender identity out the window. Like, it kind of says, like, yeah, gender identity exists. It's real. It's what causes you to have a gender expression. And so we just look at the gender expression. That is your gender identity. That's it.
that's a privilege and trans oppression if I deny it. Well, maybe there are different ways of becoming a woman then. Maybe some women are women because they're female and socialized and raised to be, like lambs for the slaughter. And maybe other people become women because they have this thing I don't have. This deeply felt intrinsic feeling. But the people pushing to legislate can't accept that. They cannot allow more than one way of becoming a man or woman.
Yeah, I heard about Joe Rogan. That's sad.
All people who are women must be women in the same way for the same reasons. If we had other definitions of gender, this would leave room for some experience of gender to be seen as more authentic than others. It would create distinctions or a hierarchy of classes for women. So people with penises who feel as though they're women, they will not be seen as sufficiently women compared to natal females. For that reason, gender identity needs to be the sole criteria to be part of the class of man or woman. There cannot be any other way of becoming a man or woman other than identifying as one. If you're a woman, you have to identify as one. Any other reason you'd be a woman? Irrelevant. Your biology, physiology.
Lav, you're betraying your fellow women. A trans woman is not an authentic woman. What? Mac, bro, your comprehension is just so low. It actually hurts. You start off by saying she's betraying her fellow women, and then you state her position right afterwards. That is her position, is that a trans woman is not an authentic woman. That is her position. That I don't know how you always do this. Where you act like you're disagreeing with somebody and then you state their position as your own. But there it is again.
It's insufficient. So, because most of the planet calls themselves men or women, it must be because they possess this deep intrinsic feeling, right? Oh, and also there are people who can decide to opt out of being a man or woman, agender or non-binary. But those people have a gender identity. Their identity just isn't man or woman, but something else.
Something! I'm sorry, what were you saying?
Some immaterial experience, I suppose. So, when I tell people about how I feel about my gender, they tell me that I'm something like non-binary. They explain that I do have a gender identity, it's just one of the outliers, it's just pretty special. But if I call myself non-binary, I am not a woman anymore. I can't be. But I've been a woman my entire adult life because of my body. But I can't call myself a woman because I don't identify as one. I don't have this deeply personal identification and feeling. And
so, for anybody who's a cis woman, you don't know much about your gender identity because it aligns with your sex. It is so seamless for you that you don't ever have to think about your gender identity. You don't ever have to actually rationalize it in any way. You don't have to contemplate it in any way. So obviously you're not going to have this deep, connection with your gender identity. It aligns with your sex? Of course not. It's like 99% of the population. So yeah, duh. Well done. You're like everybody else, so you don't have to think about your gender identity very much. But I have a gender identity. I'm a cis male. I know I have a gender identity. I know that I would feel very uncomfortable if people looked at me as a woman and identified me as a woman. I would probably develop some sort of dysphoria over it, as would Lav. And she can pretend that's not the case, but she would definitely end up developing gender dysphoria if everybody acted like she was a man. And she'll say, well, that's actually because I've been socialized as a woman. But no.
Again, how can I even begin to have this feeling or try to have it if I can't explain what it is, or what it means to feel like a woman. If your personality, disposition, and preferences are more aligned to the gender norms of one sex or the other sex rather than your natal sex, if you have the feeling you are more comfortable or belong to another gender role than another, maybe if that's all that means. But again, where does gender identity come from? And why should we protect this thing in law? Of course, I can live more comfortably as a woman. I've been raised and socialized to be one for 24 years. I've had good practice. It's all I've ever known how to do. I know how to exist as a female, as an adult female. And when I look at the pink bow and blue tie, I feel nothing. I like to do my makeup. I like to look cute. I'm also fairly aggressive. Certainly people feel like their sex does not align with the societal conceptualization of how their sex should behave or what things they should prefer. But nobody has explained to me what about that feeling needs to be protected. Immediately I think, why don't we just get rid of the pink bow and the blue bow tie? Surely we'd all be just fucking happier. We want to protect people from discrimination on the basis of their gender identity and how they express that identity, but that doesn't mean gender identity itself is something to be protected in legislation. Maybe instead we should be creating a world in which nobody would need to have a gender identity, since nobody needs to define themselves in reference to these stereotypical personality boxes. Gender identity needs to be, in order for this doctrine to ring true and these laws to be sacrosanct, something more than a feeling tying you to a set of arbitrary rules and stereotypes you're supposed to feel attached to your sex. Gender is either a material or immaterial property. If it's material in basis, it must be verifiable. It must be capable of testing. You must be able to find the property known as gender identity. What is this if not a gendered brain? The concept of this fixed identity has to rely, because we don't have souls, I'm an atheist, has to rely on the brain. So what is the concept of sexed brains? To be fair, even trans rights activists rarely make claims of a gendered brain because of how on its face misogynistic and false it is, but boy, is it alluded to. It lurks in the shadows. Gina Rippin, who is much more qualified to speak on me than this.
So the differences we're talking about are actually very tiny. They may be statistically significant, but if you've got a big enough data set, but they're actually very small. And what we ignore, and this is where sort of my autism research interest came in, we ignore the variability within each group. So the differences within groups of males and females are much bigger than the differences between them. And even dyed-in-the-wool sex difference researchers will acknowledge that actually the differences they're talking about are quite small.
I'll link the lecture. Suffice to say, she obliterates the idea of a gendered brain, as many neuroscientists have.
Saying that the differences are small does not obliterate the idea of a gendered brain. Gender is a small part of our persons. Like, it is a small, tiny aspect of who we are. And it obviously, there's going to be very small differences. And within those small differences, it would make sense that gender is one of those things. It doesn't make sense that Lav will start talking about, yes, there are these like biological differences that come from like testosterone and estrogen, and that they're going to have these massive differences in the way that we act. It's literally gender. Like, you're literally explaining gender. And then we're talking about brains that are made to, yes, that change based on estrogen and testosterone. It's not fixed. It's not innate. We don't know that. You don't know that. They don't know that. Nobody knows that. We don't have enough information about the brain to actually know that. But we do know that some of the differences seem to align fairly consistently. We don't know why. We don't know where it comes from. We don't know if it's innate or if it's developed because of society. We have no freaking idea. You said it's fixed, Tom? A gendered brain is different than a gendered identity. I said a gender identity is fixed, not a gendered brain.
There are differences in brains between the sexes, but there's absolutely no evidence of gender, and the emphasis we put on the differences in the brain are really, really insignificant.
That's what gender is. Like, this is frustrating when people describe gender and then they're like, and there's no evidence of gender right after describing gender.
Frankly, very dumb. So go watch the lecture and come back. I'll wait.
Sex differences are going to come out as gender differences. That's the way that we'll categorize them, as feminine and masculine. femininity and masculinity are things that we consider to be like attributes from a specific sex, right? Like you look up femininity, it's something closely related to females, and masculinity, something closely related to males. So these are, characteristics or traits that you expect or are likely of a sex. Or sorry, so yeah, if it's feminine, it's expected or likely of females. Like that's what femininity is. Lots of those feminine things are going to be biological. Lots of masculine things are going to be biological.
So even if we were to grapple with the idea of a sex brain, you'd have to explain how a male brain got into a female body or vice versa. So
like what? Like, I mean, unless you think there's no differences based on estrogen and testosterone, I'm sure you at least believe that much. So just those differences alone are things that we would consider to be biological differences that we would categorize as masculine and feminine. Like being more aggressive, building more muscle, being more empathetic, crying more easily, or being more emotional, being less emotional. Like these are all things that we consider to be feminine or masculine. Tom, you need to watch the lecture. Okay. Or read a damn book. Well, I have read many books on this, but we've already talked about this in our debate where you conceded that I was right. So maybe you need to watch my lecture. How about that?
if we believe that a female brain can be placed inside a male body, we have to agree on these highly contestable and tested claims. 1, there are significant differences between male and female brains, enough to make the distinction. And 2, we have to have an explainable theory as to how one sexed brain can end up in another sexed body. Even if it were true brains were sexed, you need some explanation for the second claim, that a female brain can be placed in a male body with male chromosomes and testes and a penis or vice versa. But also, why would we call a brain a female brain if it exists in a male body? If we're to believe that a female brain means you're more likely to have a disposition and personality marker like empathy rather than the male logic and coldness, surely you'd find individuals from both classes at both ends of this bell curve plotting normal distribution of normal personality traits and attributes. That doesn't mean those individuals do not have their sex body or cannot identify as their sex. Why is a supposed feminine personality trait in a male body sufficient to now name this male a woman? Does it not make sense to say this feminine personality can be male, as it rests in a male body? I'm aggressive and quite arrogant, which seem to be masculine traits, yet I am a woman. I am a female. And how deluded and oppressive and offensive to assign traits to sex bodies. I'm sorry I even had to taste that rationalization in my mouth. So, all in all, I hope that what you're getting from this is that this is a faith-based argument, entirely based around this sexed soul idea, rather than anything else. Gender identity.
It has literally nothing to do with a soul. It has nothing to do with a soul. This is like just a way to make it sound like some religion that's cuckoo and out there, but it has literally nothing to do with a soul. It is not related whatsoever. It is just regular concepts, just like, any other concept, just normal concepts. That's it. Just but concepts are all souls, she hates the chair argument because she believes a chair is a soul, actually.
Identity means nothing. It cannot be understood. We cannot empirically test it, prove it, and it remains a subjective state, almost like a religion. As an atheist, I'm not entirely sure how a soul would be sexed. Souls do not have a reproductive marker. They do not have a reproductive strategy. We are an evolutionary species, and we've evolved to look around and name humans male or female. If I look around and you look like a female, I'll probably call you a female, and the same goes for men. And I'm sure if you're a progressive watching this, which I hope you are, you'd probably agree that sex doesn't matter with how we treat each other. But when sex matters, it is sex that matters, and not gender.
This is literally, yes, this is my argument, yes. Like, gender matters by far the majority of the time. Sometimes sex matters. And when it matters, it matters. And that's like you're going to be communicating something different than gender when sex matters. So, but by far the majority of the time, you're not engaging with sex in any way. You're engaging with gender.
So Judith Butler, who is a postmodernist, post-structuralist philosopher, says that sex is a social construct. I tend to completely disagree. Sex is a material reality, observed at birth, not assigned. And if the birth is of a female child, you instantly know culturally what to do with this child. She is pink, she's frilly, she's to blame if she is raped, she's got to be a mother, we have to push her in feminine directions. Judith Butler wants to believe that social construction, that force, is the real thing. That those cultural practices are the real thing, and that sex itself is meaningless. Trans activists want everyone to be forced to go along with this doctrine. Reality is not constructed reality. Words create social reality. But saying words are the only thing that creates social reality is very silly. There is the reality, right? Death, mammals are two sexes. I'm sure that there are more. Our words interact with reality. They aren't the only reality. They aren't the reality. To say there is no reality and only the construction of reality is frankly quite stupid.
So, this is why at the beginning I was saying that there's an issue where you don't actually understand like deconstruction, because you're going to have a lot of trouble engaging with the entire argument if you don't understand like deconstruction. So let's say like there's just the ground. We don't have a word for a rock. We don't have a word for like a mountain. We don't have a word for a tree. Like we don't have a word for this stuff. It's just the ground. If you don't have a word to describe it, it's unlikely you actually understand the differences yourself. It will all be the same to you as well. And if you do understand the differences, you'll have a word to describe it. You'll, like, as soon as you're able to categorize something, you're going to have a label for it so that you can communicate it. If you can't communicate it, it likely does not exist to you. It's very hard. Like, name something that exists to you that you do not have a word for. It doesn't exist because you can't categorize it. You have to be able to categorize something in order for it to exist to you first. And so this is the important part that's being missed, is if we don't have words to describe these things, they just don't exist to us. And when I say us, I mean humans. Like, as humans, a thing cannot exist to us until we have some way to communicate it or categorize it.
So, why do you care?
And we can make up other things that don't exist as long as we just put a word to it, right? I can talk about Walmart. Walmart doesn't exist. Walmart's not an objective thing. It's not really there. There's stores that have Walmart on it, but each one is not the Walmart. Walmart is a much bigger thing, and now we're able to engage with it tangibly, just like we would anything else, because we put a label to it. We've categorized it and put a word to it, and now it exists.
Why do you care? TERF? Ugly, stinky, TERF? Well, this is the James Barry story. Margaret Ann Bulkley.
So Margaret Bulkley was born, if I remember correctly, in 1789 in County Cork. It was around then anyway. And the early part of her life isn't very clear, but she seems to have been supported by an uncle to go to train as a doctor. And there was only one place she could do that, and that was the University of Edinburgh. Not because they accepted women, they didn't at any of the universities that she could go to, but because they took children, basically. They had no age limit. So even though she was an adult, she presented herself as a precocious boy. And she turned up there, I think at age 18 or 19, saying she was 12 and a boy. And she got her medical degree. And the point was that she was going to go out to Venezuela, where there were no rules against women being doctors. But then Venezuela had a revolution, and that never happened. So she was kind of stuck. She had this medical degree, and she had this male.
I think there's actually a phenomenon with colors. For example, colors we labeled blue and green, both being labeled blue. Yes, exactly. Yep.
Name. Now, she was about 4'10". Her voice had never broken. I cannot actually believe that many people around her seriously thought she was a man. But anyway, she lived her entire lifetime as a man, James Barry. She worked in the army. She was an army doctor. She went out to India. She met Florence Nightingale, who said she was completely horrible. Like Florence Nightingale said he was one of the most vicious and nasty little men that she'd ever met, constantly starting duels, or at least, taking the sword out and saying she was going to. And so this story, it was written up as a biography, a woman, something like A Woman Ahead of Her Time, I think was the title, that came out in 2016. So she was still understood as a woman who had, through incredible resourcefulness, found a way through the extreme restrictions on womanhood, which you could understand as gender if you want, although they weren't using that word then. She had broken the bounds of gender and she had shown what her sex was capable of. And then there was a fictionalized version of the book due out in about 2021. And as soon as that was announced, when the book was sold, it started to get all these negative reviews before it had even been written on Goodreads, saying it was transphobic trash and that James Barry was a man, and it was dead naming James Barry him by saying her and mentioning the name Margaret Bulkley and so on. So somewhere between 2016 and 2021 is when it happened. And what it is switching from understanding this story as the very long history of oppression of women by something you could call gender. Exceptional women like Florence Nightingale, like Margaret Bulkley and others, showing that those restrictions were unjust and that when you removed those restrictions, women could thrive in all the places that they were not meant to understanding any woman who did that as a man.
So, this is why I care. I want to decimate a gender.
Yes, it sounds like she was understood as a man. It sounds like she lived her life as a man. That didn't mean that she stopped being a female. But yeah, everybody around her knew her as a man. So of course, I feel like she proves the point more than anything else. You're saying she was female, but she was a man. Yeah. No, she was a man.
Role that involves masochism, self-hatred, and passivity as a prerequisite. I resent I am to be seen as fragile, submissive, pink, and ditzy. I resent that I must be a hole for fucking, a mouth for fucking, an ass for fucking, a nurse, a saint, a mother, an object, that I have to have a predisposition for kindness and gentleness, that my hair has to be long, my legs shaved, that I must be an incubator, that I have to look fuckable at all moments of the day, even when I am ill, even when I am building a person in my body, even when I am old, even when I am dying, that I must stay young and pure and pale. I don't want to be any of these things as a default, and I will not be pushed into these things. And when a man does these things, it does not and should not give him access to my bathrooms, my sports, my prisons, and my crisis centers, and even my body in a medical setting. So let's talk about self-ID. What is self-ID? Self-ID allows trans people to self-determine their gender without the need for a psychiatric diagnosis to confirm.
So just to be clear, again, a lot of the things that she's going to disagree with here, stuff like self-ID, I still disagree with. I still think all of this stuff is stupid. It doesn't make sense. It's all dumb jargon. It's retarded. I don't agree with it. But I'm able to do this while still believing that trans women are women, right? I'm still able to have a very coherent idea of gender that makes sense without just saying, well, no, let's just dumb it all down to sex. And I think a lot of this is to say well, if you buy into some of it, you gotta buy into all of it. But I obviously don't. And I think what I believe is, I've already had this argument on gender with other linguistic philosophers who all agree everything that my doc professes is coherent and cogent and makes perfect sense. That doesn't necessarily mean that they agree with it, but my point is that you can have a different concept of this from self-IDers and it can still make sense and be cogent, and you don't have to be either a self-IDer or a sex essentialist. There are other things in between that still are coherent and make sense.
Confirm their status. I think this is a misnomer. It seems very accurate that self-ID is the demand for other people to comply with your identification. In many countries, a legal gender change is not required to enter single-sex spaces like women's toilets or alter their gender on many official documents such as medical forms.
Same in our current political cultural paradigm, trans women may as well be women. Yeah.
Where does self-ID already exist? At least 13 countries allow self-ID. According to a December report by Victor Madrigal-Borlos, the United Nations independent expert on sexual orientation and gender identity. They include Argentina, Ireland, Malta, Belgium, Portugal, New Zealand, Colombia, Denmark, Uruguay, Iceland, Brazil, and Norway. In the US, the New Jersey Department of Corrections makes it customary for prisoners who identify as transgender, intersex, or non-binary to be assigned a prison stay in line with their gender identity, not with the sex they were assigned at birth. Research has shown that transgender inmates face particular danger while in prison, but few states offer them protections like these in reality. But it is becoming commonplace, and there is a push for it. Connecticut and California passed laws in 2018 and 2020, respectively, that require transgender inmates to be assigned prisons based on their gender identity. Rhode Island, New York City, and Massachusetts also have housed inmates based on their gender identity. Lambda Legal, the Transgender Law Center, and the American Civil Liberties Union Foundation of Southern California, ACLU SoCal, filed a motion to intervene in a lawsuit challenging a California law protecting transgender, non-binary, and intersex inmates. So, under a 2020 law, the State Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation is required to house inmates in correctional facilities designed for men or women based on their reported gender identity. The department must also recognize an inmate's self-reported gender identity and pronouns. This is becoming commonplace. So, an estimated 91% of victims of rape and sexual assault are female. 9% are male. Nearly 99% of perpetrators are male. With self-ID laws, anyone can claim that they're a woman. This means anyone. Not even actual transsexuals. Anyone. So, you see where this can potentially pose a problem. This is the Swedish study, which a lot of people talk about, and a lot of TERFs talk about, and a lot of people advocating for single-sex safe spaces talk about. So, the Swedish cohort study followed a population of individuals who had undergone surgical and legal sex reassignment involving hormonal and surgery treatment between 1973 and 2003, 324 in total, and compared them to a matched control group of their birth sex. It is crucial to emphasize that this study looks only at those who have undergone hormonal and surgical transition, which is a much tighter group than individuals who self-identify as transgender. The primary purpose of the study was to consider whether medical transition helps patients, leads to better social and health outcomes, and to inform what support they might need post-transition. It is methodologically
yeah, this is the one that we went over the other day. This is the one that's, yeah, this is the Swedish study. This is not, this does not align with anybody else who's done the same study. It is an outlier. It is different from everybody else's. Trans people are between everybody else according to like literally every other study. We just went over this on stream the other day. So like a trans woman will commit more crime than a cis woman, but less crime than a cis man. And a trans man will commit more crime than a trans woman, or sorry, than a cis woman, and less than a cis man. Across the board, they commit more violent crime than females. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They commit more crime than cis women, but much less than a cis man.
And health outcomes, and to inform what support they might need post-transition. It is methodologically, Christ almighty, robust, peer-reviewed, large-scale comparative source on offending rights comparing trans women and women. It compared the likelihood of a person having one or more criminal convictions and convictions for violent crime, defined as homicide and attempted homicide, aggravated assault and assault, robbery, threatening behavior, harassment, arson, or any sexual offense. The study can be divided into two cohorts, 1978 to 1988 and 1989 to 2003, with the difference being that the latter cohort received adequate mental health provision. The findings show that transsexual individuals were more likely to be criminal than non-transsexuals of the same birth sex in the first cohort, and no different from their birth sex in the second group. So the researchers state, male to females, trans women, retained a male pattern regarding criminality. The same was true regarding violent crime. Male to female transitioners were over 6 times more likely to be convicted of an offense than female comparators, and 18 times more likely to be convicted of a violent offense. The group had no statistically significant differences from other natal males for convictions in general or for violent offending. The group examined were those who committed to surgery, and so were more tightly defined than the population based solely on self-declarations, solely self-ID. So, we know that males are the stronger sex, and that females are the smaller, weaker sex. And because of that, as an act of equity, we protect females from male violence, as male violence is pervasive. And so this is a hard one. And perhaps we can have a Q&A after this video at some point, or even a panel or discussion on what to do and where to house trans prisoners, because although I do see and understand and empathize with the danger that trans women face in general pop male prisons, I struggle to find how that is women's problem and how women should be used as collateral in that. I struggle to understand why in one of the only places, in some of the only places where women are isolated from male violence, being a prison or a crisis shelter, why we would introduce that if someone just feels like a woman because they like to paint their nails, or because they feel more submissive, or because they feel like they have more empathy than the normal male population. I struggle with it. So,
yeah, I like when you keep strawmanning things that hardcore, when you're like, when they feel like they have more empathy than the general population. Absolutely nobody's saying anything like that. Like, that is just too much of a straw man.
Unfortunately, we're going to have to get down to a big component of the conversation that a lot of people don't want to talk about. And as someone who tries to be sensitive to people who have traits they can't control, I will try to be careful with my words because there are very limited explanations for transsexualism. I have to bring up the elephant in the room. We have to talk about autogynephilia.
I thought we were going to talk about your mom. The elephant in the room, get it? Saying she's fat.
I have very, very vivid memories of a time where I would actually arouse myself at the thought of being a woman.
All the way around, yes. Oh my God. Okay, now turn around. Further back.
So autogynephilia is defined as a male's propensity to be sexually aroused by the thought of himself as a female. It is the paraphilia that is theorized to underlie transvestism and some forms of male-to-female transsexualism. Beginning in the 1950s, clinicians and researchers developed a variety of classifications of transsexualism. These were variously based on sexual orientation, age of onset, and fetishism. Prior to Blanchard, these classifications generally divided transgender women into 2 groups: homosexual transsexuals if attracted to men, and heterosexual fetishistic transvestites if sexually attracted to women. These labels carried a social stigma of mere sexual fetishism and contradicted trans women's self-identification as heterosexual or homosexual, respectively. So in 1982, Kurt Freund and colleagues argued that there were 2 distinct types of male-female transsexuals, like I said earlier, each with distinct causes. One type associated with childhood femininity and androphilia, sexual attraction to men, and another associated with fetishism and gynephilia, which is sexual attraction to women. Freund stated that the sexual arousal in this latter type could be associated not only with cross-dressing, but also with other feminine typical behaviors such as applying makeup or shaving the legs. Blanchard credited Freund with being the first author to distinguish between erotic arousal due to dressing as a woman, transvestic fetishism, and erotic arousal due to fantasizing about being female, which Freund called cross-gender fetishism. So, Ray Milton Blanchard is an American-Canadian sexologist, best known for his research studies on pedophilia, sexual orientation, and gender identity. Blanchard's transsexualism typology is a proposed psychological typology of gender dysphoria, transsexualism, and fetishistic transvestism created by himself. Building on the work of earlier researchers, including his colleague Kurt Freund, Blanchard categorized trans women into 2 groups: homosexual transsexuals who are attracted exclusively to men and are feminine in both behavior and appearance, and autogynephilic transsexuals who experience sexual arousal at the idea of having a female body. Blanchard conducted a series of studies on people with gender dysphoria, analyzing the files of cases seen in the Gender Identity Clinic of the Clark Institute of Psychiatry and comparing them on multiple characteristics. These studies have been criticized. They have mostly been criticized for lacking reproducibility and for a lack of a control group using cisgender women. meaning there are people pushing to study whether or not women are attracted to themselves as female. So, Blanchard studies patients who had felt like a woman at all times for at least a year, and classifies them according to whether they were attracted to men, women, both, or neither. He then compared these 4 groups regarding how many in each group reported a history of sexual arousal, together with cross-dressing. 73% of gynophilic, asexual, and bisexual groups said that they did experience such feelings, but only 15% of the androphilic group did. He concluded that asexual, bisexual, and gynophilic transsexuals were motivated by erotic arousal to the thought or image of themselves as a woman, and he coined the term autogynephilia to describe this. Blanchard and his colleagues conducted a study in 1986 using phallometry, a measure of blood flow to the penis, demonstrating arousal in response to cross-dressing audio narratives among trans women. Although this study is often cited as evidence for autogynephilia, the authors did not attempt to measure subjects' ideas of themselves as a woman. So there's that. The authors concluded that gynophilic gender identity patients who denied experiencing arousal to cross-dressing were still measurably aroused by autogynephilic stimuli, and that autogynephilia among non-androphilic trans women was negatively associated with tendency to color their narrative to be more socially acceptable. However, in addition to having methodological problems, the reported data did not support this conclusion because the measured arousal to cross-dressing situations was minimal and consistent with subject self-reported arousal.
Sounds like you read that from a Wikipedia, Lav. Wikipedia!
This study has been cited by proponents of the theory to argue that gynophilic trans women who reported no autogynephilic interests were misrepresenting their erotic interests. Apparently, it's transphobic to bring any of this up. So, unfortunately, there's no world in which I feel comfortable with people fetishizing themselves as women entering my safe spaces or access to opportunities reserved for females. Gender identity disturbances in males is always accompanied by 1 or 2 erotic anomalies. Quote, all gender dysphoric males who are not sexually oriented...
Yeah, just autogynephilia probably exists, but there's not like a whole lot of evidence that it is a lot of trans people, especially not most trans people. So when she says it's the elephant in the room, she means like nobody cares or talks about it, and it's pretty much a non-existent theory that only TERFs talk about. So that's the elephant.
Oriented towards men are instead sexually oriented toward the thought or image of themselves as a woman. The latter, erotic or amatory propensity, is of course the phenomenon labeled by Hirschfeld as automonosexualism. Because of the inconsistent history of this term, however, and its non-descriptive derivation, the writer would prefer to replace it with the term autogynephilia. It should be noted that the concept of autogynephilia does not imply that autogynephilic males are always sexually aroused by the thought of themselves as a woman, or by dressing in women's clothes, or by contemplating themselves cross-dressing in the mirror, any more than a man in love always obtains an erection at the sight of his sweetheart, or pair-bonded geese copulate continuously.
Like, I don't understand, why would you transition and like get surgeries and get like extremely ridiculed and all of these other things instead of just dressing up as a woman sometimes? Like people with autogynephilia, are they horny all the time? Because it's an obsessive paraphilia. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't, you should get surgery, in my opinion. Oh, you shouldn't get surgery, in my opinion. Oh, I thought you were recommending I get surgery. I think I'd make a pretty hot chick.
It doesn't mean that all these people are creepy and looking to, harass or victimize women. Blanchard describes autogynephilia as both a paraphilia and a sexual orientation, where the autogynephilic male is oriented inwards to a fantasy female self. This fantasy can be of several types, such as an anatomic autogynephilia, fetishizing female physiology, behavioral autogynephilia, fetishizing feminine behavior, and transvestic autogynephilia, fetishizing female clothing. Most autogynephiles are more than one type. He also notes in his papers that this is a paraphilia that has been recorded since at least the 19th century. Blanchard also comments on a phenomena that has become apparent on websites like Tumblr, of teenage girls reading erotic literature about gay men termed yaoi, literature which is aimed at women, not gay men, and then identifying as gay trans men, mentioning a case history that was rather similar. Possibly one of the best resources on autogynephilia is Anne A. Lawrence's Men Trapped in Men's Bodies. Lawrence, who admits her autogynephilia and transitioned in the mid-90s, describes multiple case histories and the science behind autogynephilia in detail. Lawrence agrees with the Blanchard typology. Quote, I would simply like to state for the record that based on my clinical experience and my reading of the scientific literature, I'm firmly convinced that the overwhelming majority, probably 98% or more, of cases of severe gender dysphoria in men arise in connection with either effeminate homosexuality or autogynephilia. Most of the rare exceptions probably arise in connection with conditions such as schizophrenia and certain personality disorders. The idea that substantial numbers of male to female transsexuals belong to a putative third type that is neither homosexual nor autogynephilic is inconsistent with my clinical experience and, in my opinion, inconsistent with the best available empirical evidence. Lawrence also describes that autogynephiles in clinical studies frequently lie about the sexual arousal they associate with cross-dressing and their sexual fantasies of being a woman, and many lie about being homosexual in order to obtain sexual reassignment services. Autogynephilia sounds completely unchoosable. It sounds like a sexuality that is innate, that you cannot help, that consumes your life. I have empathy for the people who have this, and to some degree, I don't really care about it. I don't care about what you're into or what your sexuality is to befriend you, hang out with you, or treat you with respect. I do, however, think some discrimination for paraphilias or sexualities are in order. In the same way, I would not want to allow a pedophile to work in an elementary school. I just refuse to believe someone can become a legally protected woman who isn't female through just the prerequisite of having a paraphilia. This seems to be the only empirical data behind or explaining gender identity, and even if there's a 10% chance it holds up, it's enough for me and other women to set a boundary. I want women as a sex class to remain protected without fear of male violence. Now, while you've listened to this, I hope I have not given off the impression of hatred. I think that there are a lot of things that can be said about this issue. The issue of genderism. But I think ultimately what this issue does is destructive. I think that gender identity ideology is destructive. I think it's regressive. I think it's wrong. I think it's wrong to say that a woman should or has to behave in a certain way, or else they are not a woman, or that you can opt in and out of that you can opt in and out of your sex-based oppression, you can opt out of your female body. I remember I got canceled, 2 years ago, I think, on TikTok because I had said that the term birthing bodies was ridiculous. Because after Roe v. Wade was overturned. So
somehow this video is almost over and it hasn't even touched on the most important aspects of gender that you would assume anybody talking about it would actually get into. Instead, it's just a way to paint it all as look how bad it is. Look at these. Look at autogynephilics. Look at the prison system. Look at this. Look at that. This can all still be real and exist and be exactly the way that I'm explaining it. And all of this would literally change none of it. It wouldn't change anything. There's nothing in here that anybody who actually talks about this subject would actually would be able to engage with, because you're just saying hey, it's bad to engage with reality, so don't do it. This is pretty much what this is saying. Hey, look how bad reality is. Let's just close our eyes and go la 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 la, and then we'll all be better.
So many people were remember non-binary people and men experience abortion as well. And I was so angry. That made me so angry. Because I thought to myself, in a world where it is so clear that there is a war on the female body, to legislate controlling it, thinking that you can opt out of that is pure narcissism and ego. And it's a pain response. It's a trauma response. And this feels very personal to me because when I was a gender nonconforming queer person, butchier in my teenage years, when I was dating women and living that lifestyle, I thought I started wearing a binder, and I had an eating disorder, and I was trying to starve the woman out of me. I was so scared of becoming a woman because of what it meant. And now we see so many detransitioners who are female coming forward. So many. So many. And they're met with abuse for coming out about how harmful this idea is. But when you get down to the brass tacks, when you think about it, what woman, what girl thinks about the world, thinks about the future she has set up for her? A future of female sexual subordination and subjugation, enslavement through narcissism and the way that you look and how fuckable you are and how much work goes into that. if you are to exist as a woman in this society, what woman looks to that and goes, hell yeah, I'm so gagged, I'm so excited to be put in this cage my whole life? Certainly.
Yeah, I agree. It's almost as though you would have to have like a serious mental disorder in order to put yourself through that. It's almost as though like you would have to have like a serious condition that would kind of force you into that position. How do you measure it? The same way you measure literally all mental illnesses. The same exact way, actually. It's crazy. The detransitioners think they have it. What? The detransitioners do have it. They develop it. If you transition without actually having gender dysphoria, yeah, you're going to develop gender dysphoria. The detransitioners were so sure. Yeah, well, it's a very minute, small amount of people. So thankfully, we have a very good process to making sure that you're that you actually have gender dysphoria before you transition and get an irreversible amount of gender affirming care, to where like 68% of people who are starting any sort of questioning end up desisting, which really means they just don't have gender dysphoria. They never had it, and they're finding out that they don't have it. And then once they actually transition, damn, the process is so good. There's a 1% regret rate. So yeah, we like the 1% of detransitioners definitely developed gender dysphoria, which is why they go on about how bad transitioning is because for them personally, because they didn't have gender dysphoria, then they transitioned, they developed gender dysphoria, because you can't live as a gender that you do not identify with. You can't live as that gender, which is how we know that gender identity actually is fixed. Why that there is a fact of the matter when it comes to gender is that anybody would develop gender dysphoria if they are not seen and they don't exist as the gender that they identify with, and not their personal like stated identity, but the fact of the matter to their identity.
Every young girl who thinks they have the option of not doing that would take it. I wanted to take it. I wished I could have been born a man when I was younger because of the way I knew society treated women.
Then why don't you transition? Why don't you transition? Because you can't. You would develop gender dysphoria. There is something within you that is very much a woman, that is very much feminine, that forces you to hold on to your femininity.
I didn't like pink. I wanted to play in the mud. I wanted to go fishing with my dad. I thought those things maybe made me a boy based on some arbitrary social rules.
What is it? A soul? No. What is crap. I'm blanking on the I can't think of the word. What is it that makes us like, it's what humans have that we're like more aware than other animals that we have, like we consciousness. Yes. Like, what is consciousness? What is that? Is it real? Nah, the consciousness doesn't exist because we can't pinpoint it in the brain. This is where your consciousness exists. So it's a soul. Consciousness is a soul, guys. That's all. It's just a soul. That's all consciousness is.
Maybe I'd go as far as to mutilate my body if there hadn't been intervention. So, when you think about it, all of this just seems very dystopian. And I understand we're in a culture in which everything is distraction, trying to distract us from the pain of reality. But
we can pinpoint interests in even sexuality. Somewhat. That we can pinpoint we can't tell somebody about their sexuality just by looking at it in their brain outside of like what do you call it? I'm blanking on the You're brain dead? Damn it. I am brain dead. Yeah, I'm brain dead.
I think women should set their boundaries, and I think they should ask for more. They should advocate for better living conditions as women. And I will die doing that. So, this whole gender thing. The gender thing.
You don't know what it is.
Pretty incoherent.
If I believed the things that you were saying, I would believe it was incoherent as well.
Where I hope every transsexual or autogynephilic or trans person, self-identified or diagnosed, I hope they find self-acceptance in their material bodies. I hope they find it. Because how painful would it be to feel like your body doesn't belong to you? Or that it's not supposed to be there. I understand the painfulness of that disease, but it's just not true. You are your body. You are your body. Doesn't matter what it does, doesn't matter what it looks like. You are your body. When an anorexic goes to the doctor's not, oh, we should give you lipo. You should be thinner. If you feel thin, if you feel like you should be thinner, we will give you lipo. And now the left is advocating to give medication to young people, to children, to stop their puberty and to potentially mutilate themselves with plastic surgery. It's dystopian. And it's scary. And there should be outcry on the left for this, not just the fucking losers on the right. The homophobic, bigoted losers. There should be a movement on the left to oppose this dangerous ideology.
We need homophobic, bigoted losers on the left, guys. Let's go.
Oppressive, regressive ideology. And with that, I hope I've given you something to think about. Just something to chew on. Just something light to chew on. A snack. Anyway, I love you all. Every person watching this, I love you. And I hope we all find peace. And I hope we all find solutions or trade-offs. See you next time.
Well, she said she wants peace, so I think it's a great video. I agree with all of this. I gotta make some food real quick, so 'cause I am starving like Marvin, girl. Baby rock your Marvin, bang ding bang ding ding. Ding ding bang gang 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 ding. Ding 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 bang 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 bang.
So I'm sure at this point most people, at least men...
Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna let you guys watch a porn star.
know who Lana Rhoades is. She entered the adult film industry in 2017 when she was only 21 years old, and quickly rose to the #1 adult film star in the world with classics like What Are You Doing, Stepbrother? And Sis Gets Stuck in the Dryer. Seriously though, her popularity grew at a light speed pace, and she could be described as having overnight fame.
Hi, my name's Lana Rhoades. I'm 19 years old and I'm from Chicago, Illinois.
Quickly, she was the person many celebrities and athletes alike wanted to get with. Despite all of this newfound attention she was receiving, few knew that while she was making all these films like a modern Scorsese, she was married to this dude named John for 5 years. Yes, I'm serious. You know that type of relationship is not for the faint of heart. She met this man when she was only 17 years old, working at a restaurant called The Tilted Kilt, which is like a Hooters type of restaurant, only the waitresses are wearing what is essentially a schoolgirl's outfit.
Tilted Kilt was the entry point to like objectifying yourself for a living?
Pretty much. Yeah.
Way to go.
Once she turned 18 and it became legal, she started performing at a strip joint.
I used to like to get like my first pair of like stripper shoes. I like found like guys on Craigslist that lived in like different states. I'd like pick out stripper shoes that I wanted and they'd send them to me, and then like I'd send the pictures of like my feet in them, and I was like 16. So I got like my first pair of stripper shoes and I went to the strip club.
What are stripper shoes?
Like
heels?
Like the clear like shoes,
Oh,
like the
okay.
big heels, yeah.
And she even claims when she was a kid that she already knew she wanted to be some sort of adult performer.
You always knew that that was something that you were interested in?
Sort of. Like, I mean, I watched like The Girls Next Door, like a Playboy, and like Anna Nicole Smith and stuff, and I sort of just like felt like, oh, they're so pretty and they have all this nice stuff, like I want to be like them. I didn't realize, oh, I'm wearing this outfit and guys are like looking at me sexually. Like I was sort of really dumb and naive at like 17, 18, 19.
So this is just the first example of this woman acting naive to avoid personal accountability. There's no way at 17 years old, someone couldn't understand the concept that creepy men go into these places to gawk at and flirt with women. They get a little attention, the woman gets the money. It's a very transactional event for everyone involved, just like everything else this woman ended up doing in her career. And while she was still performing in these films, putting up triple-double numbers every single night, she was winning awards, she was making connections, and overall you would think that she would be happy, living what was essentially the life of a wealthy influencer. But deep down she felt disgusting, as most of the things she was doing on set of these films were beyond degrading.
Basically, this guy had a bowl and he like gagged me until I threw up into it, and then he like picked the bowl, and during the scene he asked me to drink it.
This wouldn't be the first instance of Lana putting money over her own personal pride, but to truly understand the Lana Rhoades story in its entirety, you have to go all the way back to her adolescence, where she describes herself as a troubled teenager who fell into what was basically a criminal cult when she was only 15 years old. She claims that this gang of what she says were hippies forced her into the adult entertainment industry, and that they would take all of the money she had earned, and that by the time she was only 16 years old, she had already been to prison for assisting these people in home burglary. When she recalls this moment in her life, she once again fails to take accountability for her actions.
I would like get on like his shoulders and like climb over after the counter was closed.
And you would
like
steal
get his
cigarettes?
Yeah, and I didn't even smoke. Like literally, like I was so f***ing naive.
Holy shit.
And that eventually led to you being the small person that got put through windows to rob houses at one point, right? Is that what it was?
I've never talked about this
Oh.
on camera, Mike.
Well-
So I went to prison for like a year from like 16 to 17. And like
You were
I
the
lookout of this
Well, they
armed
sorta-
robbery.
Clan of hippies.
Like, nah, I didn't help them, I just drove the getaway car. I just enabled the crime to happen. And you guys know theft like this happens all the time, everywhere, even online. In fact, every single day your personal data is likely being sold behind your back on the web. There are thousands of data brokers harvesting personal information and selling it to unknown businesses to be used however they please. Data companies often have access to some of, if not all of the following information. And you guys don't want that, but the good news is, with a sponsor of today's video, Incogni, you can ensure you are safe when browsing online. Basically what the homies over at Incogni do is take your personal data off this market by reaching out to these data brokers on your behalf and getting it removed. With Incogni you can say goodbye to spam calls, spam mail, targeted ads, data breaches that big companies incur daily, and of course strangers getting intimate information like your phone number or even your home address. All you have to do is create an account, tell Incogni you'd like them to remove your data, grant them the right to work on your behalf, and then you just sit back and watch while they swat away all these slimy data brokers from selling your personal information. And luckily for you guys, the first 100 people to sign up using my code Jamari will get 20% off Incogni. So don't wait, protect yourself today. And so by the time Lana Rhoades was 22 years old, only 1 year after making all these films, she decided to leave the adult industry once and for all, which is not exactly an uncommon thing to see in this line of work, as Egret can be damn near instantaneous with uploading said videos. Keep in mind, during this 8-month period that she was active, she made over 250 films. Like damn, she had more work ethic than 2002 Kobe Bryant. After this, she started dating Logan Paul's left nut, and this made the two of them much more famous, and opened up more revenue streams for herself, as she blew up on OnlyFans and Instagram, and even had a podcast for a little while there.
You can make $1 million posting just a couple of videos on OnlyFans?
Yeah.
Legit $1 million?
Yeah.
All while this guy Mike was also using her for content and clout at every turn, harvesting millions of views off of this relationship.
It always just felt weird to me to have a breakup video. And here I am making a breakup video.
So that went on for a while, and then when the two of them finally parted, that's when things really started to get a little more scammy and hypocritical for this woman, who was already filthy rich compared to the reality for most people in this world. First off, she scammed the shit out of her audience with an NFT rug pull during the height of the crypto and NFT mania, where people were shelling out loads of cash for digital images.
Hello, CryptoSys community. First of all, I want to thank all of you for being part of my very first NFT project.
The premise of her products was to buy these JPEG NFTs that was somehow going to be tied to her career, and these magical NFTs will just increase in value over time as she gains more popularity.
She says, quote, "The brand plus value will keep growing with every drop." So her fans thought this was going to be some kind of long-term investment, I guess. And of course, it wasn't. If you look at her roadmap, it was pretty clear things were promised that weren't delivered on.
This was something many rappers and athletes alike were doing at the time, and they marketed it like you were betting on the person's career to continue to prosper. And fans of whatever influencer or athlete really ate this up. A dude even got a tattoo of one of these CryptoSys NFTs. I mean, what an absolute clown. It's apparent that these parasocial relationships between influencers, quote unquote, and their fans are going way too far. Like, can you imagine being the dude who did this tattoo trying to hold back your laughter? Either way, she promoted these NFTs and pulled the rug on her fans in less than 24 hours, as the value went like a roller coaster from all the way up to all the way back down. While she allegedly made over $1.5 million, with her excuse being that it all got to be too much for her to handle. But you know, I'm still gonna run off with all this money. And she somehow got away with this, walking the streets freely after committing what's basically fraud. And it really just goes to show me how gullible people are, and willing to take a chance on their favorite influencer person, who in turn will completely screw them over feeling no remorse. And so that was just another instance where she put her pride and her reputation kinda on the back burner just for the sake of money. And now with this latest entry into her life, she has had a child. And let's take a second just to think about how tough it's gonna be for this poor kid at school. I'm not even gonna show him, but I think considering the line of work she is involved in, she should be much more careful with how she shows off her son. And the thing with her son is that apparently she's always talking about how she is essentially a single mother, because the father could apparently care less about this poor kid.
Because he's not involved whatsoever. So
The father?
Yeah, he's not involved whatsoever.
Zero.
Zero.
Like money, nothing.
Nothing.
Oh.
No money. I'm not seeing Milo, anything.
But Lana definitely makes sure to let people know that she had a kid with an NBA player, which has led to much speculation involving Kevin Durant and Blake Griffin.
Also, don't have kids with NBA players. That's another one.
And all I can really think is that his identity should have really been kept private, and at this point it seems like he is used more as a tool for garnishing attention than anything else. It really is just crazy to me the decisions we all have to make in life, and this should really all go as a lesson to the impressionable youth that this influencer lifestyle crap is really not all it's cracked up to be. I know it's like the main thing kids want to be nowadays is like a TikToker or maybe even a YouTuber. And while you kids might think you want someone's life because they're famous and they're rich and they can afford anything they want, they get to meet all these other celebrities, they get to do all these things that you consider to be cool. Typically underneath all of that, there's a lot of sad stuff going on in the background. And with the instance of Lana Rhoades' life, it's really no exception. Personally, I do think that a lot of it goes all the way back to not ever being able to take any accountability in your own life. Because when you can't personally take accountability, and you feel like you're never in the wrong, I feel like you can never really grow as a person. But I really do want to know, where do you guys think her career will go from here? I do want to thank you guys for watching and subscribing today, dropping a like on the video. I also want to send a thank you to Incogni for sponsoring this video. But as you guys know, it's been your boy the Tan Superman, and some other sad lives of modern day influencers out here need to be covered, so I'm out. Peace!
I get dirty thoughts about you. They get worse when I'm without you.
How many people on Omegle? How many people on Omegle communicate with underage kids?
Like, I would say 80%. At the very
It's
least.
full. It's full of underage kids. But from what I've seen with Hormaxer's interactions on Omegle, just honestly speaking, I've heard him say like, "Well, when you turn 18."
Yeah. Oh, I didn't know this.
I've heard him say these things. I don't think it's wrong to say when you turn 18 XYZ. But I could be wrong. He's basically saying when you're an adult.
You know, you get in on like Omegle, right? Now Omegle has a younger crowd. We're having fun, right? And you get these sluts, these little sluts in there dressed like strippers. They look 20. That's why I said the age of consent should be like 14 or 15. This shit where these are children, that's wrong. This shit where these are children, that's wrong. This guy tries to say the age of consent 14. Maybe at some other point in human history, but today, what do you mean other point in human history, you moron? 14 in Germany, because that's fresh young prime poontang. That's right, I'm gonna sniff it. If I put my face in young poontang gear like that, you do go to jail. But we're gonna change that. We're gonna change that. I'm gonna be on Epstein's Island, baby. Informants have exactly what the problems are. Do they just want you to drain balls and leave you?
What are you?
45.
What? Damn, old man.
Yeah, old enough to plow your ass. I got an anaconda, and when you turn 18, you'll be my sex slave.
No, we won't. No, we
Sure
won't.
you will. Sure you will. Because no way, you're both two little sluts on Omegle running around.
Who's happier, the girl that's got only?
That's the guy that was there when Grace was dancing on screen. The same, what'd you call him, a chomo? Yeah, same guy. I remember the first time I pulled him up, I was like, this guy looks and talks and acts like a stereotypical pedophile. And there it is. It's freaking crazy how that works out, dude. Freaking crazy how that works out.
OnlyFans or doing porn. Who's happier, the girl that's got an OnlyFans or doing porn, or the woman who's living in Kashmir, where I'm from, with her kids and family and has a purpose? The girl who's doing OnlyFans, these men are not going to come to your funeral. No one's going to care. Whereas that woman who's looking after her children, she's got a legacy, and there's nothing more beautiful than that. And you're telling me my culture is oppressive when I find your culture humiliating. And so that's where my kind of anti-feminism came from, because I was just constantly being told that I'm a
I'd rather be oppressed than humiliated.
When I could not feel more liberated when I don't post like that, and I don't live that lifestyle, and I don't drink, and I don't frivolously.
You are liberated. Nobody's forcing you to freaking do that. Yeah. Yeah, it probably is copyrighted. Damn it. Damn it.
Are you sure? Because obviously I've always wanted to try a threesome, but if you're not comfortable with it, I want to be very clear, we do not have to do it. I don't want to do anything you're not cool with.
I am so cool with it. I'm not like a jealous girl. I'm like a cool, fun, like go with the flow girlfriend who has threesomes. Babe, And besides, she's so cool, super nice. I've known her for like a year and a half. We met at work, and she's very good vibes and very sexy. So just relax.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
Hey, I'm Matt, by the way.
Tiffany,
Very nice to meet you.
you as well.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What's going on here? Save some of that for the bedroom, huh?
I'm sorry, were we supposed to?
A lot of prolonged eye contact there.
Oh no, baby, I was in the shower when she got here, so I was just saying hello.
It was just a greeting.
Guess I'm just seeing things.
Are you sure you want to do this?
Heck yeah, I'm sure, right? As a matter of fact, you know what, Tiffany? What time is it?
Yeah, I think it's like 7.
It's menage o'clock.
Ugh.
Haha.
Doesn't she look beautiful?
Stop, you're so sweet.
That hurt.
Yeah, she's very pretty.
Oh.
I mean, is she not? What does that mean?
So you do think she's pretty?
Wasn't that like the whole point of this, baby?
Oh, yep, that's that smell. Smells like you guys have hooked up before and no one told me about it. Ooh.
I have no idea what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
she's strong.
No, we've never.
Put a sock in it, Tiffany.
You know, I can
Okay,
go.
baby, don't yell at her. I am so sorry, Tiffany. Can we just
Oh, yeah,
please...
you're right. Yeah, she did nothing
You know what,
wrong.
Tiffany? I am so sorry. I don't
You
think
are not
this is
going
gonna work.
anywhere until the three of us bang, okay? Because I am the cool girlfriend in the room, and that's what we do.
Let's stop yelling now.
Let's get to it. Let's get cracking. Drop them, both of yous.
Red Twin Camry arriving in 7
You
minutes.
had nowhere to be in that outfit except for auditioning for Cheetah Girls 6.
Baby, why are you doing this? It's very clear you don't want
Spoiler
to do this,
alert,
but please
not
don't take it up on a
cast.
very nice, innocent coworker. She's nice. Stop looking at me. I don't like when you look at me like that. Put your tongue back in your... I'm so sorry. Put your tongue back in your mouth. Are you still trying to be sexual? And the cover's blown. You're jealous. We don't want to do this.
Slap her butt.
I don't want to slap anyone's butt.
We're gonna spank her rear right now. We are gonna share her fan.
So glad we watched that.
Not the words I would use either.
So, because the subject of gender and everything I've read about it is so confusing,
I borrowed some things from feminists that talk about what needs to be true in order for any of this gender stuff to make sense. Okay. Okay.
gender identity needs to be more than a preference or affinity to attributes and roles associated to a sex.
Sorry.
Identity needs to be more than a preference or affinity to attributes and roles associated to a sex.
I need to slow this down. What is...
Identity needs to be more than a... Gender identity needs to be more than a preference or affinity to attributes and roles associated to a sex.
Identity is not about preference. This doesn't make any sense. Where did you borrow this from? You said you borrowed this from someone else? Identity is not about preference. You don't prefer to see yourself as I mean, you might prefer it also, as opposed to every other thing. You might prefer to be seen as the identity that you are, maybe. But preference has nothing to do with identity.
The consensus is that gender identity is as fixed as sexual orientation, meaning we should not try to shape or influence it.
It's not true.
Trying to shape or change someone's gender identity, encouraging them to reflect, is seen as wrong and abusive. Encouraging them to reflect is seen as wrong and abusive.
No idea what she's talking about.
People often explain that trying to relay a biological sex to a trans person is akin to sexual conversion therapy. People explicitly argue that the only form of psychotherapy should be one that affirms and supports the professed gender identity.
No, the problem is, if you see someone is sexed in a particular way and you say, therefore your identity must exist in this way, is one, factually not true, and is good. Yes, actually conversion therapy. Yeah, yep. She has no, okay, dude. The thing that fucks me up is that, like, the amount of time that I and other people have spent into figuring out what is identity, where does it come from, digging into this philosophy. It's incredibly fucking difficult to even wrap your head around it. You can't even do it for like the identity of a person sexed in a particular way. How do you expect to do it for people gendered in a particular way? Like, it doesn't mean anything. Like, none of this makes any sense.
Form of psychotherapy should be one that
All right. What else was there? We have important things to go over.
That brings up a couple of different conversations that, regardless of the drama, I think are really important and valuable to talk about, which is the nature of experiencing anti-Blackness, why we all internalize it to some extent, and how the way we talk about it makes things better or worse for Black people in general. There's a couple things I want to get across before we start, because I don't want to, y'all know my back and my stomach are not going to hold up sitting in this chair for too long, let alone my camera battery. And I actually am going to invite people on to have this discussion with me, even people, ideally people who have a different perspective, so we can kind of like hash that out. But I want to just get across a couple things. One, this is going to be a Black only discussion. White folks in the audience are more than welcome to, to spectate. But if there's one thing that almost got me to fall off the wagon as it pertains to people's response to the shark drama, which shouldn't have been about shark, the way that, and then even now with Abba, is the way that white folks who are clearly not in community with Black people are very, very much trying to overwhelm and inject their perspective into.
I hate when he says this because it's just incorrect. It is just incorrect. I have grown up with Black people my entire life. I grew up in an all Black neighborhood, went to an all Black school. My dad pastored an all Black church. It was just him in our family that were white. They don't think like him. They don't talk like him. The stuff that he says is not representative of the Black community. But he acts like if people disagree with him, they are not in community with Black people. And that's just incorrect. He's just wrong. He is blatantly wrong.
Into the conversation. So there will be no white people participating in this conversation. All right. Another thing I want to point out there is that the problem that is evident in this situation is white supremacy. Even as I think about the way I contribute to making things harder for some Black people who haven't had the experience I've had, even as I want to hold space for Black people who exhibit anti-Blackness on whatever scale, I want people to keep in mind that anti-Blackness does not exist out of the context of white supremacy. So as much as I think Abba is a clown and for his behavior, I understand that his behavior is driven by a white supremacist superstructure. So
my experience as a transracial adoptee, technically, so I was basically mostly raised white, right? So being raised by white people in French Canada, the whole relationship with my Blackness growing up, I was often called by, white people see me as Black automatically, obviously, because, I look Black. But Black people were the one who would constantly question my Blackness, my root my identity because they said that I was technically white because of the way I was raised. They would call me Oreo or sometimes house Negroes and other stuff like that because, again, being raised white, I felt like I wanted to be accepted by white people and Black people too, but it was kind of different. It was like I wanted to be perceived Black, but like a good Black, you know, a good Black that white people approve of. And so for, I would say, a long time, I was really more, I wouldn't say I was as bad as Candace Owen or whatever, but I was really, I don't know, I was kind of tap dancing a lot, you know, for acceptance. And I would say a lot of shit to like show that I was willing, you know, that I was a good Black person, that I was like one of the good ones, that I didn't want it to be kind of treated differently because of my skin color. I wanted to be treated white, basically. So that led to when I started to hang out more with Black people, that obviously created a bit of a clash because I kind of realized there's a lot of realizations that kind of came up over time where at some point I realized that it doesn't really matter how much I try to be accepted, I will never be white, obviously. And so why am I trying so hard to be something that I'm not, to sound the way I feel like I have to sound in order to be accepted, and why do I want to be accepted so badly, and for what reason, and how do I really want to be perceived at the end of the day? Because the first time I heard the term house Negro and I researched it, that shit really pissed me off because I was like, how the fuck, like, how dare you say that to me? That really insulted me, and also kind of, yeah, I mean, I had to confront my own biases about Black people because, again, being raised, when you're adopted, there's so much that goes on in your mind about your identity, about you. And I really felt for the longest time that because I was adopted and so raised by white people, that I was better than other Black people for some reason. I was really deep into this whole white savior complex where I felt like I was saved. Obviously, I was born in a very poor country, so this whole, I mean, so yeah, so I was really kind of deep in this whole white savior things, and I really thought that I have been saved, and therefore being raised by white people, I was better. And so I would say around 20 years old, that's when I really, really started to deconstruct my mental, like my vision of the world, really, how I see myself, how I see the world, what is Black, what does it mean to be Black, who am I, what is my identity, and stuff like that. So that, because I didn't like this idea that I was somehow a house Negro. So,
If I could jump in, because the one thing that I want Black people specifically to kind of engage in is being on the receiving end of, I hate hearing myself in my own ears. How do I stop this?
Now you know how we feel.
Why did you just do that on Zoom, man?
Because one, a lot of reasons, unfortunately. But it is what it is. All right. I need to turn the volume down on my broadcasting software. I'm gonna just do this for a second. Because I just want to ask a quick question. Engage with, like, I've never been on the receiving end really of being called Uncle Tom or anything like that. Like, that's not an experience I've had, and that's definitely something I've wielded against other Black people when I felt like it was appropriate. I want to be clear, because this is part of the narrative and the discourse. I don't make it happen. Police and Blackness. I've talked about different Black experiences being valid Black experiences numerous times on the channel, but I haven't really engaged with, and because I don't have a real reference for those Black folks who have grown outside of community and have found themselves trying to engage with community and being, blocked out. It's very clear, even from the outside looking in, that is a like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like you are trying to engage with the Black communities. You have some anti-Blackness in you that you haven't processed. Other Black folks see that. We got a strong radar for that shit. We peep it, and we let you know we see it, and we probably don't let you know in the easiest way to comprehend. And so then that creates animosity, which then increases anti-Blackness. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead and jump in while I see if I can.
I mean, in my, it didn't have like, because I know sometimes when you get called out, the first instinct is usually to kind of like, kind of block the call out because you don't like being told that you were wrong about something, or that you need to rethink this, or that you need to educate yourself, blah, blah, blah. But not like this, obviously.
You know what? We've had a good full show today. We'll leave this one to the philosophers. I'll be back on early tomorrow. I think we're hopefully going to have the girl on from the Whatever podcast. So yeah, like I said, we haven't actually confirmed dates and any and everything just yet. But or I mean, sorry, we haven't confirmed times. So we're not positive just yet, but hopefully we'll get to talk to her tomorrow. No, we might talk to Straighterade on Saturday, she said, so we'll see. She said maybe she might be available, so we'll see on that one as well. My links are all in the description. Go follow me on Twitter. Join the Discord. You can follow me on TikTok, Facebook, Rumble, Kick, and then I also stream on Twitch sometimes under Terminally Online Media. Also, make sure you hit the thumbs up button. We're at 1,400 views, and we have 60 thumbs ups. You're going to have to do better than that. So we need a lot more thumbs ups. Also, actually, yeah, no. But yeah, tomorrow's an early stream, so I'll be on probably around like 6 or 7 o'clock. We got a lot to get into, so it should be fun. We'll probably start off with call-ins. So if you want to call in, you want to ask me any questions, you want to debate me, you want to tell me my gender doc is stupid, you want to tell me that I'm a simp, and you're mad that I keep platforming Lav, you know, all of the arguments that nobody has made yet, then tomorrow we'll try to start off stream with call-ins. So call-ins and debates. Be ready. Till then, appreciate you. There's nobody to raid, so yeah. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. And I'll see you next time. Later, fools. Actually, let me see. I just realized maybe I can. I think I found a way to raid Kid Not King. Nope. Can't raid him. Alright. I'm gonna post Kid Not King's link. Everybody go watch him.